Hey, everybody. Zeb, saying prayers for you. How's everybody doing? Hope this is working. I'm trying to share a video and it's not letting me share anything yet. I don't know what's going on. Oh, I need to turn this off. Just 1 second. That thing is loud. And I was going to play the song Chosen Family by the Kids, and it wouldn't share it. So we were just at Vision Preparedness, and he was talking about finding people that kind of have your six that are there no matter what, that you can call at 3 a.m. and they're on their way, no questions asked. And how we should all have a person like that. Hey, Anthony, good to see you. And that's when it made me think of chosen family, because it's not always blood that's that person. Cheryl, good to see you. Yeah, I got to tell you something. No, I'll wait. It's going to crack y'all up. Anyway, so this video that I'm trying to share is What Life, good to see you, is hopefully going to explain why I have different views and ways of looking at things than most people. Even a lot of us that live in Texas still have different views of things, and it kind of explains why. Texas is a big state, and so even different areas can see different things. So when I say something that I'm seeing or whatever this is in my 100-mile radius. So someone in North Texas could be seeing something completely different in their 100-mile radius. Somebody in East Texas, West Texas, even down on the coast. You're going to see completely different cultures. You're going to see completely different things that are happening, the way of life, everything. And so let me see if I can pull it up. Hey, Mary, good to see you, sweet. Yeah, I'm just having some problems getting StreamYard to do what I want it to tonight. And this, and I'm wondering if it has something to do with my internet connection sometimes. I don't know. It just, it seems like it is so slow doing what I want it to do. Hey, Daniel, good to see you. And sometimes it just won't do it at all. Let's see if it's gonna pop up. Hmm. Oh, okay. It's popping up. Yeah. Okay. It's gonna play. Nope, it's not sharing. Well, isn't that just ah. Hey, Prepper 101, good to see you. I don't know. I don't know why it will not share. It's not the computer. It's Annalisa, good to see you. I really wanted y'all to see this video. It, it explains everything from the beginning of Texas to now. And they just do such a good job of it. I'm gonna try one more time. And they even admit that's not it. That's my tree. Why is that popping? Oh no, not you. Oh my goodness. It's gonna be one of those nights. I think we're gonna play something in a little bit. Hey John Dunning, just to lighten the mood, hopefully. Um I know there's so much going on right now. So much. Everything. Yes. It was my mom, Cheryl. Broke the internet. Yeah. I'm pretty good at that. Breaking things. It's not gonna do it. I can already tell it's gonna disappear. Yep, disappeared. Darn it. Well, poop. Excuse me. Well, uh-oh. What I do now? Oh Lord, who knows? Okay, let's see if this works. So the video talks about how Texas was the only state in the United States that was its own country. Of course, people say that about DC, so whatever. Hey 420, good to see you. And so in being that, and it was talking about everything I've talked about, our relationship with Mexico, how we have always traveled back and forth. It is um, it, the Hispanic population is like they said 40%. Um, how we have grown culturally. It talks about the Battle of San Jacinto and um, that a lot of those people that were in that battle were Mexicans from Mexico because they were fighting right along with the others, and because he was just a bad dude. And so that's just it. We have a relationship with Mexico, always have. And so, yes, there's cartels. Yes, the border towns have had issues with the cartels. Do do I feel that it's been exaggerated? Yes. Do I feel that the numbers coming over have been exaggerated? Yes. Do I know for sure? No. I'm just saying from what I've seen and the places I've been to, I don't see I don't see it. I don't see the fighting. I don't see the I don't see any strange people coming up and trying to do bad things to people. My girls, one of my girls, she's on a bicycle all the time at night, after dark at night, on a major highway. Yes, I worry about her, but she's she's prepared. She knows. And so I don't see people bent over. I told y'all I went to San Antonio. I didn't see homeless all over the place. I didn't see people bent over. I didn't see people fighting. I didn't see people protesting. I didn't I didn't see any of the things that we're being told is all going on right now. And hey Al, good to see you. Be charming. Can't remember if I said hello to you, but good to see you. And so that's why it's hard for me to understand it. Now, I will tell you, Texas schools did a walkout Monday, and I had a video about that too. um, it's on one of our local news stations. There were about 500 kids from this one county. I think it was Hayes County. And that was after all the schools in Austin had walked out. And these high schoolers are protesting. And yes, they're protesting against ICE, but they're doing it peacefully. They're just standing there where they're supposed to be standing, with holding their signs, nothing going on until um, until the kids from Hayes County went out, and this one man, um, oh, his name is somewhere. Anyway, he parked his truck and he got out and he attacked one of the teenage girls. And when he did that, the other students, they went off on him, had him in a hold and everything, and were taking care of him. And then he grabbed his red baseball cap and got back in his truck and drove off. But they had enough video and evidence. He has been arrested and he's sitting in jail where he should be. He attacked a child just because of her beliefs. That's where I have a problem. I think they call men Darrens. Darrens? I think. I don't know. Well, I'm sorry. I remember when I was in school, and let me tell you, girl, that's been a few years ago. And we did a walkout, and um, First Amendment, we are allowed to peacefully protest, period, against anything. If we lose that, we fall. That I'm If we lose that right, we fall. Absolutely, Terry. I'm gonna put the link if anybody's brave enough. I'm just saying, this is about our country. Every person is doing what they feel needs to be done to save our country. And I'm kind of just shocked, I guess, is about shocked. Yes, shocked is a good word. A lot of the comments, a lot of the hate, a lot of the it's like all people see is black and white. And I don't mean racial, I mean like paper and pen, black and white. Just it's either this way or this way. There's no in between. There's no compromise. There's no, well, let's sit down and I'm going to listen to you while you listen to me. There's no, Lady Smith, it's so good to see you. There's no compromise. Even in a marriage, you have to compromise. You have to work together. You're not going to agree on everything. We're not living in la la land where everybody's all happy and agrees with every single thing the other person says. That's not the real world. We all have our own minds, thank God. We all have our own hearts, thank God. The human, it is so good to see you. We all have different views and opinions, and so we have to figure out some way to work together. It is our one goal to save the country, to protect the children, to protect the future generations, to make sure that the future generations are going to have food and be able to just live like we have and just thrive. Isn't that all of our goals combined? As far as I know, it is. I thought. And so, how do we get there? Excuse me. I've been out in the cedar break all day, so there's no telling what I sound like, and definitely the allergies are kicking in. Thank you, Watt. That very well said. I gotta highlight that. Oh, I don't know, B. I would be first, I would be glad that my child asked to do that. So I want to tell you, it was it in the middle school. There were no elementary children. Middle school, they I think, asked or told the teachers that they were going to do this. The staff was out there with them. So the kids, it's treated like just like they were absent. They don't get they don't get that like they were at school. They're absent from class. It's not excused. And I would be kind of proud of my kids if they took a stand. More of us should be doing that. I mean, how else do you do it? I don't want to see it violently. And if it's a peaceful, nonviolent protest, those children are our future. Yes, absolutely, Cheryl. I wouldn't just send them out on it, and that's another thing. I'm not in a big city. If I was in a big city, it might be a little different. I don't know. And that's when the Austin kids were doing it. I don't know if their parents were out there with them. I don't know. I didn't see that part of it. The Hayes County, there were some parents there. There were staff, but where the incident happened with the man, the staff wasn't exactly right there when that happened that I saw in the video. But it was pretty zoned in on the kids taking care of this man that attacked the little girl. The school's not teaching them to protest. That's not what's happening. And there wasn't any riots. True. I'm not gonna dig into that one. I don't know. I've been saying for several years, I want to make a sign and I want to go and stand out there on the highway. I may be just one person, but maybe somebody somewhere will see it and understand. Or maybe it'll become, what is the new words they're using? Oh, yeah. Even just having a YouTube channel. Targeted individual. Have y'all heard that phrase lately? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Just a sec. The battery's gonna die. I don't know where my cord went away. Okay, there. So anyway, I'm just going over what I have been. They're not participating. They are making sure that the children are safe. Yeah. Yeah. Just imagine if all the kids would have been allowed to protest against 2020 juices. Just imagine. But nope, they didn't have any say, did they? Our kids should have a voice too. But Lady Smith, I'm not seeing the riots. That's what I don't understand. Hey, Ken, good to see you. Well, the doctors were in on it, Be Charming. Doctors weren't going to protest against it. They were in on it. They had to follow protocol or lose their jobs. So I was thinking to lighten the mood of everything that's been going on, that we might play a game. Hi, Watt.
Evening, Miss Bunny. Evening, everybody.
How are you doing?
Shoot, if I was doing any better, you'd have to make a Lifetime movie about it. Heard there's one in the works, but don't quote me on that.
Cool. So what do you think? Did I go too far?
I don't know. All I know is I don't know. I guess I may be a simple person. I may be simple minded, but I don't know. I think even in, I don't know. It's,
You don't have to answer that.
we might not always be able to control the storm, but we can control where we anchor ourselves, if that makes sense. I was trying to find the words, no matter
Yeah.
however chaotic it may seem around us, each one of us has the individualism, the I guess discernment, whatever it may be, to find anchor somewhere. We can
Yes.
still anchor ourselves in something, be grounded in something, whatever that may be, whatever your uh, political angle is, whatever your religion, whatever it may be. At the end of the day, I think a lot of our common core beliefs and things that we like to see are probably more similar than not. I like to think so.
I think so too. I've only seen a few things where I get a lot of kickback, but you're right. We're all trying to get to the same end result, I think.
Just
It may take a different path, but the end goal is still the same.
yeah, you may go down the slide over the monkey bars and through the woods to get to grandma's house. I may go a totally different route, but hey, we're still going to get there.
That's right.
Hopefully,
Yeah.
never stopped. We've never stopped learning, and we've never stopped advancing. Once we're done, that's when we're stopped. As long as we're still living and we're still here, we're still learning, advancing. We're still trying to get it right. Some's been doing it a lot longer than others.
True.
Me myself, I've probably seen the least amount and did the least amount of probably anybody here, as far as years wise.
I don't know.
But
You talk like you've been around a lot
time
longer than
traveling does that to you. It's a burden and it's a blessing and a burden. Nah, I've always been like around older people. I
Hmm.
have people around my age or people that I went to school with that I'm still good friends with. But
Yeah, that's good.
being around some older folks, either you're going to learn how to do it or how not to do it. So either way, it's a win-win to be around them. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah. The older you get, I think the more set in your ways you get, or the more stubborn, or I don't know,
It's the
something.
cycle. It's nothing to discredit life, but it almost takes like a cycle back to like almost adolescence. We was
Hmm.
hard headed and stubborn in a way, but in a different way. When you're younger, you're hard headed and stubborn because you think you know, but you don't know. But as you get older, you've been through it. You know what works for you, and you know what you don't like, and then that's that.
Yes.
Anything
And
else is just Monday.
you can look back at history and see the results of a lot of things that keep coming in cycles. And you're like, well, this didn't work out then. So why do they think it's going to work now? Mm-mm.
Yeah. Sometimes it's easier to look back. It's hard to look forward onto something that hasn't happened yet.
Well, true. That's the unknown.
The unknown. That's what makes it beautiful, dangerous, and chaotic all in one. You
Yep.
don't know. We hope for the best. We do what we can to achieve that unforeseen goal that is forever tomorrow. You know,
Hmm. Yep. That's
for me,
funny.
tomorrow's Friday. That's my
Yeah.
goal. That's my short term goal. Get through Friday. They can't take that from me.
TGIF. That's funny, Al. All my friends are younger, oddly.
Mm. Yeah, I ain't
It,
gonna lie. I was thinking about going and protesting this weekend. If we was gonna get snow again 3 weeks in a row, I'm definitely protesting somewhere. I'm taking it to the mayor's house. Man, but
uh-oh,
they said we're safe from the ice this weekend, so we're good.
don't say the mayor's house. You might get in trouble for that. Uh, You know what? And that's where I'm like, no, I'm not. I know I saw words that we can't say and all this stuff, and it's like I I I'm just gonna say I'm old and I don't remember what all the words are we can't say.
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know anymore.
It's getting
I
ridiculous.
probably said too many. I don't know. It's like eggs. Like one week it's okay to do it, the next week it's not. Then, if you go to the store and get too many, people look at you weird. It's like, we'll figure it out eventually. Eventually, we're just going to be forced to all just do sign language. We're just going to have to sign to each other.
Right? Smoke signals,
Yeah, we'll have
something.
to start doing the braille taps. We'll all have to learn Morse code. Man,
That's why I'm ordering those Morse code cards from Rescue. Something good to know.
it is. I mean, it may seem like something so far back in time, but if something was to happen like that, I mean, if you had something set up, that would be a way to communicate. Even if you just used it like for light, if you used the light to do the keys or however you know, something to match that sequence.
Yep.
you could make markings or something. You could draw something in sand or mark something on a tree, you know. To the untrained eye, they wouldn't know what that is. But if you knew Morse code, 3 miles ahead, water, you know that gives you some type of advantage or whatever.
Even when they were traveling way back, a scout would go ahead to look for a campsite even and try to make sure that it was near water.
Oh yeah.
Excuse me. Pigeon carriers, right? That's a good one.
Yeah, you don't want it to be a trap up ahead or something like that, and you run your whole unit into it. You have scouts that go up ahead, monitor, look around.
Yep. Know where the predators are of any kind.
Yeah, of any kind, form, species, or entity.
You were talking about the weather.
Yeah, I don't want to jinx it.
Guess
That's all
what
I'm going to say about that.
Guess what our temperature is going to be tomorrow?
83.
You're close. 80.
Mm.
Is yours going to be 83?
I was going to say like 79, but no, I think I don't know what it's warming up. Today was today was kind of cool, kind of cloudy. It looked like it was going to rain, but never did. But it rained all day yesterday. But this weekend it's warming up, I think, into the 60s. And then next week it shows it pretty warm. But these next couple weeks and over the next month, it's going to be up and down till it consistently, teeters off at the warm level. But
Yeah.
hopefully last weekend, that'll be the end of our like icy, snowy, once a year event type thing.
I'm hoping we don't get it anymore either. We've had a team out here sawing up the trees that fell in the tornado. Excuse me. And cutting up all the wood. And so my son-in-law was like, well, we're just going to burn the brush, right? And I said, no, we're not. And I sent him the lazy garden video and I said, watch this. And so all of it's going to be used. And
No doubt.
except for the cedar. The cedar is going to be, something's going to
Yeah,
be
it
done.
sucks you're allergic to cedar. That'd be great to like make like some natural raised beds with it,
Yes. And our posts, we want
Post,
to
yeah.
put up some fencing, and cedar posts are really good for that. But I don't know why. A lot of the trees are rotting on the inside. They look all green and pretty, but once you cut a limb on it, then it's like hollow in the middle. And I've never seen that happen before.
I'm not exactly sure. It could be a type of, I don't know, disease or, I don't know, some type of bacteria. I'm not sure.
And years ago, I remember, I think we might still have a Forestry Service person on staff with the county. And the reason being is because oak wilt was moving across Texas. And I never heard it reach this far to the center, but it could have.
Could have, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think people are reporting things like they used to. I think they're just like, Don't come looking on my property.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to look that up now. Signs of oak wilt.
So they gonna haul the cedar off for you?
I hope so, but I think they're going to mulch it.
Okay, yeah. Cedar mulch.
Yep. And
Now you could. Now I don't know how sensitive you are, but you probably already thought about this. But if they mulch it, you can just like get them to mulch it in one spot or wherever it's at, and then if you get you a garden or something set up, you can put that down in your pathways to keep down the your weeding and stuff like that. You know,
yeah.
just have it to walk on. Of course, you wouldn't be able to go barefoot, but I don't know.
Well, it's not oak wilt because this says it's a lethal fungal disease, most severe in red oaks, characterized by its leaf browning, premature shedding, or partially green leaves, and branch dieback starting at the top of the canopy. And I wasn't seeing any signs of that. So that's a good thing.
Starts from the top. It says, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh.
Some people do love the smell of cedar. That I've got a cedar chest and I'm thinking about lining it. Keep my sheets in. That is Mama's. Nunya, good to see you. How you doing, Jake?
Yeah, it was. He was talking about burning stuff. It was. When was it? It was. Yeah, yesterday. We went to go check on that hotel that caught on fire, and on the way back, I ain't gonna lie, I fell asleep at some point, and I woke up and I seen just the awfulest smoke in the distance, and I said, "Man," I said, "Look at there, y'all." I said, "Something is on fire over there," and I didn't know that we would eventually go right through it, but we got closer and closer. To eventually, man, it was just the whole right side of the road. It was just little patches of fire, and I was thinking, "Oh, damn!" I said, "I don't know. That don't really look like a prescribed burn." So we're riding a little bit more, and we're seeing more patches and more patches. So finally, we see this truck ahead with flashing lights, and I said, "Damn, there's an ambulance or something up there." We got up there; it was like a state worker or a city worker, and they were putting out signs that said "prescribed burns in area." I say, "Damn, buddy, you're a little late for that."
See, here we've had so much wind that's they lifted the burn ban, but it's been so windy. I told my son-in-law because he at first he was talking about burning it, and I said, "No, you're not." And then watch the video, and I said, "But even if we were going to burn, not in this wind, because it would spread all over this place, all over those valleys and hills that y'all saw. There's nothing in between those, and it's a lot of underbrush. It's woodsy."
Mhm. That was over on the Carolina side, but yeah, luckily it wasn't too windy that day. But they were covering a pretty good area. I'm guessing they had the personnel and all that type of stuff.
Yeah,
But
yeah. A lot of times they'll do control burns, and that's good. It, um, watch how green it is if you go back through that area, like in the spring. It's going to be so pretty and green. I don't I don't know if it's the ash but gets those it gets some kind of nutrients into the soil that it just makes
it's just
everything
like
grow.
when you burn burn like wood. Of course, like
Mm,
anything like natural, nothing that's been like pressure treated or with any type of chemicals in it. But like anytime you burn something down like that, it's going to be reduced to pretty much its natural state with whatever minerals, nutrients, and stuff's in it. So yeah, it does have its uses for sure. But it's not uncommon, people in certain areas and stuff this time of the year, you will see them do it, during the wintertime, get a good burn on it, let it start
yeah.
regenerating and germinating over a couple weeks until spring.
What do they call that? Potash? Where,
Potash.
yeah, is is one of the good ingredients for your compost and for the soil.
Oh yeah, yeah. Different amendments, different things you can use. Yeah.
Yep.
And
I mean,
that place you mentioned earlier, I think it was what your forestry thing. There's another
mhm,
place like that. I forget exactly what it's called, but you can take your soil there and I don't know if they do. I don't think they can do it in house. They have to like do whatever test, but they can test your soil for you to see where
yeah,
it's at, see what you need. You know,
here it's the county extension office
there you
is
go.
does it here. You can get your water tested, your
Yeah,
soil, and they do it through Texas A&M here. Usually a agricultural college or
yeah, that's what they'll specialize in stuff like that.
yeah.
Farming, soil. Yeah, yeah, and they can kind of tell you what you need, where you may be lacking.
Mhm. Yeah. But yeah, that's pretty much what that video is saying. Texas is is um second largest state, and the different areas have so much different, like where Jake is, Nunya, Texas. He's East Texas. That's where all the pines are, and pines are good. That's where there's a lot of swamps and um it's just it's a whole different way.
Marshy, wetland type areas.
Yes. So it's a different way of living in that area. And then um West Texas is desert, nothing. And so it's a whole different way of living.
Ooh,
It's-
excuse me.
Then at the coast is a whole other way of living. It's just different areas. It's so that is there going to be a cajillion different mindsets in Texas? Yes. But it's funny because um, whenever people say the South, Texas doesn't ever get mentioned. And they talk about that in that video. They said, we're not considered the South and we're not considered the West. We're just like on our own here. It's just Texas. And um, so,
Texas has more counties than America has been a nation in years.
yes.
254 counties.
Yep. And that's a lot, you know, especially with if even if you want to go to the politics, the districting that they do for the voting, the so you're going to have areas that are definitely going to be one way. Um, Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, Austin. Those are those are the main ones that they count on to um, kind of set the stage for all of Texas. But there's more rural, I think there's more population in the rural areas than there is in the big cities. So that's how we've kept it.
How many major cities does Texas have?
So what do you call a major city?
Well,
I mean,
yeah, I guess that definition could vary depending on the definition of major. I don't know, I don't know cities like a Houston. You know,
okay,
besides the state capital, I guess a city like Houston. I guess
yes,
from looking, never being there, but from the outside in, I always hear about Houston. Not always in a bad way, but just
I guess the most major cities in Texas would be Houston, San Antonio, Austin, Dallas, El Paso.
okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking at least like five, maybe five or
But
six.
Corpus Christi seems to be a major, I don't know that it's a major city, but
That's
it's,
right on the coast, right?
yes. And so there's a lot of
Port.
production that goes on there, like, of course, petroleum, steel, stuff like that.
Yeah,
It's
different refineries and stuff.
yes. JR did it.
Yeah, yeah, I would. Yeah, any city that's on a waterway like that, I would definitely consider that one like a major city. Yeah.
See, and I didn't know that they were so big, Lubbock and Amarillo. I mean, you hear the ones you hear about the most are Lubbock, Amarillo. Oh, what's that one right up
Oh yeah,
San
there's been
Angelo?
country songs about Amarillo.
Yes, San Angelo, Abilene,
Yeah.
and so Fort Hood is at Killeen, and Killeen was just a little town, but now when you between 281 and 35,
Oh, it's exploded.
yes, Fort Hood is like closer to 35, but that whole highway, it's like when you turn onto it, it's like you're in Killeen already, and you're not. There's several different towns before you get there, but it's grown so much in just that area also. And that's why I think, the way they're talking about making Austin and San Antonio a metroplex or whatever they call it, I'm thinking it's going to be that whole I-35 corridor.
It's going to be like a tri-state within itself. It's going to be like a tri-state within a state. You know how people say like the tri-state area?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah, Midland,
I could
Sweetwater.
imagine because I've seen the growth, just the growth that Fort Gordon has had on this area just since I've been alive. I've seen it. I've seen the growth 37 years. So I could imagine in all the other areas where there's places like that. Different military bases and installments because of course it's for the troops and stuff, but they have a lot of personnel that comes and goes, people that stay off base but do on base relations. They have to have somewhere to stay, somewhere to go.
Yes, and so that's what I see happening down at the very tip around Brownsville, is because that's where they've put in, I heard, a military base. That's where Space Force is, and
Isn't that the headquarters for the Space Force?
I think so. And then
Oh yeah,
also,
you know they got a brand new shiny base, or used one that was already there, maybe just retrofitted it for their needs. I don't know.
yeah, and also that's where they put a huge detention center. So the
They could be
population,
sending them to space. They could be sending these people to colonize Mars, and we don't even know it.
right? Go live on the moon and see how it is.
Yes, let us go. You know, we'll give you the technology. We'll give you the best communications we can build.
Right.
Yeah, but speaking of that, yeah, not to get too off topic, but allegedly they're supposed to be allegedly going back to the moon. Did you hear that? Sometime within the next, I don't know,
I've
I
been
guess the
hearing
next weeks, within weeks or days or within the next month or so.
really.
Yeah,
Hmm.
they said, yeah, after so many years, we're going back to the moon. Whatever that means. I don't know if they're sending a drone up there, a robot, or a person's going up there. I don't know. But it's allegedly supposed to happen.
Yeah. I don't know.
I think it's the Artemis. Could be wrong, but I think it's part of the Artemis program. This could be Artemis 2.
Hmm. Cheryl said, "Are they going to the moon or orbiting it?" Excuse me. Big yawn out of nowhere.
Interesting. I don't know, but allegedly they're doing it either way. If I'm going this far to orbit it, we got to land on it. You know, we got the technology to orbit it. Why are we not landing? Let's land on the dark side. Let's see what's there. Let's
So
live stream it.
how do you think it's going to be filmed this time?
Oh shoot, I don't know. Probably with the best of the best. You know, why wouldn't it be the? I don't know. I don't know. It's uncharted territory, Bunny. Going back to the moon.
Trip to the moon 2026. Google your
Nice.
Artemis 2.
I think that's
Let's
what it's called. The Artemis. I think it's Artemis 2. I think that's what they're calling it. The original one was launched like back in 2000. No, I forget when it was. I don't want to misdate it. I forget when the original one was. It's been some years back.
It's spelled Artemis.
Yeah, like
And
the Greek god Artemis.
Roman numeral 2. The first crew Artemis flight marks a key step toward long-term return to the moon and future missions to Mars.
See what I'm saying? Future missions. If you're going to do a future mission, obviously you did a mission. I guess that's what all the rovers was for.
Artemis 2 builds on the success of the uncrewed Artemis 1 in 2022 and will demonstrate a broad range of capabilities needed on deep space missions. The Artemis 2 test flight will be NASA's first mission with crew aboard the SLS Space Launch System rocket and Orion spacecraft.
Nice. They're on the Orion. Man,
Oh, I didn't say that right. Orion.
it may be French. I don't know. I'm not a linguist. I'm not a linguist.
Orion.
You say cedar, I say cedar.
Thank you
You
for
know,
correcting me.
I don't know.
No, you say pecan. I don't know how you say it.
Yeah, I don't know how you say it either, but you know, we acknowledge it. Man, so how far are they going with this one? Are they going to the moon?
I'm trying to find meet the astronauts who will be venture around the moon on Artemis 2, the first crewed.
But there's probably at least two of them that has a twin.
Oh, so they're just going around it.
Okay. Cheryl knows. I know.
Would you say the Orion or Orion? Okay.
Ryan.
Well, it's not spelled like that.
Oh well, I don't. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe it is the Orient,
No,
the
but
Orient Express.
I've heard Orion. Hey, Billy, good to see you. So it's spelled like onion with an R. Orion.
Oh yeah, Orion, like Orion's belt, the constellation.
Well, okay.
They always
So
name it after those type of things, or like Artemis. That was the name of a Greek or Roman god. They usually pick these type of names when they name stuff. Not always, but sometimes.
says they will serve as the exploration vehicle that will carry and sustain the crew on Artemis missions to the moon and return them safely to Earth. Orion will launch on NASA's new heavy lift rocket space
Nice.
system.
Where's that launching from? Texas? You know they're launching that from Texas. That rocket's going to be like the size of a football field.
Send your name around the moon.
There you go. How do you do that?
Will test NASA's deep space capabilities as humans fly on the Space Launch System rocket. Join the mission by launching your name around the moon alongside NASA astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor
Yeah, I'm definitely not signing up for that.
Christina Koch. I'm not saying it. I don't know.
No,
And
that's Miss Coke.
And Blackwatch, are you listening? Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Henson.
Uh-oh. Man, they recruited Jeremy. Man.
Then it's got a link to claim your pass. How to participate. Let me
They'll
see.
probably have something set up where you could like view it. I don't know.
I'm gonna see what this website is.
Don't click the wrong link. You might sign up to be on the ship itself. We need one willing volunteer, and you just happen to click that link.
Yeah.
I couldn't handle it. Oh man.
Can't even get in an airplane, much as a rocket. No.
Shoot, no. That's
Explode
volunteer Blackwatch. We bring back some moon rocks.
Okay, where is it? There it is.
I thought that was kind of an interesting story, I guess.
There y'all are. If y'all want to sign up or get your name around the moon, there's the
I'm gonna sign Cheryl up for it. We're gonna send Cheryl around the moon. She would tell an amazing story. She'd probably be the lucky one and get to see the aliens first. Hey. And I remember, I don't know, there's always some like weird stuff you can kind of see and hear on the internet. That's no doubt. But I remember, and it was years ago. It was this buzz, like on those shows that used to come on between the news, you know, like Entertainment Tonight or Inside Edition or something. It was one of those type of shows. It might have been Inside Edition, and they ran this little short story about the elites or the rich was buying property, buying acreage on Mars. You know, kind of like the last couple of years, we allegedly heard they were doing the bunkers or whatnot. You know, they're doing this and doing that. But yeah, they ran the Mars story, and that's been years ago. It's probably still out there on the internet somewhere.
You see what Cheryl said? I'll need your camera, Walt.
All right. If they pick you to go on the space shuttle, I would definitely let you borrow my camera for that. That's worthy. I will submit for that. But yeah, they were allegedly buying up acreage on Mars, and I said, yeah, this is going to be some stuff to come. Boom.
Right. So, okay, first of all, I got to tell y'all something. I was talking to somebody, not going to name any names, and I was talking about POAs, and
What could that be?
I don't know. And she said, "What's a POA?" And she said, "Piece of." Y'all can add the rest. I tried.
Like a piece of avocado.
And I said, no, it's a power of attorney. Hey, Pat, good to see you.
Yeah, I probably would have guessed the first one too. You know,
No.
sometimes you just can't handle the whole thing. You just need a little piece, you know. You want the whole pie, but you know you should just have that one piece, you know. Slice will do you. Oh man.
I needed that laugh yesterday. That was great. All
Man,
right.
that's about as bad as the other night. I got through having me a piece of cake and ice cream, which I hadn't had no ice cream in the longest. But somebody told me, I said, I can't find no good vanilla. And somebody said, they said, go get the Haagen-Dazs vanilla. They said, it's a pretty good one. So I went and got it. I said, well, this ain't too bad, you know. And then I don't know what the heck I was thinking. Instead of putting it in the freezer, I just walked in the kitchen and put it in the refrigerator. So the next morning, I wake up to go get me some juice out the refrigerator. And I say, dang, I put the ice cream in the refrigerator. So I didn't even worry about refreezing it because I don't know. I had that happen before when I left it. I forgot it out in the vehicle and I put it back in the freezer and it just didn't taste the same. Once the air is gone out of it, it just tastes horrible.
Yeah. So
Maybe it's just me, but the few times I've tried to refreeze ice cream like that, it didn't taste well. It didn't end well. I threw it away anyway.
He didn't drink it?
No, heck no. I didn't even drink it. I was mad as heck too, because them little Haagen-Dazs things ain't cheap. I said, damn, it just wasn't meant to be, I guess. That's all I could get was a little taste because I had to throw it away.
Darn it. Hate when that happens.
Yeah. So never again.
So I'm trying to figure out how to do this. I was thinking we could play Family Feud since it's chosen family, right? And
allegedly.
So I have questions and answers and scores. So I don't know if I should like look at the chat and make teams or just ask the questions and see what answers pop up. What do you think?
You can do it. Well, of course, ultimately you can do it however you would like, but you could probably do it like you did your other game. I know it's totally different, but you could do it like the word game. You can know
Yes.
So and so, whatever the question is, and you know, people can kind of give a general census, and then probably some of the answers that people say for the general census will probably be an answer ultimately. You know, you got enough people in chat. But yeah, you could do it however, you know.
Yeah. All right, Kush, you take care. North versus South.
Who said that? I may have an ally or a friend of me.
Al.
Oh man, Al. Dang, bro. You might be on the other team. Dang,
Yes, I
dang,
think
Al.
that's why I said it. Oh, North Dakota up there.
Oh, he might have meant North Dakota versus South Dakota. No, we don't really talk about that beef much.
Is that a thing?
I don't know. We can make it a thing. I don't. It's cold up there.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody in chat from South Dakota. And he says he's no Yankee.
Okay.
I think
Yeah, I don't
you're
know.
as far up as you
Never
can.
met anybody from South Dakota either. Not that I know of.
I have friends that lived in South Dakota.
Hell, if I was from South Dakota, I'd tell everybody because I've never met nobody from there. I just say my name was Dakota.
I think it's called Grand Rapids by Mount Rushmore. Is that what city
Forget
is
what that
there?
area. I forget what area that's called. Oh, yeah, I can't think of what it's called. I love to visit that area though. I love to see it. I love to see Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, me too.
That's definitely got to be one of like. I don't know if there is like a. You know how like there's a what they call it the eight wonders of the world or however many world wonders it is now. It may be more than eight, but there's got to be like a. There was a United States thing like that. Mount Rushmore would definitely be one of them. I think. You know.
Oh, it is Rapid City. Okay. South Dakota is a beautiful
Yeah,
state.
and it's
I
up
bet.
there. You know, with the Statue of Liberty or the Alamo or I don't know. You could pick a place. It's up there.
Yeah.
The Liberty Bell.
I have pictures of the Liberty Bell from when my mother made that trip.
Oh,
So
that's sweet.
interesting is I just got an article and the Second Amendment has been really put out there lately. And there are, what's he doing? Oh, he's got another one. Okay, quit looking at that. It just popped up. I've been looking at four-wheel drives and stuff for the what was I talking about? Oh, here we go. Gun owners alert. So if you live in one of these states, you might want to pay attention to what's going on. 6 states may end concealed carry reciprocity. Is that how you say that?
Reciprocity.
Yep, there you go. This month. I'm just gonna go right through it to get to the 6 states. Number 1, Washington. Number 2, Virginia. Virginia surprises me. I thought they were very, oh, so it tells the Senate bills. Okay. Washington, I guess if you want to take a vote, maybe they're given the 6 states. Washington doesn't give it's something about crossing the border into Washington. If your home state modifies its background check process, your permit could lose its status in the Pacific Northwest. Okay, Virginia is SB 115, aims to overhaul how the state recognizes out-of-state permits. So if you're going to travel, be careful in these states. Another one is New Mexico. Sustainability, similar rule.
I could be wrong, but I think that's without looking into it. I think it's going to affect like people's individual transfer.
Mm-hmm.
If you wanted to like buy or purchase one of those items.
Oh, okay.
Now I could be wrong. I think it's just from what I just seen briefly. I think it's like I don't really know how to word it, but like a wave of like individual sales. You know, like person to person. Maybe
Okay.
trying to limit that some type of way. You know what I mean? Or an exchange, some type of exchange between private people.
Number 4 is Pennsylvania's residency restriction. Has a specific legal trap for those carrying out-of-state licenses, while the Commonwealth grants reciprocity to several states. It generally only honors those permits for residents of the issuing state who are 21 or older.
Yeah, that's crazy.
If you're a resident of one state but carry a non-resident permit from a state like Arizona or Utah, Pennsylvania will not recognize it. This creates a massive gap for travelers heading through the Northwest corridor. Another one is Nevada. And Delaware. Delaware honors permits from states that afford a reasonably similar degree of protection as its own licensure. Delaware's own process is rigorous, requiring live fire exercises with at least 100 rounds of ammunition. As more states adopt constitutional carry laws, Delaware leans on this similar protection clause to decide which permits to honor. If your home state does not require a permit or has significantly lower training hurdles, don't assume your license is valid in Delaware.
Huh. You said Delaware?
Yep.
And their nickname is the First State. Their motto is liberty and independence.
Imagine that.
Imagine that.
Yeah. Well, from what I've seen, the states I'll be going through are all the same so far.
But in Delaware, it may not be as bad, you know, even if it says the ones they can choose to, it may be, you know, they'll honor it, you know, but if you're, you know, up to nefarious purposes, then that may be different. But if you're just, you know, everybody's minding no business, nobody's trying to harm anybody, then it shouldn't be no issue, I don't think, you know. I imagine a lot of times those like broad statements are made, but in the hopes of most time it's going to go into effect when somebody tries to commit a crime, you know, a robbery or whatever it may be with some type of weapon, you know, they'll add that on there, you know, now that's an additional charge because now you've broken this new statute or whatever, you know, we didn't honor your paperwork, however it may be.
And so that's the thing. Texas, you don't even have to have a permit. So I took my lessons in the woods out back. So, um, I mean,
Heck, I know I did. You know,
yeah,
if you
you
lived in the country, it was a little bit different. You know.
yes, you grow up being taught safety, when to pull it out of the holster, when not to, how to point it when you're walking, when you're, I mean, I don't know, common
Even
sense.
I was, even my, well, I can't say my generation, but I know some of my generation was, some of my generation wasn't around it. You know, even some people that was in the country, you know, not everybody did the same thing in the country, but you know, I know coming up as a kid, there was always self defense mechanisms inside the house, but it was never an issue because we always knew, you
Yes.
know.
Yeah, even when I lived in the city, um, we were told to fire it in the backyard, pointing at the up in the sky. Well, now I know that was pretty stupid. And he was a Bear County deputy, but if it goes up, it's got to come down, and it can be just as deadly coming down. So
Oh yeah,
that wasn't real smart.
yeah. You have to know how to use your tool for sure.
Yes, you definitely want to know the range. You want to know that your target is solid. I don't know.
I remember when I was a kid one time when I was younger, I think it's probably my grandma got a slingshot. I had a slingshot for a little while. But you know, that's a whole nother story. But yeah, man, I got that slingshot. Shoot, I thought I was Tarzan, Tom Sawyer. You know, you couldn't tell me
Oh,
nothing. I was the I was the can bottle shooting champion of this side of the Mississippi. You know, I was the Pecos Bill of the slingshot in it. You couldn't have told me no different. Thought I was Rambo with a slingshot.
so who'd you hurt?
Oh man. So I ran out of ammo and I had to start using marbles and I said, well the heck with it, you know. A few of these
Oh.
marbles have to be sacrificed for the greater good of my aim.
I still have, I guess they're scars, knots on my head from us having slingshot wars.
Oh yeah, we had dirt rock fights. Shoot yeah.
Yep. So yes, that's what's wrong with me. Too many rocks and
I was
whatever.
lucky. I was big but I was agile, you know what I mean? I was like a shadow. You could see me but you couldn't really catch me. If you're gonna be
Well,
big, you can't be big and slow. You gotta be able to move.
it wasn't that I was slow. I would just stand there. So my brothers decided it would be a bright idea to pop a few off at passing cars.
Oh
Well,
no.
one guy stopped and he was pissed and he called the police. Wheelchairs and slingshot.
Mm.
And so when the police came, I'm the one standing out there.
Menace to society.
He's like, "You shooting at cars? What's going on here?" And I said, "Not me." And I'm just standing there. And then he gets everybody out there and he says, "Well, whoever did it, just don't." And just left. We were bad kids. Yep. His name was David. All right. So we're going to do Family Feud. Y'all good with that?
All right.
Chat, y'all good with that? Okay, I'm going to ask a question and then you got to pop out answers. Darts.
Maybe I should stretch first.
Okay.
Nah, I think I'm good.
Okay.
I should be all right.
Cheryl, I'm sorry. She almost got an apple upside the head. Oh, Al.
Man, that is not a bobbing for apples you want to do, you know? You ain't signing up for that at the relay race field day. Oof.
Okay.
Man,
Interesting first question. A cop pulls you over for speeding. What's an excuse you can give to get out of a ticket?
my wife's having a baby.
See, and I don't know if that well, yeah, probably. Okay.
Well, no.
So ding ding, that's the first top one.
Red said drop the link. He'll come up.
Okay. I was at the in-laws. Nope, that's not in there. This text.
I'm late for my own wedding.
Nope.
My wife left me for a cop, and I thought he was bringing her back.
That would definitely be a good reason.
That is a good one, but
If I was
nope.
married, I would think that.
3, 2, 1, go. Oh, never mind. Those things. Wife pregnant. That's what Watt said, Pat. It said that the first one is emergency hospital. Was the number one. Hey, D-Dog. Where's
Did
D-Dog?
anybody name number 2 yet?
Gotta go. Number 2. Ken just did. Okay. Ding, ding, ding. That's number 2 of the.
Wow. I probably would have thought that would have been up there. Got to go take a
They said got a potty.
Man, that was high though. Number 2.
Yep.
And
Heading make a donation to the Fraternal Order of Police. Nope. That won't cut it.
I'm late for court.
No.
Dang.
Late for work. Yes, that is number 4. Ding, ding.
I'm pregnant.
Oh, God.
I'm telling them I'm pregnant.
Getting married. We'll take that for number 6 because it says date, night, anniversary, getting married. We'll just put that with it. Car issues. So
Okay. So no women were poll witness then. None of them said I'm pregnant.
that could be number 5. The gas stuck. Right?
What was number 5?
That the gas pedal stuck.
Hey, that could be. They call it different things now.
And Pat said car issues. So, yeah.
Yeah. I think that would fall under that. Yeah. They would rotate that one.
So there's one more answer.
Yeah, what could that be? Dang. Oh,
No, it doesn't have anything to do with an
And it's-
emergency.
It's nothing to do with a funeral. Saw somebody said funeral already.
Nothing to do with a funeral or an emergency. It's
I'm trying to make it to happy hour.
nope.
I'm not even drunk yet. I'm trying to go have a few. Dang. I don't know.
Speedometer would be under car issues. Or
Oh.
no. The gas pedal got stuck. You know, that has happened to me before, though. I was having to put my toes under it to pull it up.
Toes got stuck. Mm.
Okay. Red Pill said something about getting divorced. No. It's not the answer. So how you doing, George?
Can't tell you.
Oh, okay. I mean human.
How I'm doing great. Just cleaning out the computer.
You're doing what to the computer?
Cleaning out a bunch of videos.
Oh.
You know, the internet is infinity, but your computer can only hold so much.
Yes. And I need to do that too. How are you cleaning it out? Are you deleting or are you backing up?
Well, I'm deleting what I don't need, and then I'll transfer the rest over to some external hard drives.
Okay.
Well, I mean, just last month alone, I got like 60 hours of video footage.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, that's probably you want a new VCR.
It ain't hard to do if you've got the canvas to do it, you know?
Sure. I got way too many. I need to get rid of some.
I do too. And some of them I've saved are movies just to remind me that if I want to watch a movie, it's there. But anytime I want to watch a movie, I forget it's there.
Thought about getting me a drone, something. I don't know the different models or all the different, different things, but I'd like to get me one. Nothing too fancy, nothing too big, but something that I could record a decent video on.
I would look at it right now at DJI, either 4 or 5. Stay with the minis underneath 250 grams. That way you don't have to buy a license, be part of the government system, because it's
What determines that? What determines if you need a license or not?
if it's over 250 grams or
The weight?
yeah, the weight of the drone.
Wow.
With the battery. But
With
I
the
tell
battery.
you what, my little my little drones, you've seen the footage I've put out. They
Yes.
take pretty good footage.
That's all under?
Yeah. I got 3 that's under and 2 that's over. I just bought another one last week.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. Just something, small where I could just, kind of do what I do with taking videos or photos sometime, but do it with add the drone aspect to it.
Well, the small ones are nice because you can carry them any place. Like I said, you don't have to have a license to fly it. And they really do have some great features on them now. And they're starter friendly, especially if you go up to the 4 or 5, where it's got the anti-crash system on it, where it won't run into anything and stuff like that. It's got obstacle avoidance and stuff like that.
See, that's what I need, because pretty much what I want to be able to do with it is like when I'm doing an electrical project, especially if it's like a new home, I want to be able to like come in, fly the drone, in through the windows, up through the attic access, back around, kind of give that shot. You know what I mean? So
yeah, well,
you
want to get yourself a Neo then, because they're small and the propellers are guarded in case you did tap something. It's not.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be tapping
Neo.
it. I'm gonna tap it.
Yeah, so the Neo is your best bet.
I'm tapping it. It's gonna be. I gotta practice. Yeah, I don't need nothing too fancy, but I like to be able to do a little video like that.
Yeah, they're fun. I mean, but I was doing like most of last month, and we had
Should have got into it years ago.
A lot of auroras, so we were, that's 8-9 hours of video right there in just one session.
Just by itself.
Yeah.
Hey. Yeah.
DJI.
Yeah, you can still get the ones that have been approved. They're trying to disapprove others, but.
I know there's an older gentleman. He don't set up like, I can't say every weekend because I don't go to the flea market every weekend consistently, but he's not there every time that I go, but sometimes he's set up and he's got different type of drones for sale. And he said he's got bigger models, but most of them, I guess, I don't know. I'd have to ask him about the weight. I didn't know the weight thing about it, but I'd have to ask him about that. I'm pretty sure he knows about it.
Look at DJI Neos. I'm telling you right now, they're the best drone out there, little mini drone, and while you're learning to fly the drone, it's the safest drone you can fly, and it's got an excellent camera.
Good quality.
Yeah, I mean, real high quality. This right here was shot with a DJI Osmo 5 that you're looking at here.
Check that out. You can see the stars.
Well, you're starting to see the Northern Lights kick on. This is at the beginning of the Northern Lights. As we're talking and bullshitting, you'll see them start taking off. They'll get more intense as we're here in the next few minutes.
Is it up in the air? How high is it?
No, this is shot with the Osmo camera.
Okay.
It's out overlooking the lake. You can see the cloud cover coming across. This has been the best place I ever found to go do the Northern Lights when you get the sun eruptions. It's the perfect spot because you have nothing. And as I'm looking out, there's nothing for 125 miles.
Oh, I see it. I see it happening. Yeah, look at it.
Yeah,
it'll get pretty intense here in a minute. But this will go on for 8 hours.
Cheryl's asking if you've ever seen any aliens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't worry about aliens here. We're far from Texas.
You got those northern aliens.
Yeah.
You have to have a snow shovel to watch this, and you don't want a snow shovel.
No. George, it took 6 days And I had a 3-inch block of ice on my deck. It would not melt. And my son-in-law finally came up there and he's like, we got to get you out of the house. And I said, no kidding. Cabin fever is real. And so he got, and it's a decorative shovel. It's painted and, well, it still worked. It's still got a sharp edge on it. And he broke that stuff up, threw it over. When he threw it over, it wouldn't even break.
Huh.
That was some tough ice.
We got another storm coming tomorrow. Shoveling snow is something we do every day.
I can't imagine.
Haul in wood for 8 months. Yeah, that too.
Ugh.
But I never get cold. So it's worth it.
Yeah.
What time of the night is this? Do you know when this video happened?
This is about 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, wow.
Is that Eastern time zone or is that Central?
Yeah, Eastern.
Eastern.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Check that out. Now, can you see it? How your camera sees it?
Yep.
Is it that intense?
Yep.
Yeah, that'd be cool to see.
It's you got to catch it when you see the eruptions off the sun, because that's what these are. It's from the mass ejections from the sun. That's what causes this. You're looking at protons and what not hitting our ozone layer.
Oh yeah, it's just electrifying and protifying, and yeah, it's just doing its thing.
What's that?
I notice that every now and then the northern lights make it down to the south. You know, you hear about the northern lights in the south.
Well, it depends on the direction of how it hits the earth and everything. Because if you look right straight above you, you're not going to see it. You have to look in a distance to see it. You know what I mean? You can't.
Refraction, reflection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah. It's like seeing a rainbow, I imagine, in a way. A little different, but
That is cool.
Yeah, I think on this was taken on the 19th of last month, and it was pretty intense. I mean, through the night it got really good. Nothing like having a buddy with a 12-pack of beer and nice warm mittens to sit there and watch this in minus 10-degree weather.
Oh my goodness.
I wonder if you could feel it. I imagine you could feel that type of energy at some level.
Well, it goes about everything. Right now, the world works on this low frequency, and we're supposed to be looking at that higher frequency.
Yes.
When I go out there and do this kind of stuff, I'm always in the higher frequency. At lowers where the bad people want you to be, that's where they suck that energy from.
Yep.
We're always told to look towards your higher power. Yeah, well, your higher power is a higher frequency.
Absolutely. That's why they're creating all this chaos.
Oh, yeah. And they're benefiting off of it.
Yep.
There's nobody here who's benefited off of anything their whole life when it comes to them people. So some people think they're going to benefit, but karma's got a bad case in life, and I know that from experience.
Yeah.
Look at how intense it is now.
That is awesome. Okay, I need to take another picture.
I mean, at times it looks like it's unreal. It looks like it's fake or something, but it's not. Yeah. It's actual. You'll see falling stars. You'll see planes going over Canada over there go by.
Is this in real time or is it sped up any?
This is real time. I haven't cut none of this video that you're looking at. This, I think I got 190 minutes on it, or 90 minutes on this video.
Yeah.
I was going to do something and put it up.
Yeah, as awesome as it is, I know even the video can't do it justice versus seeing it in person.
Yeah, I left it raw. I didn't doctor it or anything. You know, I could go in and brush it up and stuff like that. But
I mean, you know, just you can see something beautiful in a picture or a video, but I mean, you know, to see it in person, you know,
yeah, I've been seeing
totally
these all
different.
my life, so it's, for me,
Like-
it's nothing new. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? It's just that most of the rest of the world don't get to see it.
No, I don't.
Oh, if you get the Northern Lights in Texas, you know something's up. You know what I mean?
It's the end of the
They
world.
don't fire off too many space rockets.
But did you see the way it kind of moved all the way across it just now?
Yeah, it moves. It moves with whatever is injected at it.
Look, see, there it goes. That is so cool.
Dancing. It's like seeing a frequency.
Hmm.
That's what it is, though. If you think about it, that's what it is.
Al, can you see that from North Dakota? Like that?
I don't know. I don't know how far
You
west it's possible for it to happen.
you have to have a clear line of vision for a long, long ways
Yeah.
to get the best.
Pretty flat.
I know my cousin sees it in Alaska, and she's got people that want paintings done by my daughter. That's why I was taking pictures of it so I can give it to her to
Oh yeah, imagine, yeah.
try to copy.
Yeah,
That's
it's pretty
cool.
much, you need to be on a shroom diet on these things.
Now there has been a couple times where they said that the Northern Lights were happening here in my area, and I couldn't capture it with any type of device that I have, but I could see something, you know. I mean, I could see. I don't know. You just could see it with the naked eye, I guess, from my area, you know. But who knows?
That is so neat.
It definitely wasn't nothing that intense, you know, where you could clearly see something's happening.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I know it's different in a sense, but like static electricity, we've all felt that at some point, you know. We've all rubbed our socks on the carpet and shocked somebody or shocked ourselves, but it just seems like if you could see something visually that intense, that you could.
Can you see this that I'm holding?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
That's a DJI Mini right here. Look
Okay.
how small it is, and the propellers are guarded. Remember that video I played for you that was
Were
flying
you
over
on the
the
beach?
lake? Yeah, it was going across the lake real low.
The lake, yeah.
This was the drone it was shot with.
Oh, that was a good video. Yeah. Okay. So that's what I need to look for.
DJI Mini.
All right.
You can buy just this drone for $199 and fly it with your phone if you wanted to.
How much is the remote?
Well,
Or is it one of those type of deals where you put your phone on it and it's like a screen?
yeah, well, you still got to do that. Or if you go with the good remote, I got an RC2 for this one.
How much does that cost?
You're going to run up to about $600-700
For the whole thing?
For that and the extra batteries. You're
All
going
right.
to probably run about $799. But I'll tell you right now, I mean, you know, It'd be the most fun you ever had.
Yeah, I don't want to be coming in there half cocked. I want to have a couple batteries in the back pocket. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I ain't shutting this down.
I can tell you exactly what it is.
Yeah, I know it can vary. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. But yeah, get like a general ballpark what to look into.
I'm looking right now. I'll tell you with the whole setup here in a minute. This is where I go for mine.
How long can something like that run? Like, is is it hours? How long would something like that run?
Well, you get.
I know it depends.
You get about, I'd say 12, 13 minutes of flying time out of that drone. I mean, it's not
Per battery.
Yeah, because you're talking going out and coming back. It has a return to home for if you lost signal or something, it'll come right back where it took off from. Oh, let me see. Let me go to minis.
Well, I'm gonna ask you again because I know you're pretty kind of like an expert with them type of things. With that particular model, would it have like a feature where I could like program it to, I don't know, I could fly it in a certain route and then it would fly back to the spot where it came back from without me doing anything?
Yep. You do a pre-planned
that's
flight.
perfect. That's what I needed to do. Yeah.
See
yeah, I like that.
But let me find it and I'll send it to you.
That's all the questions I got. That's all I need to know.
The model. Yeah. The RC2 is the one with the built-in screen and the monitor. But with the RCN, then you have to use your phone on that. Where you're looking at. I don't want the case. 2 extra batteries.
Oh yeah, dang. Yeah, I could get some awesome shots or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Got the RNC. Fly More combo. You can get that drone with, you'll have to use your phone on the controller, but you turn your brightness all the way up and usually don't have too much problem staying in the shade. But right now they got a sale at $429 and that comes with 2 extra batteries in the charger and the remote. Extra
the drone, 2 extra batteries, the charger, and the remote for how much?
$429.
What's that through? Their company or somebody else?
Here, I'll put it in private chat.
Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna look into that. That's definitely. I thought about it years ago when the drone hype and all that stuff started kind of taking off. Whenever it was, I don't know. It happens differently in different areas, but yeah. Yeah, I ain't trying to have no spaceship. I don't need to have I ain't trying to have a license or regulations. I'm just trying to take some cool shots. That's all.
There you go. They put it in the chat. That's who I go through. They're the best. I've had no problems with these people. And that's the drone itself. Where you can
yeah.
It's a fun little drone. I mean, it really is. I got a Mini 4 Pro and I got a Bata, which that one is a FPV drone. That's where you wear the goggles and you.
What about overheating? Well, I don't know if you would have an overheating issue, but
I've never had it overheat.
It's just something I thought about being down here, in the summertime.
I've never had it overheat. I know that they on the the one that's like that, but it's the 2 version, the new version they just put out. It's
did.
got vents on it. I know. So I mean, other people might, but I've never heard of anybody having a problem of it overheating.
I yield.
I'm just telling you, I've never ran across anybody in any of the forums, because I belong to some fly forums, chat rooms, whatever you want to call them, that I've never ever heard anybody talk about them overheating.
Yeah. Hey, Ken.
But you, I wouldn't put anything past you. You could probably get that thing heated up.
Yeah, don't test me now.
But it's got all the functions. In fact, you can fly that without it. You can do the where it'll follow you, or do a big circle around you, or zoom out and come back at you. Yeah, you can use it without even.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah. You have a lot of fun with that one right there, and it's a good starter drone. To get to learn how to use the joysticks, and because using joysticks, there's a lot of things you can do by, pulling each lever different ways, and they get it to do some pretty neat stuff, pretty good shots.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Oh, yeah.
Timo. Jerry.
That's
What's going
pretty
on,
intense.
Bonnie?
Let's
What?
move it up.
Evening, buddy. Evening, Red.
What's going on, Human Factor?
Well, look at that. Looks like lightning.
Looks like
Yeah, the way
bombs are going off.
Oh, man, check that out. Yeah. Oh, that energy. Oh, there's a force field right there.
So that's question number 2.
Yeah, this was all in the span of 90 minutes.
That is pretty cool. All right. I was wanting question number 2.
So you could see the water splashing coming up because we turned on the headlights on the vehicle. I think where we could catch that, the waves splashing.
Cool.
So yeah, that's what I'm doing right now is I'm going through cleaning a bunch of videos out. Just where I can go get a bunch more.
Right?
This is, a lot of people don't think of this, but this is an investment.
I would agree with that.
Thousands and thousands and thousands of hours worth of this pictures. I mean, millions of pictures that I got that are my grandchildren's that they can do with whatever they want and make money any way they want with them. It's an investment. You ain't going to repeat this ever again, what you're looking at. None of them are the same. It's one of a kind. When you shoot something, that's one of a kind.
Yeah. So
yeah, that was shot. I'll show you what it was shot with. It was shot with this camera right here.
Nice.
Just real small.
Yeah.
This I can stick on my bikes, my scooter, motorbike, whatever. Sits on the dash of the car even sometimes.
There you go.
I'm not allowed to ride scooters anymore ever since the Segway incident.
I got a brand new one I haven't even rode yet. What'd you do? Drop one of them?
Nobody was seriously hurt, allegedly.
I thought it was another person down there.
Yeah, I'm down here. What, below
No,
me?
yeah,
I don't see nobody.
you've
I
got
don't see nobody under me.
something you were wanting to share, I guess, or something. There's a picture of something down there.
It's down there.
Here, I'll put us both on the bottom bunk.
Oh yeah, it's a video. Y'all were talking about drones. It's a video a short video that my son did several years ago back when he was in Tennessee.
Okay.
About 2 minutes long. Let's start playing.
So solar flares cause the noise.
Okay.
You could.
Does it keep stopping on y'all's end?
Yeah, it's my StreamYard.
Good. Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, that's. I
But yeah,
haven't been
he
able
was
to
on the side of the mountain and he just had it fly out.
Yeah,
Nice.
that's
Here you
pretty
go,
cool.
Bonnie. That's that little drone right there.
Mm-hmm.
And it may have been stopping because it had music with it, giving it more. What do you call it?
Yeah, like bandwidth.
Yeah, maybe.
Could be.
Using up too much bandwidth.
Yeah. Who knows?
But that camera will serve you good right there. For the price, you can't beat it because, you could go out and spend $20,000.
That is just beautiful. Okay, I gotta get a picture of that too. See.
It don't even look like you're moving.
Mm-mm.
It goes so smooth.
The reflection on the water. That is so cool.
Yeah, I don't know if I could fly mine out low. Gator might try to get it. I'm like, damn, look, we got flying squirrels down here, y'all. First one's on me.
Yeah, like I was saying in chat earlier, my son lost one to an osprey up in South Carolina, and it landed on an island where civilians or even military were not allowed on.
Dang, they nuked him.
Yeah.
Dang.
He had insurance, luckily.
Yeah, you got that option. You can buy insurance and they'll replace your drone.
Yeah, that's probably. I'll probably have to get that.
Yeah,
I'll probably get that program too.
Yeah, they call it the CARE program.
Yeah, they'll probably rename it after I get it.
It's called the We Don't Care program.
I don't know. Someone's getting renamed.
The crash
We've
program.
never dealt with this kind before. Who is this guy?
Yeah, that's something. But yeah, I love being retired. I do. But here lately, we've been working. Lost my best friend this last week. And that was, or I should say Monday. That was kind of painful.
Sorry to hear that.
So I've been more or less just moping around the house here lately.
Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that, George.
Yeah. No more. He was the last one. No more friends. If you ain't already a friend, you're fucked. No more friends. Let's see. I have anything else? Pretty much weeded everything out.
How many of us have them? All right, Bonnie, what you got? Numero dos.
Second question.
Could be. Maybe a statement.
Okay. Gmail will probably get all these answers. Name a living female singer who might shatter glass when she hits a high note.
Oh, shoot. I could think of two of them.
Aretha Franklin.
Yeah, she probably could.
She's not on there.
Really? What
Yeah.
about Whitney Houston?
Nope. Oh, I'm
Whitney.
supposed to go. Man. That annoying.
What about Mariah Carey? What about her? She can hit a high note.
Yes, she's number one.
Huh. I can't believe Whitney Houston didn't make it on there.
Oh, chat's naming people. Hey, Arkwell.
Oh, man, I'm sorry.
No, I didn't see that they were.
What about Elizabeth Warren?
Okay, Dolly Parton is not there. No Elizabeth Warren. Lady Gaga is there.
Really?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, she's number 6. There's 7 of them.
Oh, wow.
Patti LaBelle is not there.
Shoot. I don't know if I can think of another one.
Janis Joplin.
Nope.
No Janis.
Damn, she could scream.
What about
oh, there you go. Cheryl. Celine Dion.
Celine Dion? Okay, yeah.
She's number 3.
I can see her, yeah. What about
I guess this all has to be 80s, 90s stuff or what?
I don't know. No, some of it's Lady Gaga's recent, isn't she?
the other lady, what's her name? Gloria Estefan.
Nope, not on there.
Huh. That might have been my last guess.
Not Dolly Parton either.
Not Dolly. Dang, Dolly.
Not Money. Not Reba.
Shakira.
Nope.
What's somebody else?
Not Whitney Houston.
Not that I would think it, but just because maybe it would be a guess. What about Cher?
Nope. Not sure.
I don't know. Figure what the heck not, you know?
I don't think Cher could sing that high.
I don't think I've ever really heard a Cher song. I've seen her. I don't think I've ever really heard her. No.
Nope. Not Christy. Tina. Nope.
Oh, Tina Turner. Yeah, that was a good guess.
Yep.
Mm.
It was. Yeah, some of these surprise me.
I didn't even think
You're
of Eddie's
asking the
name.
person that couldn't hit no notes.
Yeah.
I know.
Christina Aguilera. Nope.
Yeah, that's a good guess. Christina Aguilera.
Yep.
Mm. Have you heard of the people that's on the list? Have you heard of them?
Yes.
Okay. But that don't really narrow it down, but okay. We can acknowledge that they maybe are real people. All right.
Yes.
How many's left? 3?
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Dang.
Can I give it a go? Hello.
Go ahead, Black Watch. And
Hello,
hello.
Barbara Streisand.
Nope.
That was a good guess. I'll give it to you. That was a good guess. Nobody here would have guessed Barbara but you.
Nope. Not
dang.
Gwen.
That was a good guess. Damn.
How about Pat Benatar?
What's the other lady like Barbara, but not Barbara?
Anybody say Pat Benatar?
Bette Miller?
Not.
Yeah, Bette Midler. I don't know. It's another actress lady that would sing, I think. I can't think of her name.
Jennifer Rush?
Nope.
I don't know who that is, and I would be mad if it was up there because I don't know.
She sang the original Power of Love.
Okay.
You know,
All right.
my heart.
Picking up what you're putting down.
Nope.
Oh, damn. I don't know. That's a tough one.
Kate Bush.
Nope.
Oh, it's rigged. I tell you, it's rigged.
Well, and this is, isn't it public opinion? Don't they ask the questions to the audience and then
What do
go?
they know?
I missed the question.
Yeah.
So,
A
what
female.
women?
Okay. A living female singer who might shatter glass.
Oh,
when
living.
Living.
Oh, heck. Everybody I named was gone.
You didn't know that one yet.
gotta be alive.
Except for Mariah Carey.
Ella Fitzgerald.
Good guess.
She's
She's
gone.
dead though.
Oh, she dang.
Oh, Cheryl got
R.I.P. Ella.
Is she still alive?
No, we lost Ella, bro. Dang.
Cheryl got one of them.
Who she
Ariana
said?
Grande.
Oh, I
Oh,
know.
Ari.
I've heard this question before, and
Ariana.
I never understood why this answer was one of the answers. Taylor Swift.
Yeah, that's one
Really?
I didn't understand either.
Taylor Swift. Yeah, I would have never guessed Swifty.
I'm sorry, I heard this on another channel. That's why I was like, oh yeah, I remember this question.
There's that Spanish opera singer that Freddie Mercury sang with, but I can't remember her name.
That's all of them, right?
Nope, there's 2 more, and she's got to be living, y'all.
Oh, living. Oh, dang, what's the? No, that's way back. What about Madonna? Nobody named Madonna yet. She's still living, I think.
She's not on there.
Dang.
Has somebody already said Mariah?
Yeah, Mariah. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
whether you like her or not, she can definitely hit the high note.
Yep.
I had
Still
stepped away,
living.
so I missed the first questions that they shared in here. I didn't know if that was already answered.
Like, who
Nope.
else could it be? What's the one lady?
Not Katy Perry, not Jewel.
Yeah, that's what I was probably thinking earlier. Katy Perry's.
Not Britney Spears.
Cyndi Lauper.
Oh,
Nope.
I love that.
Yeah, Cyndi Lauper. Girls just want to have fun.
Not Cyndi Lauper.
Darn it. Good guess, though.
Yeah, that was a solid guess.
Who answered these poll questions is what I want to know. Just like on Real Family Feud, I want to know what people they're asking those questions to.
I think this question came out of Nevada.
I'm glad they don't give us 3 strikes. We've been done a long time ago.
Right.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, no.
Not Brit.
Well, no fast money for us.
No fast money.
So one of the Jackson girls in there?
Nope.
Yeah, Janet Jackson.
I
Nope.
think either her or Latoya.
Dang, neither one of them. What about the
Well, if Taylor Swift was one of them, they weren't very good at answering this
Yeah, I know. That's
I know.
what I remember.
I don't know what my guess could be, you know. I could say Bruno Mars at this point, I guess, you know. I don't know.
question.
That's what happens when you have an all-male panel and you ask an all-woman question.
Yeah.
Well, there's women in the chat answering.
Oh, I
Not
need to read the
Joanna.
chat.
Who's the one that sang the duet Whiskey Lullaby? I can't. Oh,
Yeah.
I know it's not a female. Is Boy George on there?
No.
What's her name? Carrie Underwood.
Nope.
hey,
Oh.
Ken, we have to talk.
Reba McEntire.
Mhm.
No.
Oh, yeah, there's one.
Yeah, I only said Boy George because he used to dress up like a girl.
I know. Yeah, he got in a lot of trouble. Him and his got in a hell of a lot of trouble. But anyway.
Y'all give.
We give up. We give up.
We give up. We're throwing up the white flag.
Okay, number 2 was Adele.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Adele. Okay, yeah. I can see that.
And number 4 was Beyonce.
I didn't even think about Beyonce. Yeah, I can see that.
That's one thing about Beyonce. The last thing I think about is her voice. Just
I can see it.
I don't think I've ever heard Adele sing a high note.
I know. That's whenever I saw her name, I was like, Adele.
I mean, that's why I'm questioning who did they send this poll to, because those people did not know what they were talking about.
No.
I know if it's a male, the highest I ever heard was Dimash, and he's not German, but his range is better than Freddie Mercury's.
Yeah, I guess that's the Mariah Carey. It's just who is your favorite singer, I guess.
Was it Mariah Carey that did I don't know the name of the song, but the high note is Divine.
Oh yeah, she does the different Christmas songs.
Yes.
Yeah, she's got I think she's got Christmas albums. I think.
I love her singing. Her and Martina McBride. I really like her.
Yeah.
Hey, Navy Vet.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Navy
Vet?
Vet?
Got a specific voice.
Oh my goodness. Do y'all want number 3?
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. Ladies,
Ladies.
if, if a man plays this instrument, he's probably good at making love.
I'm not going to answer this one because I already know most of the answers from another channel, so I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
That's why I said ladies. So
Let's change this to the woman. What instrument could a woman play that make a man happy?
we all know.
There could be a lot of those.
That wouldn't be easier though.
Yeah.
Gma,
Piano.
that's number 4. George, that's number 2.
Uh,
I'm going to go ahead and say one of them. A guitar.
Guitars coming through the sea.
That's number 1. Yes.
Hey,
It says
really?
man,
Number 1?
gold star.
How about that?
the man, that means that man's good with his fingers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
Well, I like second place anyways because I'm the first loser.
Yeah.
Well, heck, if the guitar's up there, then what about the piano?
Ah, gee whiz there. You don't listen what?
That's what George said. Piano.
There you go.
It's
What?
number 2.
Oh, what's the matter you? You don't say
Forget about it, eh?
about it.
Matter of fact, don't even worry about it.
And Gma said sax.
I would say the flute.
Or if she's on the heavy side, tuba.
Yes, the flute is there.
Yeah, somebody's got to play the tuba.
Tuba.
Number 6.
Yeah.
And Pat said drums, and that's number 3.
I can see that, I guess, yeah. Good hand-eye coordination.
Guitar is an axe.
The cello.
Did someone
Nope.
say saxophone yet?
Yeah,
Yeah.
somebody said sax.
Yeah, that's a good one. Saxophone.
Oh yeah, Scrapper said
Cool
that.
instrument. What about a
Violin.
Violin is number 5.
solid? What about a
Let's see. Y'all got 2 more.
okay, somebody said harmonica already. That's what I was just thinking.
Well, for over in Europe, the French horn.
There you go. Somebody's got to play the French horn.
Somebody.
I
No.
don't even think you have to be French to play it anymore. You can just play it if you want to. They neutralized the French compact now. You can do it your own.
You're on the right track, but not a French horn.
A tuba. No, somebody said that already.
Trombone.
And now Al Bundy's already said harps, like harpsichord.
Yeah, harp. That would be a good guess.
Yes, that's on there.
Right? We're narrowing them down now. Seeing a trend.
You're 7. One
What
more.
about a
One more. What could it
this
be?
one's always tough.
Well, you
A
would think
kazoo?
piano was on there. The
Kazoo,
organ,
yeah.
There you
the
go.
organ would be on there. It's the piano.
Somebody's got to play the kazoo.
Yeah.
Nope, not an organ.
Oh, that's the male question again.
Yeah.
Not a
Trumpet.
band.
That's a
Oh,
good one.
there you go, Cheryl. That's
Cheryl
it.
got it. Trumpet.
That was the last one.
Good one.
I don't know why a trumpet, but okay.
People like it, Bonnie. People like that type of thing. You know, they know you're confident and dedicated to the trumpeteering. You got to sound the trumpet.
Just watch Satchmo play, then you know.
I think I'm gonna get an instrument that'll just motivate me to learn how to play it.
Like a radio.
Yeah, I've mastered that so far.
Just turn the switch on. My aunt was good at playing a bunch of different instruments, but especially the piano and the organ. Man, she taught. She was a music teacher
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
for the high school, and she played in all kinds of different things, plays. But yeah, she was awesome.
Yeah, almost all of my family has played some kind of musical instrument.
Me, I play an instrument like I ain't got arms. In other words, I can't play.
Yeah.
I played the flute in school for years. Still have it. Well, that's a man question too.
what you got?
Okay. We asked 100 men, name a place you would never take a first date.
Never take a first date.
Home.
Yeah.
Over to my ex-wife's place.
Oh my gosh, George, that was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That was number 7, the last answer. Home.
Parents' house.
Well, that's kind of what I meant.
Oh,
Parents' house, yes, that's on there. Number 3.
How about a ball game? Baseball, football. Some don't like it. I don't know.
Sports, tractor pull. Yep.
McDonald's.
To a strip joint.
McDonald's isn't on there. Yes, George, that's number 1.
Yeah.
Well, ask me. I've taken out a lot of women. I can tell you. I can probably name them all.
how about that? Number 1.
I got slapped every time I took them there.
Yeah.
It happens.
I
It
just
happens.
can't. I've been with the same woman for 50 years.
It's even worse when your ex is the one working that night. You know, it makes it even more awkward. You know,
Yeah.
you can't plan these things; they just happen organically some type of way.
Family reunion.
Mm.
Nope. No funeral, no family reunion.
What? Not a funeral?
Wait.
Court.
A bar or a dance class that's on there. It's number 4.
How many left? One more?
I don't know. It's only one left.
1, 2.
2 left.
I'm kind of surprised at one of the answers.
A wedding.
That's got to be a strip bar then, right? Some guy said strip bar.
George said strip bar.
Oh, did he? No, that's a guy.
Yeah.
Half right.
What about a reunion?
Nope.
I don't know. Some of these places I thought were kind of good ideas. Now I know maybe not so much.
Yeah.
It's questionable, I guess.
Yeah, and Lisa. Number 1, strip joint.
You know?
Motel.
No motel.
Wow.
I guess that would be considered home because it has a slash bed. So
Oh, yeah.
I guess that would be
It's
in there.
optional, you know.
And there's my ex.
Depends on your
Wrong
property
answer.
tax. Oh, heck, I don't know. A birthday party.
Nope.
I don't know. It's probably going to be something wild. Probably something I probably did. That's
Stag
probably why it
party,
didn't work. It's
bring
kind of like a psychological exam in a way.
Never take her shopping on the first date.
Yeah, there's a good
Yeah, there you go. I'll vote for that one. We'll put that on there.
Oh,
You
you
might
give
be
her your
broke by the
brother's
time-
name.
We'll make that the new number one.
It's not up there.
Dang.
Mary, I think you might be a little behind.
Yep.
No, I think she's right. That's probably the answer for this question.
Cheryl makeover's not there.
No.
Give.
I give
Uncle.
up.
Okay, number 2 was a tacky restaurant. I guess McDonald's could be considered tacky restaurant.
Yeah, I guess so.
Not
Yeah.
a kid playground.
I don't think of it as a restaurant. Mm,
It's just a place. They have stuff.
I was taking her there so she could get on the playground.
There you
and
go.
number 7 was church.
Huh.
That's the one that kind of what? I mean, I would take that as a first date. I would be cool with it.
Guess it would just depend, you know.
Well, if that's where you want to go on our first date, I don't want to go. And
Well-
hey, don't get me wrong. I believe in God. I just don't believe in church.
My first date's not going to be lucky.
Number 1 was the strip joint.
Yeah, you got that right, Al. That would be a great idea.
Do people really date anymore? I
Especially-
hope so.
Especially when you turn to her and say, "Can you break a sawbuck?" No, no,
Yeah,
yeah.
definitely don't want to go all in on the first meal neither.
It's when she's asking you, "Where are we going tonight?" And you're trying to slip her a $5 bill.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Is GMA still here?
She's Googling the last answer.
Yeah.
I think she was a few minutes ago. She was.
GMA, are you still here?
Next question.
She had to walk the cats.
Because she's going to so be all over this question. If she's still here. All right. I don't think she's still here. We asked 100 women, name something you do at the beach if you lost your bikini top.
Something you do with what when you've lost it?
Something you do at the beach if you lost your bikini top.
Beach.
Cross your arms.
Yep.
Climb up. No.
Cross your arms is number 2.
Lay flat down.
Flaunt them.
To what?
Flaunt them.
Flaunt them.
Yeah, just show it off.
How about get into the water?
Show some pride, right?
Wait. Yes, getting in the water is one of the answers.
You know,
Wrap yourself in your towel.
Pat, towel, yes, that's number 1.
I'm Virginia.
how
Hey,
about
Virginia,
suntan lotion?
the Macarena.
The Macarena, yeah, I would encourage that. Who said that?
Virginia. Who
I knew
knows?
it. That was a Virginia answer. I knew it. I would encourage anybody to stop what you're doing right now and do the Macarena.
Would stop
but
chasing
yeah,
the
but there's
guy.
not.
Stop chasing the guy that stole your top. Be one of them.
Pat says use coconuts, but aren't
There
the
you go.
coconuts already out?
Could
Okay,
be.
I'm gonna count that as one of the answers because it's cross arms / cup boobs.
How about
I like it.
hail a cab? Yeah.
Good.
And
Probably get a free fare.
I imagine so. Free car
I
wash.
hope so. You know.
Yeah.
Somebody said flaunt it, didn't they?
Yeah. Show it off.
Yes, that's on here.
There you go.
Number 4.
So we just need one more.
No, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Wow. Must be a big beach.
It is. Obviously, it wasn't a nudist beach.
Yeah.
No, that's a good answer, Cheryl, but it's not on here.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Let's do it cave woman style.
Turn over and lay in the sand, face down.
Yeah.
There you go.
No.
What?
I don't know. What would they do?
There you go, Cheryl. Seaweed.
Seaweed.
Make a seaweed bikini.
Trying to be like the Little Mermaid or something.
Mm-hmm. I could see that happening. That's doable.
I want to know how she lost her top.
Yeah.
You know, we don't judge. These things happen.
It does happen. Are the bottoms? If you dive in the water cups just right, it happens.
There's cuppage. There is cuppage in the water.
I've heard that.
When you're more aerodynamic than the water, it can happen.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay, we got one. Oh, we didn't get that one. Or that one. Or that one. Okay, 3 more.
3 more. How many total answers were there?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Wow.
Holy mackerel.
That's too many.
I'm running out of uses for covering.
They polled too many women. They just need to poll 50.
I don't know
why
how
you women are confused when you got 8 things to choose. When you lose your top,
hop in one of them garbage cans they have on the beach, you know, and kind of duck down into it, I guess.
Well, that's some of them are kind of stupid. Okay, we're gonna give up, right?
Yeah, I give up.
So one of them is run home, which is no, I
was thinking that. I just didn't want to say it.
Man, if I'm at the beach, I'm hundreds of miles away.
Yeah, I didn't want to say it.
Are you getting slapped in the face? Okay, never mind. But running home is not an option. And another one is cry or scream.
Yeah, I can see that.
Wow.
And the last one was blush.
Of course. You know, this isn't my first rodeo. It happens.
I would have thought a beach umbrella would be in there somewhere. But
Yeah, beach umbrellas.
No umbrellas.
Was there? Oh, I didn't know.
They don't support the umbrellas.
Yeah.
And usually there's one of the bathrooms nearby. I could have ran in there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you always bring an extra T-shirt or something. You never know, especially when you know you're going to be around water. You know.
Right.
Just go picking up jellyfish.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why they carry the big floppy hats.
Yeah.
It's keeping the sun off of you.
Yeah, the bigger and the floppier, the better. You know, it's like the Kentucky Derby of beachwear now. You gotta have the big floppy hat. You've made it.
But seriously, when we were down in Galveston fishing, I was like, I gotta have a hat. And it worked. Just
Oh yeah,
keeping the sun out of your eyes and
you gotta have a hat.
strategically placed sand dollar. Yeah, I can't make the faces he makes. There was one. Oh my goodness, I can't remember what it was now. Oh. Yeah. Sand dollar. Gma, we were looking for you.
$10 don't come that big.
See, she went and warmed up a honey bun with a piece of bologna on it.
Yeah, something else that would have been a good answer on there. Seashells.
Seashells by the seashore. Where they at? They used to talk about them. Where'd they go? Exactly.
Oh, you're fine. Ran to do dishes.
What song comes to mind with that, Bonnie?
What? Running to do the dishes?
No, what you were asking a question about. She wore an itsy bitsy teeny weeny yellow polka dot.
Oh.
A rather old song from the 60s.
Left little to the imagination.
Yes.
Yep.
That's the ones you stay away from.
Hey, Garrett. All right. Y'all want another one? This has only got 4 answers.
Yeah.
Name a word or phrase that begins with the word double.
Is this the same question on the beach?
No.
Oh.
Okay, double indemnity.
Double
No.
vision.
No. Should be there.
Double
Double
U.
mint.
There you go, Watt. That's number 3. 3 more to go.
Double jeopardy.
Double Jeopardy.
Good guess.
2 more to go.
Oh, that's a good one from Cheryl.
Yep.
Double
Sure.
decker.
Cheryl was on it.
Double
Dang, Cheryl, give somebody else a chance.
double crossed.
Cheryl
Sure.
loves the doubles.
Oh, that's a good one.
Nope, not double cross.
Wow.
Double
Double
vision.
entendre.
Well, like Annalisa said, a double wide.
Wait, what'd George say?
Double vision.
No.
Damn.
And then what? You said what?
I don't even remember. I was just saying stuff. I was just thinking what I wanted, really. Double everything. I guess a double cheesecake. I don't know.
Double tail, double header. No.
Which brings us to
Double Whopper.
Double cheeseburger. Yeah.
There you go.
Nope.
I don't like those people they polled.
How about chinned?
Double
They
chin.
must have polled the same people they did with that had the Taylor Swift in that other answer.
They did. They
did.
were.
Not double feature. Man, the first one I thought of is number one. Y'all
Nobody's
have-
got it yet.
no.
Double.
Oh, man.
How about
Double life.
And you girls should know it.
The girls should know it. Double something.
double?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. A double.
Walking in and you look at him and you say, "Oh yeah, he's double."
Oh, yeah.
Trouble.
Trouble.
There you go.
Double trouble. Dang, that is a good one. Yeah. That's number
There-
one.
Yes.
Double trouble.
Well, Navy,
Get them every time.
Navy says
Okay,
double
one
date.
more.
Yeah, double date.
No, that's not on here. That should be.
That's an honorable mention.
I
Double.
just want to know if they polled on these questions.
Right,
I
T-Mom.
was thinking double feature, but it didn't make the cut either.
Double indemnity for those.
Nope.
See, this is the one that should have had 8 answers. You know what I mean?
And the last one, you men should know it.
What you got?
That ain't the one that Navy Bed already put in there, is it?
I don't think
It was
so.
up a back around 2 minutes ago.
Oh, there's still one more?
Yes.
Oh, man. Double stacked.
Oh, Anthony, you're close.
Double lot. Somebody said.
Oh, double down.
Double
There
down.
you go. Double down.
Double down. There you go. That's a good one.
Double your fun. Cheryl. Yes.
Mm.
Double teacup.
Cups.
You men and those. I swear.
Did we get them all on that?
Yep. That
Oh,
was all.
Pokemon. We got them all.
Hell, I was just thinking of more like double time or
No.
Double time.
You're double timing it, buddy.
Double dip.
Yeah.
You know, some people frown upon it.
Right, Mary.
Or with your copy, a double. Double.
All right. We'll go ahead and do another one. If y'all get tired, tell me. Okay, fill in the blank. My wife is like ice cream. They both blank.
Melt.
My wife is like ice cream. What?
That's the first thing I would have
Um,
thought.
I'm
Nope.
not gonna. I'm gonna be like Navy Bed. My mind's gonna be in the gutter. I'm gonna say, taste sweet.
Yep.
Yes, sweet is. Where'd it go? Sweet is number 2.
Ice cold. Hey, Watt should know that's when hell he had the ice cream problem.
Cold is in there. Cold is number 3.
What's the question?
It's an ice cream question.
It goes from one extreme to the other, sweet to cold.
Hey, Andy. Tempting, sticky. Nope.
Not sticky.
No.
What was the question? I missed the question. I'm sorry.
My wife is like ice cream. They both blank.
Oh shoot! They're both a rocky road. Uh,
Nope, not moist.
no moisture. No moisture whatsoever.
Creamy.
There you go.
Creamy. There you go.
Okay, so there's two more answers.
Uh,
Number one and the last one.
I don't know.
John Dunnan said a good one.
Where's John? Soft. Nope.
Nope.
Not smooth.
Chunky.
Nope.
Nope. Hey,
You got that rocky road on your mind.
Different.
I like it. I like it a little bumpy sometimes, you know. Lets me know the tires are still working.
Good to see you. We already had cold.
Shoot.
Everybody deserves to be loved.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
Hmm.
They're both cold.
Y'all give that?
Yeah.
Number one answer was delicious.
Dang. Yeah. You better say that if you're married.
And the last answer was lickable.
Oh, there you go. Nice. I can see that.
I could too.
I hate to see the people they surveyed for some of this.
That's what I'm saying.
That's why we have our own imaginations, you know. We can self-aid our own imaginations.
All right. Since I got all you men up here. Name something a man has that he loves to show off to other men.
What?
Tools.
That's number
Yep, that's a
3.
good one. Car.
So yeah, I guess that would be Sweet Wheels. Yep.
Yeah.
That's number
What about
Pew. Nope, that's not on there.
about a new grill?
Nope.
House.
Nope.
Oh, wife.
Yeah, I'd say
There
that
you
if
go.
you're married.
Look, I got a trophy wife or something, you know.
Smoking Babe is number 2. There you
There
go.
you go. Smoking babes.
Damn, there's one higher than that.
Hey, she's hot. Hotter than hot. That's smoking.
The car was higher than the wife.
Oh,
Yeah.
the car was number 1.
Some people would say that, yeah.
Yeah, this is a guy one, right?
Yeah. It happens.
Yeah.
You know.
It's the order is right then.
We make bad decisions sometimes, you know.
2 more. And nobody in chat has got it yet either.
What about a new lawnmower?
Nope.
Dang.
Something to show off to other men
Something to show off to other men.
that he loves to show off. Yeah. Wife's cooking, house, Harley, dogs, watches, power tools.
I don't know.
Power tools is on there, but we said that, didn't we?
Yeah, Watt said tools.
That's what I thought. Okay. Got power tools.
Oh no.
Business cards, children, boat,
His
Nope.
job.
tattoo. Nope.
Yeah, I was thinking boat.
His toys, yeah.
A fish. They went fishing. He's showing them the fish.
Nope. Oh, Navy vet got it. One
What
of them
was
is money or bank
Money.
account.
Yeah, I ain't showing nobody that. Who are these people?
Right?
Matter of
And
fact, let me hold $1,000 if you're gonna show me.
There's one more.
Shh.
That's already been said, Anti.
What are they trying to show? What are they talking? What are these guys talking about? What are we talking about at the water coolers, fellas? What are we talking about? Hey, we done named it all.
You want a hint?
Yeah, give us a hint.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's something physical, but not down low.
Hey, not down, man.
Their physique.
They're muscled.
There you go.
Yeah, they're
Muscles or
physique.
six pack. Yep.
Okay, let's see that in some realms. Oh nah, bro, you got the 6-pack, but check this out. I got the 8-pack, bro. You ain't got the 8-pack. My abs have abs.
My brother's got a 6-pack tattooed to his belly.
There you go. 6-pack for life.
Yeah.
Sounds
He says it's all bought and paid for.
just when we were down there deciding that there was going to be a tree house on 3 of the trees that are set up just perfect for that. My son-in-law was standing next to me, and I said, "All right, I can't resist." And I poked his belly, the little Pillsbury, and he goes, "I know I'm fat." I said, "No." Got a little belly. Nothing wrong with a little belly. I had a 6-pack, but I drank it all.
All right, you only get one guess. When the human is tired, what does he say?
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you for coming up, George.
Adios.
You take care.
Alrighty.
Leave
Yeah,
it at.
I'm gonna have to hop down too. I got to get up tomorrow and go to work.
I understand. Thank
I
you
hate
for
when we
coming.
have to do that.
I enjoyed having you.
All right, y'all all have a good night.
You too, Ken.
You too, buddy.
V. Forgot to put the link for you. Wait, why didn't that happen? Just in case Virginia wants to come up.
Wait a minute, get Ken back. He lost his top. Ken.
See you, Indy. There's the link if you want to come up. Are we done playing? I think we're done. That was kind of fun. I wonder who else did it. I didn't know somebody else did a Family Feud.
I did not know what could speak Italian. Buongiorno. Too.
I bet Watt could surprise you in a few ways.
I don't think he has enough space left up in his notepad.
Many qua.
I just had to reschedule my hot yoga class for tomorrow.
Hot yoga.
Yeah, I had to reschedule.
Oh, okay. I did not know that, Al. Thank you. I don't know if Trump spoke tonight. I don't know. What was this? Cheryl, help me out. What was the question? That funniest one that he asked? I think it was, what candy bar reminds you of your bedroom or something, or I don't know. Yeah, so they got, whoa. And it's so funny, the answers, they just, as soon as he finishes asking the question, just pop out there. And it's usually something so far out there, but it's like, did you really just say that? What's his name that does the Family Feud? Darn it.
Steve Harvey?
Yeah, him. Steve Harvey. He's funny anyway. I like him. He's probably a bad person, but
yeah, he's good for that type of yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the few game shows like that besides like Wheel of Fortune and Jeopardy just kind of withstood over the years. You know, they brought it back a few different times, a few different hosts, you know, but
yeah. Richard Dawson was the best host. Yeah, Mary, his face. He's like, don't want to come visit you. He just says it.
who's that?
Steve Harvey. With their answers.
Oh, Richard Dawson, he was wild too.
Yes, John. That's what I was telling my son-in-law today. It was like, do you hear about the wanting a man and woman from each state to participate in something with the 250th anniversary? It's some kind of an Olympic game or something, isn't it?
Yeah, You gonna sign up for it?
No. And he said, I haven't heard anything about that. Where'd you see that? And I said, it's on their website. You
Yeah,
go
it's
to
on the website. Yeah, the
200 something.
I think it's called the Patriot Games.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but yeah, it's on the official 250.us or 250.gov website. They've got a whole list of things, and things are like happening, have already happened, and are continue happening. Like as like history as the year goes on, different historical events that happen in certain time in certain cities. They'll have like reenactments of certain things or certain events. Like here locally, at one of the historical places, they're having an event, and it's supposed to be simultaneously with like so many different historical
cool.
sites are going to be having this event at the same time. So I thought about maybe going and checking it out. I forget what they called it, but yeah, that's going to be here Sunday. I forget. They said it's supposed to be happening at 70 something or 90 something different other locations at the same time.
Dang. And on the website, they probably have a list of.
Oh yeah,
all over
yeah.
the
It goes down and breaks it down where everything's happening, if anything's happening near where you may be, state by state.
Because it seems like Trump had said he wanted to see a world fair or some kind of fair in every state or something.
Yeah. There's going to be different events. I mean, they're even, from my understanding, they're going full speed ahead with. I don't know if any of y'all watch UFC, but they're supposed to be having a UFC fighting match at the White House. I think it's scheduled to take place on the South Lawn. I think that's what it said in the reports. I think that's supposed to happen sometime in July. Not on July 4th, but I think somewhere like a week before, like a week after, somewhere around in there, they have it scheduled for.
Yeah. And that's what I told my son-in-law. Doesn't that kind of sound like the Hunger Games? And he goes, oh, now you're pushing it too far. And I'm like, whatever. I'm just saying.
There'll only be one winner. But yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, there'll be different events all throughout the year. New stuff they're adding, I'm sure. New ideas, different stuff, I'm sure, to remember history or mark history.
Oh, cool. Pat, I want to go to that. Fort Worth 7, the cattle drive. That would be cool.
Yeah. Tributes from every district. You got it. Make sure you put your tributes in first. Yeah. There's going to be different things.
No.
I think Black Watch would step up and take one of our places. Wouldn't you, Black Watch?
Haven't really thought about it, tell you the truth.
It's something you should be thinking about, you know? It's happening. It's coming. I may have to volunteer you for the tribute.
No.
Be the South Canadian correspondent. Yeah, I know, right? The Economist, that's one of those type of publications. They always have an interesting cover.
I haven't seen or heard of that.
Yeah, it's a publication. I forget how long it's been out. It's been years. But yeah, they always have interesting like covers or different interesting artwork on the when they come out. I forget how often they come out. I don't know if it's like weekly or monthly. I don't know. Might not even be that many. I don't know.
Is it the one for this week, Andy?
I think it might be just a yearly thing.
Okay, for the 26th. The World Ahead 2026, illustrated by Andrew Ray,
The world ahead.
portrays a chaotic, divided world dominated by Donald Trump's return, featuring a split hemisphere map highlighting geopolitical tensions, AI, and environmental stress. Key themes include the post-phone era, AI in everyday life, weight loss pill proliferation, and economic fragility.
Sounds like a script to an upcoming summer blockbuster. Man,
Right?
what's that one thing you said? What'd you say? The post phone era?
Post-phone. Yeah. I don't see the picture. Let me see if I can find it on the computer.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah.
It's so chaos and mayhem. Nice.
Man,
Huckleberry.
yeah, that's a wonderful cocktail.
Isn't that kind of what's happening?
I know some stuff. I mean, ultimately, everything affects everything. I guess ultimately, some things could be definitely more polarizing. You know,
2026.
of course, if you're living on the side of a mountain nowhere and haven't lived in society for the last 25 years, you don't even think about none of this type of stuff. You know.
Oh, wow. Okay. Let's see if it'll share this. I've been having some trouble with sharing anything tonight.
Be careful. Did it happen?
I'm still working on it.
Okay. It happened.
It looks like it might work. It's there. Y'all see it?
Oh, there we go. We got something coming.
Let me see if I can
There you go.
see if I can. Uh-oh. Did I just mess up? Okay, there we go.
Nice.
Is
Nice
there a way to
imagery.
unlock?
I do self zoom. I don't know how to
Ooh,
do it on your end.
there we go. Is that showing better for y'all? Man, I see a hand sticking up with handcuffs on it. Boy, there's a lot to break down on this thing. A whole lot.
Oh yeah. All of their covers are like that. They always have a bunch of different stuff or whatever I guess the trending topics may be or what's being forecast.
Oh, look, it'll get even bigger. Whoa.
Yeah, be careful.
Oh, that's a army tank. Got our
Gotta have more tanks.
swords,
Just gotta.
the cake, the remote. It's weird.
Well,
There's
let's have something to eat. You said there'll be cake in the future?
there's cake on there.
I'll take it.
There's pills laying around everywhere. Why is
All right,
that?
I don't want the cake. No, I don't want the cake, but that's a different type of cake. That ain't a dessert. No. It won't
Syringes.
even be cake. Yeah, no, you don't. Yeah. Man.
There's one little robot over here.
No, that might be the human. That's how the humans look in the future.
This remote has a cord with it looks like a brain on the end of it.
Oh yeah.
And
You didn't think they were done away with the cords once they took them off the wall, did you? No, they just went wireless. They're wireless cords.
that is just crazy. Huh. So they kind of, the economists, are they like, do they make fun of stuff, or what's the,
Just forecasting, I guess.
I lost for a second there. What, how can you see that? Not what. I don't know. Interesting times where you're in. Predictions, almost like it's all planned out or something. Indeed. Yeah, I think that about a lot of things. I think that
Yeah.
everything happening right now has been planned for so long that they have just slowly built up to this where we didn't actually notice it until it became full-blown blah.
Yeah. Long before I was thought of, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Any of us, really.
Yeah. And that's, I see it all combined together, even. And I don't think it's one little thing. I don't think it's just immigration. I don't think it's just ICE. I don't think it's just whatever's going on up there in the White House. That all the people that they keep trying to get to step down so that the government is closed, and the Democrats are pissed at Schumer because he won't agree to something, but what he won't agree to, I kind of agree with. And I'm like, I know I'm not supposed to agree with him on anything, but, and that's just it, is sometimes they will say something and I'm like, that's a good idea. But if you actually say that, and I just did it, probably lose 50 subs tonight, but if you actually say that, then oh no, you've turned liberal or whatever. And that's what, who was I talking to earlier? And I said it used to did not be such a ditch between the two parties. You looked at who was best for the qualified for the position, and that's who you voted for. It wasn't a big thing. So that, I think, has been done on purpose also to get us divided even more and argue more. Right?
Yeah, it's like I think it was Nebraska. I think it was during the Great Depression times. I want to say during the mid to late 20s. I think they restructured their whole state government and just did away with the two-party system. You know,
Yes. Who did you just say did that?
that was Nebraska.
Nebraska?
It could have been in the early 30s, but I want to say it was mid to late 1920s.
Yeah. It seems like some state just did that recently, though. Can't remember. I don't know where I just saw that.
That's, I guess the interesting and I guess maybe the timing of it kind of makes sense during that time. Maybe the Great Depression, they just kind of felt like, you know, they was getting screwed over by both parties in Washington. So let's just say, let's just make a uni party for the state. You
Yeah.
know, which that makes sense. With it, what everybody and what the country was dealing with during those times.
Yep.
I mean, and besides our ability to connect and communicate the way we're doing now, some things aren't really so far different, or we're not so far removed from some events of, let's just say, 1926. We're in 2026 allegedly, but we're so far apart. But in some ways, we're not so far apart. Some
Yeah.
things change and some things never change.
And some things never change.
That's just my opinion. Even us as people or individuals, there's things about ourselves that's totally different from 10 days ago or 10 years ago. But some things are still the same regardless. If we met somebody we knew 20 years ago, we would
Yeah.
still have that same characteristic or thought, maybe, you know?
Well, and that's what I said when I started hearing about all this stuff and this big plan and in 1984 and all this stuff. I was like, okay, so if this has been going on for at least 100 years, probably more, whoever plotted this, came up with it, whatever, is really kind of a genius, because to know how people would react, how their emotions would work, everything. And I know that there are people who do that, people who just study the behaviors of people. We probably have them watching right here on YouTube, watching how we react to certain things, how we get along with each other, our comments, what triggers us, what, what makes this person actually say a comment, or um
I have
and
to admit, I have been watching you from some time, and you humans are quite an interesting species. I will admit this. But yeah,
and
no
that's
doubt.
where I
But I
think
mean, when you control certain aspects of the system, it may seem far fetched, but over time, the gradual progression of things, you just you can't set the house on fire instantly. You know what I mean? It starts with slow little embers, slow little trickles.
yep. And when they say, they're putting certain people in groups or in a box. This is your box. This is your box. This is your box. What we need to do is start flip-flopping around. Quit saying the same comments, quit saying the same beliefs, the same opinions or whatever, and just confuse the crap out of it, whatever it is. I think that's the way to fight it. Is don't give them the results that they want. Excuse me. Is that crazy?
I don't know. Maybe. Who says it's bad to be crazy sometimes? I don't know. Could be crazy. You could be crazy in a good way. You could be crazy passionate. You could be crazy about your wife, your husband, your children, or a hobby.
Yes,
You
but
don't have
we're
to
the
be.
rebels.
You don't have to be in a straitjacket crazy.
But
Some
we're the
people may do both. They can handle it. I don't know.
true. But we are the rebels. And it's I'm gonna do it and see what happens.
There you go.
So if I start sounding all liberal or whatever, y'all can think what you want to, but I'm just gonna I'm gonna try and mess with the algorithms.
I think I'm gonna learn Japanese. That'll really confuse them. I'm like, dang, the Sasquatches. They've done picked up a different language. They're learning, sir. They're learning. Look at them.
Jerry, why are we weirdos? Keep getting Ben Shapiro ads. Shouldn't his balls drop by now? I don't know. Crazy. But more than anything is your soul. They want your soul. Don't let them have your soul. I'm glad I'm not normal. Jerry, we are not normies.
Yeah, I don't even know. I don't know what it means to be those things.
Who judges what's normal?
I don't know. It's not just a one size fits all type of thing.
Yeah. Jeanette's gonna be some wild senior. Al, my friend and I have talked about racing wheelchairs for years and years and years. When we grow old, we're going to be the troublemakers in the nursing home. Well, I'm not going to a nursing home ever. I'll run away before that happens. But, excuse me, it was our plan to be the troublemakers, definitely, for sure. Never change. But now they got needles to keep you from doing that.
Well, that's where the wheelchair comes into play. You got to get fast with it. You got to outrun them.
I
Got to
wonder
get
if
you
you're
some
allowed,
leather gloves with the fingers cut out. You get some
right?
good traction.
I wonder if you're allowed to have a radio in a nursing home. Crank it all the way up.
There you go.
Get here. What?
Mm-hmm. playing the best of the 1900s. The golden 1900s.
There you go, John.
Yeah, you don't want to be known as the pudding eating champion of Shady Acres. You know?
Yes, Al. Don't follow the arrows. Go against them. Just keep pushing. Keep pushing back. And then you got it made.
Yeah.
Hey, Virginia.
Yeah. You put
Okay.
directional arrows down, that's just a waste of paint, you know?
Yeah. TVs are way loud in nursing. Well, we have to
They don't
just.
even do no good driving. They make these signs glow in the dark, and the people still can't figure them out.
Well, pretty soon they're just going to have a Neuralink. You can do headphones, iPod, or whatever the headphones are in a nursing home, but
Oh,
voice
yeah.
technology and Neuralinks, no one else will hear it. It'll all be in your head. It'll be wonderful. The voices will
Mhm.
fight each other. The radio stations will fight each other.
Just watch old episodes of Jerry Springer in your mind, you know? Nobody
Yeah.
even knows it.
Right. I would go for Maury.
Yeah. Oh,
It's Jerry. Well, I'm going to the beach and die, not the woods. The beach. I want the ocean to be my last sight. I'm a crab.
Well, it's kind of like, what do you want your carcass to be eaten by? On the beach, it'll be slow nibbles. In the
I want
woods,
a
warm
shark
air and fun.
chomp me up.
Yeah, shark.
okay. Straight to the point.
What do you want to feed? Hmm.
Sea life.
Ooh.
I mean, what's the difference in a shark or a bear? It's,
Yeah,
it's not going to feel good either way.
you better be gone already. But
I know. Oh, I'll be gone already.
I mean, that's dark, but
Yeah, you don't want that to be your near-death experience and you wake up, man.
Right. What do you mean you saved me and I don't have a leg and an arm? What?
So nobody checked my pulse during all of this mayhem and chaos. How did y'all even get me here? How am I at the beach and I'm still alive?
man, there is almost nothing freakier than the videos and testimonies of people who have woken up in the morgue, like sit
I
straight
know.
up. That is crazy.
It would mess me up. I know it would.
Mm-hmm.
I'm already claustrophobic.
My son-in-law was telling me, of course, it's not quite the same, but he was telling me in Hungary, they have to put you on life support for 48 hours to make sure, even if you're brain dead, everything, to make sure that it's not going to start functioning again. And I said, really? They don't do that here.
It's
And he
got a
said,
real strict life insurance policy over there. Make sure you ain't faking that one.
But I have been telling the girls all along, if y'all think I'm gone, you leave me laying there for 3 days to see if I really am or not.
Yeah, a lot of cultures do that.
In
Actually,
the old days, I know. Yeah. And that's because I've been seeing it. But once they embalm you, that's it. There's no chance. But I don't want that to happen either.
Yeah.
I need to put that in writing.
Our The way we do that here is just really weird. The whole everything. But yeah, I've seen in foreign countries. There was this one little girl, I think she was a 3-year-old girl, at the church in the casket, having her funeral, and she sat up.
Mhm.
And
Oh man, that would be horrible.
I
Yep.
know it. The
I'd get
parent,
the hell out of there. I ain't even gonna lie.
well, she wasn't dead.
I know, but in the moment, you just don't think that. You're thinking, what the hell's going on?
Mhm.
Man, I don't know.
Yeah, Cheryl and Mary, you're hitting on something there for sure. I
Yeah.
used to have the organ donor thing checked, and then I started hearing too many freaky stories about when it is checked, they just let you go. And yeah, Mary, parts are very lucrative.
Yes.
Oh, I bet.
Mine are all full of smoke. They don't want them.
They want to study my bones. I know it.
Hmm.
Oh my goodness, John. Buried alive for 7 hours?
Yeah.
Dad?
Oh.
Yeah, they're gonna have to let me sit in the living room or something for a couple of days and make sure I just ain't taking a good nap. You know,
Hmm.
it'd be horrible.
I'm working on my granddaughter. She's got organ donor on hers. And I'm like, please take that off. And she's like, why? And I said, because they'll make sure that they get what they want.
Hmm.
Just take it off.
Yep.
Just get cryogenically frozen.
Yep. Lay you next to Walt Disney.
Yep, me and old Walt down in the
Hey,
crypt.
wouldn't that be something if we all could get frozen and then come back like 30 years later to see what happened?
Just think how different the world was 30 years ago. Like, man, I miss 1996. That was fun.
Yes.
We were there. We were in the 1900s.
Hmm.
Just imagine if it was 1,000 years. You know, man.
Well,
John,
some of the sci-fi movies, the people who are traveling in space and it takes like years to get to outer planets, they put them in those pods, like what do they call it? Stasis or
Yeah, hibernation stasis.
yeah, hibernation thing. Yes. And so maybe the technology is out there. Who knows? Maybe we have seen that and don't know it.
Don't know.
yeah,
There's a lot of questions.
Hmm.
with the way they're so weirdos now, I guess I'd be kind of afraid to be frozen of what they'd be doing in that 30 years.
Hmm.
Just
Well,
like
Could
your
there's
I?
body's state, like how long could it actually like survive, or like what would like what would deteriorate, or I know it'd be frozen to a certain degree or in some type of stasis, but I don't know.
yeah.
What's
And they
going on?
have to test it out to figure out how to thaw them, So
Yeah,
does that testing go down? Who's like that? Yeah, that can go deep in the
and it's
head.
like anything else. If you've never done it, you're figuring that out as you're going along.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Maybe not frozen, maybe not. Yeah, that'd be my luck. I'd be unfrozen like 1,000 years from now. Totally different language. Nobody even looks the same. I don't even know where I'm at.
Yeah. And since you're a giant, you'd be like a god by then.
Yeah, yeah, they would think like I was like I don't even know.
Yep.
They think I was like an ancestral descendant of Bigfoot himself, I don't know. All right, maybe Frozen ain't so bad.
Goodness gracious, John. So they thought you were dead and buried you? John, I'm waiting for the book.
Oh
Okay.
man.
What did he say? You're writing a book.
Yeah.
And how did they know to dig him back up after 7 hours?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Did you have the bell?
Yeah, the bell. Or the bell ringer. Ooh.
Yeah. John, you want to come up and tell your story?
Yeah, you should.
Inquiring minds want to know. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Black Watch.
He's microwaving sausages. Oh man. Mhm.
I don't think he hears.
I don't think he did.
Watch, I'm gonna mute you until you.
Oh man. Oh, there we go. There we go.
There.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on.
damn turkey sausages. Oh.
Jerry, thank you for being here.
Good night, Jerry. Sweet dreams.
Don't forget, you have to talk and act opposite of what you're normal.
All right.
We gotta mess up these algorithms.
Oh.
Don't you
right.
think it'll work, Virginia, if we start talking like different?
I mess mine up as much as possible. Like and it's not just like political type of things, but I watch videos of all kinds all over, and I do think the algo is confused. I really do. You can
But
make it happen the way you click.
Right. But I mean, I'm talking about even the way we talk, the
Mhm.
comments that we make, everything. Just flip it.
Yeah, we could come up with our own language. Then they'll figure it out, so we'll have to keep adjusting the language. But there's something to that, because we know that there's listening models.
Yes.
I love AI. AI is my favorite idea ever. I cannot wait for the new pandemic to hit and for video games to be wired to our brains. That's going to be awesome.
I am so excited for the Golden Dome and the data that they're going to be putting out from these centers. It's
Yep,
going to be amazing.
it's wonderful. I mean, Indy, there's something to that with Pig Latin, but also cursive. it's not being taught anymore, and there are
Yeah.
government jobs where they're trying to hire people who can freaking read cursive to help them.
Yeah,
Shit, like it's crazy.
it is.
It's becoming the new Navajo code talk is cursive.
We used to, it was called gibberish, or that's what we called it, gibberish, something like that. And we would, in the morning before school, we would decide on I can't remember if it was a letter or a word. And that word was mixed with the Pig Latin. Nobody could figure it out. But we all knew what it was. Our little group.
Well, back in the day, we would break it down by syllables and add another sound. So, like Bonnie would be Bogogany, or spelled with a G, pronounced like a J, or and just kind of like break down the words. And you can even add Pig Latin in that, and then throw a different letter sound between the syllables, and
Yeah.
fun times.
Boomhauer.
Yeah, I had a buddy of mine like that in the 4th grade, and me and him used to talk and communicate. I thought it was cool, so I figured out he just really had a stutter, and he talked like that, you know? I thought me and him had like a secret language, you know? Just turns out he just had a real bad stutter.
That's fun.
It's all right, though.
Right. We should all develop Tourette's.
Yeah, I just thought that was our language. I just thought we just said everything twice and loud with occasional cuss word in it, you know? Turns out it wasn't socially acceptable.
Yeah, random words thrown out there. It'll be perfect. Really mess them up. Sausage, you know?
Even our personalities. Okay, everyone keeps telling me I'm too nice. I need to be mean. How do you be mean?
Develop Tourette's.
Tourette's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
it's a noise.
It
Right.
depends, I guess, if you had the mental or the physical version.
Right.
Oh,
There's some
You know.
people that twitch, but a lot of the folks, one of the symptoms is just blurting out just some random statement or word or something in your inner monologue that probably should be left in there, you know?
Mhm.
oh, I got that down. My daughter used to
There you go, see? That's the
yell
thing.
her. She'll come in just, oh.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Bonnie, you might have that down now that I think about it. Yeah.
Another check mark.
F
Winning.
that. Just so
Oh,
retarded.
that's
Mhm.
funny. I think my oldest sister had a friend like that one time. I don't know if that's what she had or I don't know. But yeah.
Well, Asperger's is like that also. They'll
Mhm.
just blurt out and cuss like a sailor.
Judge Wapner.
Coochie Pops.
Yep. Skiddly poop.
Diddly Danks.
Oh, pecan.
Pecan.
I think
Pork chop pie.
Mealy mouth. Oh no. I was fixing to go there.
Yeah, that went too dark, buddy. I'm glad you pulled back. Man. Ooh.
We were slipping.
Mealy mouth.
I like it, Eimer. Random outbursts.
Yeah. Maybe we can do it in chat. Just say ice cream. It would be like, what? What? Oh my gosh, this is gonna be fun, y'all. You know they're gonna be, what is going on with she's done lost it. She's done lost it.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of how the interwebs is anyway. You can't hardly tell.
Just walk up to the middle-aged man standing at the ice cream aisle and say, "Hey, buddy, you come here often?"
Middle-agers.
Got any suggestions? What's your pick of the week? You know? Oh, I don't know. I'm just getting it from my wife. She's on this keto kick. I don't know. I'm still looking.
Oh yeah, when somebody pisses you off, just a food, anything, lasagna.
Right. I love that.
Lasagna, you. Hairy legs.
And that'd be a funny experiment. Just start screaming a random food word in public and see what people say.
Yeah.
Depends on the food too.
Yeah, it does.
You know what I mean?
Mhm.
There's some that'll really get the crowd going.
Footlong.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's one too. They love the foot long. They like it.
More fat.
Oh, mustard would be great, Eimer.
Oh yeah, you start a riot.
Mhm.
Stupid pepperoni.
Yep. Yeah, I hear you, Al. That's when the fighting starts.
Jose Cuervo. You are a friend of mine. And don't forget the worm.
I don't think I've ever eaten the worm out of a tequila.
I haven't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't judge anybody that did that, you know?
No desire to eat the bugs. We sold at the restaurant those suckers with the scorpion in it.
Mm-hmm.
If anybody's ever made it to the scorpion.
That's what I was going to say. I wonder what they did when they got to the scorpion.
Yeah.
But they didn't taste good. Surely they were just like...
Probably why we've never heard the story. Didn't end well.
You're such an avocado.
There's some countries that do eat scorpion, tarantula.
Couldn't eat a tarantula. Heck no.
Yeah. It's so crunchy.
That's too much crunch.
Mm-hmm.
Indy, it hasn't been letting me share anything.
That's like that.
Hey, Yankee.
No.
Ooh, Yankee likes the worm. Good to know.
Let me see if it'll let me. But it hasn't let me share anything tonight. StreamYard doesn't like me anymore. As much as it costs, I shouldn't have any problem at all.
Right. I'll be right back.
Okay. See if I can.
Right.
Just the title, I'm like, oh, this has got to be good.
What's the title?
I can't remember now. It's already. Let me. When narcolepsy meets Tourette's.
Yeah, I think I dated a chick like that one time.
I hope it'll share. Okay, stop playing. Okay. Let's see if it'll do it. It shared pictures, but it hasn't shared videos. Okay, I see it in the thing. Oh. I think it might let me. Do y'all see it?
Yeah, I see a video.
Okay, here we go.
Like two women.
Yep.
My name's Gina. I do have Tourette syndrome. Okay, have you ever heard of that?
I have, yeah.
Sometimes it.
When the other one passes.
Oh my God, are you okay? Oh my. Do you have a heart condition?
No, I've got narcolepsy. Did I just like blank out? Holy shit.
Oh, did you fall asleep? Oh.
Holy cow.
We don't have very much longer on the ride.
Oh my goodness.
Oh man, that would make for an interesting ride.
Right.
Man, imagine being in the back seat with those two. Man, I just be like, man, I think I'm getting out at the next stop.
I wonder if you want on a road trip.
Well, at least the one that was falling asleep wasn't driving, you know?
That would be a fun trip. Right.
Damn.
Narcolepsy is scary, though. Can people with narcolepsy, are they allowed to drive? Like a serious question, because that's.
I wouldn't
The
think
only
so.
thing,
I don't know.
yeah,
Because I know my buddy
'Cause-
Chad, he passed away, but for a period in his time, he had real bad seizures, and they were like kind of random. And he went through some type of treatment or some type of medication, and he fought and fought and fought. Eventually, he stopped having them for a long enough period of time where he was able to get a driver's license and drive a car for the first time ever. And that was kind of like a big thing for him, but that's something totally different, so I don't know.
Were you saying epilepsy?
He had seizures. He was in an
Yeah.
accident when he was like 8 or 9 years old, and he had to pretty much learn how to do everything again: walk, talk, eat, everything.
Yeah. One of my friends is an epileptic, and if they have a seizure, it's a certain amount of time that they have to go without having a seizure before they can drive.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Even on the fire department, everything. It's
Huh.
But I don't know. Yeah, I think we probably would falling asleep. Yeah, that would probably affect it some type of way.
Yeah.
yes. And my friend that's going on the trip with me, that's what she's like. I can drive, but if I take my medication, she's the one that fell and broke her hip. She said it knocks me right out. And I said, well, then you won't be driving.
Hmm.
And I said, I'm okay with 6-hour day trips and then just park for the night.
Hmm.
Not going to be any rush. Just, and if we're still in my car, it's so uncomfortable anyway. 6 hours is about all you can handle sitting in it
Right.
on long trips. That's why I've been trying to find something a little more comfortable, but every time I find one, they sell it before I can get there.
Do you have hot butt?
Have what?
Hot butt. This is not a Tourette's moment, but you know where you
Hot
have like the heater in the seat. Hot butt.
My
That could
car right now, yes, has heated seats.
get balmy, you know.
That puts me to sleep, though. If I start getting all warm and cozy, I'm out.
Yeah. Oh, that makes sense. Navy bed. Yeah. Rail in a drive-through is kind of wild.
Yeah, I don't rush well anyway.
Mm.
Now I know how you feel about wet, Al. Oh, warm and cozy, fall asleep. Hey, Ridge Runner. Good to see you.
Hey, Rich Runner. Oh. Well, it's kind of enjoying the ride itself too, and stopping at little things, and you know, some hole in the wall museum or
Oh, yeah.
little stand by the side of the road or something. Get some ice cream.
Yeah, that's what we'd always do with the kids when we were on trips. We'd find something in museum, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when I was driving through Texas, I went to the barbed wire museum, and it was surprisingly interesting because it had the whole history of barbed wire,
Yeah.
styles of it, and whatever. Loved it. It was a tiny
Yeah.
little museum.
I think I saw that same museum on one of our trips.
Mm-hmm.
I still, and Waco's maybe 2 hours, and I keep wanting to go to the Ranger Museum for years. We've been to the Dr. Pepper Museum there. We've been to the zoo. We've been to all the things that everybody else wants to do, but we haven't been to the Ranger Museum.
Texas Rangers, like the law enforcement?
Yes,
Okay.
because I know that would be interesting too.
So is Dr. Pepper a Texas native product?
I don't know. That's what I was wondering when we were there, and
Hmm.
of course the girls were all excited. They give you these little tiny cups, but you can get it refilled 100 times
Yeah.
and just give you free Dr. Pepper as you're going through it.
Hmm. Interesting.
Yeah, Al, I've heard I've put a lot of people to sleep. Hey, Tate, good to see you.
Tate brought the mustard. I know he did. Or maybe they just had a Dr. Pepper plant there or something. But my grandfather, both of them actually are from Texas, but his favorite
Mhm.
soda was Dr. Pepper. And so maybe it came out of something there.
Maybe. I can't stand it. I don't My kids love it, and I tasted it once and I was like, "Blah, really?" But I'm more lemon lime, Sprite, 7 Up. If I drink soda, it's
Right. More of the clear sodas.
yeah.
What
Back in
about
the
Squirt?
Do what?
Squirt. Do you remember that soda?
Yeah,
I've
Squirt
heard of
was
it.
good.
they still
I
make it.
Yep.
I don't think I ever drank one.
I think it's grapefruit, but
That may be why. I can't have grapefruit. I do like A&W root beer with ice cream. And back in the day when I might have been partying some, cold pizza and a Coca-Cola in the morning for breakfast
yes.
was the trick.
Nice. Little pizza, a little Coke, get you going in the morning.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cold pizza is unforgettable. It's really good. Not mad
It
at it.
is.
Mhm.
Pop.
Root beer originally, I think it was made with sarsaparilla. Is it sarsaparilla? It used to be kind of a, I don't want to say a tea, but it was made from the root of a certain plant, and that's what gives root beer that
An
certain.
elixir. And
Yeah.
that's what one of the kids was telling me. All of them, Coca-Cola with because it had cocaine in it.
Yeah.
And then there was some others, and that's what they were saying, that it was medicinal. There was one with opium, wasn't it?
I don't know, but I'm sure there was. But a tonic is a good way to put it. Yes. Like,
Yeah.
I could see a bunch of different plants.
Yankee said the Dr. Pepper plant in Dublin, Texas was the last one to use real sugar in their pop. That's so cute, the way they say pop.
Yeah.
Indian Yankee.
Pop.
Coke settles your stomach too. See, that's what Mama always gave us, Sprite. And I guess maybe that's where.
Oh, is it Sassafras Navy Vet? I knew it started with an S. There's sarsaparilla or
Oh
sassafras.
yes, sassafras.
Yeah, that might be it.
It grows around here. You can smell it.
Hmm.
It has a certain like sweet smell to it.
Yes,
Kind
I
of hard to
believe-
describe, but if you've ever smelled it, it's easy to recognize.
Yeah.
Mexican Coke has real sugar in it. Well,
Mhm.
that's what the girls always get because the Mexican restaurants here, they have the Mexican Cokes and they come in a glass bottle too, not the plastic.
Right.
And the fact it's in the glass bottle makes it taste better too.
Yes. Ice cold glass. Yes.
It tastes different if you go from like a plastic 2 liter to a can to glass. With or without the sugar difference, it does taste different. It's like crispier on glass.
Yes. If I drink out of a can, I can taste that. I guess it's the aluminum. It tastes like metal.
Mm-hmm.
Got a little extra bite to it, you know.
Bite. Yep.
Literally.
Tate, does anybody call you Tater? Just kidding.
I love that question. Do we call you Tater Tate? Tater Tate casserole.
Let's get right to the tough question.
Burgers.
Well, because I have a granddaughter named
Now I'm
Tatum,
hungry.
and we have always called her Tater Tot. Tater.
Man, I
Oh,
love a basket of tater tots right now.
They do now.
good night, Indy. Kiss my sassafras. Oh.
Night, Indy.
Good night, Indy.
Been called worse. Tater beats. Spudley do.
Right?
Nope.
Now I think I got to get a snack.
Oh, so it's Tudor.
Oh, yeah, I like that. Tutor. Toot. That tutor guy.
Whatever that means, you know, like the rootinest, tootinest cowboy. What did that ever mean? You know, what did it mean to be the tootinest cowboy?
Lots of beans.
Lots of beans, yeah, lots of beans and stiff coffee.
Yep.
I thought it had to do with the pistol. I don't know.
Oh, that would make sense too.
Could be. Maybe they had a stiff pistol. I don't know.
Fire in the hole.
Yeah, fire in the hole.
Mhm.
Highfalutin.
That's a good one too. What is falutin? Okay, I mean, like we know what that means, but what would falutin, highfalutin, what would that,
Never looked it up.
you
Gotta
know?
be a story behind it.
Mhm.
reckon.
What's the origin of that? That's a funny one, falutin.
Because that, yeah. And I always
Are
say
people
that-
still able to falute? Can you falute if you
Right.
wanted to? You know,
How do you spell that? OOTIN.
what if I wanted to falute right now? Could I?
Why is there no low falutin?
Exactly. Maybe you just want to get down to it. Well, no.
Okay. Is an American slang adjective originating around 1839
Damn.
It describes someone or something as pretentious, pompous, or excessively fancy. It refers to affected, high-flown, or arrogant behavior that tries to seem superior to others. It may stem from high-flying or high-fluting. What's fluting?
How do they spell it?
Fluting.
Huh? Like the
Professional fluter.
yeah.
A Pied Piper.
Oh,
Jethro Tull. Oh, the Pied Piper. There you go.
yeah. Interesting thought. What? I'm gonna stop it. I'm trying to behave, damn it.
Highfalutin. It's
that band was highfalutin.
But oh, okay. I guess that's what it. So they're spelling it Hifalutin.
Highfalutin.
Highfalutin.
Huh. That's classic.
Someone acting too good for their surroundings. You're too big for your britches.
There you go. Right, Pop? I know what you're saying. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. She plays the harmonica.
Nice.
Right.
Put that on your resume.
It's a dying skill.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting, Al. Explains the 10-gallon hat. Well, it didn't tell me the meaning. Excuse me.
Land caution?
I know you need outside. I need to let her out real quick. Be right back.
Tate, we try and keep Bonnie off of Urban Dictionary, so I don't know what Landagoshen is. You should tell us, Tate. Landagoshen or Landagoshen? Landagoshen?
It's a slippery slope.
Yeah, for sure. Well, that makes sense, Moose. 10-gallon hat. Huh.
Kid, you don't want to be caught with just 5 gallons. That's just ridiculous.
Right. Don't even have to water a horse. I mean, what? It makes sense, and then it doesn't too. Like, would you put water in your hat? And it, so I guess it must have been made something where the water would just seep out.
It's a thirsty man, you know. Gotta stay hydrated.
Just a second, I gotta tell her the meaning of this. Landagoshen is an old-fashioned American explanation of surprise, amazement, annoyance, or dismay, similar to my goodness or goodness gracious.
Okay, for Pete's sake.
Right.
Goshen. Landagoshen?
Yeah, I don't think we should bring that one back.
The phrase is rooted in the biblical land of Goshen, a fertile Egyptian region where the Israelites lived.
Oh, that's interesting.
All right, we can bring it back. We can pay homage.
That's kind of a weird connection.
You know what's even weirder? Because there's a community not far from me called Goshen.
Huh. Is there a bunch of Egyptians there?
Now that you mention it, I think they are.
Huh.
They have a certain walk about them.
Right. I could see that. Yeah.
No, they are kind of interesting people though. It's like they've got everything out there in that little community. I mean, they've got their own like little post office, gas station, everything in their own little neighborhood.
Hmm.
The Goshenians.
Do they wear a lot of bangles?
Yep. Yeah, they do pay homage. Lots of bangles, lots of dangles,
Mm-hmm.
shinies, lots of shinies.
Okay. What? Yeah. Okay, Yankee. What does greenhorn? Was that like a phallic reference? A dude was a greenhorn, or what? What does that mean? I'm totally curious. Greenhorn.
I forget what that one meant.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Al, I've always got a hankering for some cheese. Cheesecake, macaroni and cheese, cheese and crackers, cheese whiz.
Sometimes multiple cheeses just intertwined with each other,
Cheese balls.
Cheese balls.
Yeah.
It happens. Make bad life choices sometimes.
Oh, greenhorn means you're inexperienced. Okay. Oh, Josh sees you have missed quite a bit, sir. I wouldn't even know where to start. And I've only been here half an hour.
Yeah, that's a lot to unpack.
Oh, yeah, Mary, that makes sense. Not quite ripe. Yeah.
I would tell you to what. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, not quite ripe. Yeah.
That could go either way, because then there's too ripe.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Oh, Moose is saying a greenhorn is a city slicker. Okay. Okay, so okay, I could see how that would tie in with Yankee saying no experience, and so
Yeah,
you got a
inexperienced. Yeah.
Yep.
Opposite of the green thumb, I see.
Right. A dandy is someone overdressed. So that's where the song comes from. Yankee Doodle Dandy.
Yeah, I used to always question that song. It was kind of one of those songs. You don't really know why we're singing it, but once somebody starts singing it, everybody's singing it.
It is weird. I'm a Yankee Doodle Dandy. How does it go? I'm a Yankee Doodle Dandy. How does it go after that? Shit. I can't think of it. I'm totally
Can't
drawing.
think of it either. So
But
somebody, yeah. It's like the John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt. You know what I mean?
That's my name too.
We know that, but we don't know.
Whenever I go out, the people always shout.
R.I.P. John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt.
Right. All right. Now that's an interesting one. I've always wondered, Cheryl. Why did he put the feather in the cap and call it macaroni? That is such a good question.
Mm.
Where does the macaroni come in?
Yeah, I didn't think about that one.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a, is it pony? Pony.
Yeah, there it goes.
Stuck a feather in his cap and called it macaroni. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, so it was just to rhyme? Oh, I'm a Yankee Doodle Dandy. But where does the rhyme come in before that? Why are we choosing macaroni? Yeah. Stuck a feather in his cap. It doesn't even make sense.
It's it's probably got a story to it for sure.
Yup. Yeah, Mary, I could see that. Like it curls up in the cap. Oh, macaroni rhymes with pony. I see. Yeah. Okay, Josh. Yep. I'm getting all these dandies mixed up in my head. Hey, Carl. Just ate macaroni with tea. I'm scared to ask.
Man loves a good macaroni.
Dude, I like the curly ones where it's like an extra, a lot of macaroni is just the shape of a C.
Yeah,
But
you get an
the one
extra
that
little
has
crevice.
the one, yeah, that's what's
Yeah,
up.
little sauce chambers.
Yeah. That was what the oh. Well, you're highfalutin there with your lingo, Carl. I need the Urban Dictionary.
That is true.
So Moose says not many words rhyme with pony, and all I can think of the song Moni Moni. What about Tony?
Pony.
Boney.
Yeah, Moni.
Oh,
Pony.
Crony.
okay, Blackwatch. I forgot. I muted you. Are you
What?
still with us? Okay, you're still with us. Good.
I'm
Sorry about that. And I was standing there waiting for her, and I was like, Blackwatch.
That's funny.
Okay, what I meant.
Blackwatch probably told the best story of his life during that time.
I know.
Pepperoni, that's a good one, Cheryl. Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm going to look up Dag Nabbit.
Interesting.
Ooh. B, are you referring to the feather? Stuck a feather in his cap? I could see that with flamboyant fashion with like a lot of feathers on the cap, like for decoration, flair, your minimum flair.
Oh, Carl's here. Hey, Carl.
Yeah, Carl was lonely and he came in on the pony. It was a real dandy, Yankee Doodle Doo. I bet.
Yeah, oh, maybe that. Sorry. Hey, Josh.
Oh, Josh, that's an interesting question. Yeah. Where did he stick the feather, really? You know?
So they say, Yankee.
Mhm. Yep. Allegedly in his cap. Maybe it's a euphemism.
Well, Carl,
Like
then
Buck
you
said.
need an Arabian.
Hey, Carl.
I didn't hear anything in the last at least a minute.
Well, you said you needed 17 hands or higher and feisty, and I said then you needed an Arabian.
Or Morgan, or I like Tennessee Walkers. What I grew up with, they get kind of big. I like
Mm.
some get up and go.
Giddy up.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm old now, but I bet I could still do it. It's about 0 degrees, I think, Cheryl. It's not that. I think it's a little bit above 0 even. It's not as bad as it has been.
Ugh. I can't imagine saying 0 degrees is better than it has been.
Well, this is the month it usually gets down to like 40 below around here. So yeah, this is fine.
Night be charming. Thank you for coming.
Good night, B. I miss riding horses, Bonnie. I need to ride some horses. That is something on my to-do list.
I would like to do that also. That's how you get buns of steel, not by these ads.
Especially you girls in your English saddles, man. There ain't no way I'm getting on an English saddle. That's for damn sure.
I have never used an English saddle.
Oh, they're fucking torture, man. No.
Yeah.
I can only use a Western saddle or a bareback. I'll go bareback before I use a fucking English saddle.
Tate, does that mean you're leaving? Have a good night.
Good night, Tate. And this Josh Seas is the same Josh that we've known all this time.
No.
Okay.
Josh has
I've
been
known
coming.
like
He's been coming around for about a month, I would say, but he's not who you're thinking of. Yeah.
well, actually, there's like 5 other Joshes I know, but this is a new one. Good to know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ice fog on my way home tonight. Josh, what state are you in?
Ice fog. Dang.
That's got to be a trip. I mean, is it like fog that just falls to the ground like ice? So it just blurs
Or
up the
just
sky and it
your
falls
window?
on you? I don't know, man. I don't think I've seen ice fog. Ice and fog, that I can see. The ice fog, that sounds dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like bomb, cyclone, hurricane, blizzard, fucking grapefruit sized fucking hail in Texas. You never know what's coming at you, I guess.
Shit.
Virginia, did you see that picture of hail that Bonnie had a couple years back?
I don't know. Was it a hail? Big hail?
It was bigger hail than I've ever seen in Michigan. I've
Huh.
seen, baseball size hail and shit,
Yeah.
but no, this stuff was bigger.
You
It
had
was
to
like
hold it
little
with 2 hands. It was like a football.
ice meteors.
Dang.
It came through the roofs of our houses. It tore up. There wasn't a vehicle anywhere that didn't get unless it was parked in a garage, maybe. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that was the craziest thing I've ever seen. Well, no, not the craziest. Snowmageddon.
I don't know what the heck you just drew there, Tate, but it kind of looks like a really short guy that's well hung. What is that?
Carl, you've been seeing too many
I know. I
nudies.
know. No, I know, man. I see too much shit. I agree. Well, what is it? Tell me what it is. You guys tell me. What does it look like to you? Looks okay. I mean, it could be elephant with his shit hanging underneath of it. I don't know.
It's typing out the emoji of shrugging the shoulders.
That's what I was gonna say. It looks like hands holding up, like I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I can see fine, Yankee. I don't need no. I can read the
Tate,
small print. You know, when they made me do that eye test, I could still read who made the poster.
Tate's like, what is you now?
I was just trying to make it weird for the sake of nostalgia. All right, especially Virginia's up here and everything.
Yeah, or hairy palms, maybe, Bet.
Ew.
Yeah.
I don't have to even go look for it, Navy. The shit comes right up onto my panel if you ain't careful. I got porn bombed here a while back, man. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very hairy situation.
Now I got to see anybody's face comes on my panel because they stole somebody's ID, put their avatar up in their name, and came up, and I didn't check them. I'm never doing that.
I remember when that happened at Rescues with me. They had, well, I remember when Joseph was in chat and he did it like that quick. And it looked like there was two of me up on the panel. And he said, that's how easy it's done. And I was like, great.
Yeah, they're pretty good at scamming, man. It's back in the day when I used to have a couple of towers and a bunch of monitors. I could run a bunch of shit all at once. I had to get virus protection back in the 90s and 2000s and stuff because if you didn't have virus protection like Norton or McAfee, your shit was going to freeze up. All right, they were going to somehow they were going to get in there. And when you would pay your monthly fee to have that protection, there were fine print and stuff you could read into it. And basically, what I'd learned was every moment of every day, somebody is trying to hack you. And even though you get your virus protection updated, they're going to find a way around that in the next month. So you're going to have to update your stuff all over again. And it's the thought of somebody, that many people out there in the world working so hard just to screw people over. That's a wild
Yeah.
thought.
Yeah.
Nothing is foolproof. I just read a few days ago that Social Security got hacked. So everything was out there. We played Family Feud. We're gonna flip everything. We're gonna flip the tables.
The tax man's tables, what are we talking about?
Hey, Sandy, good to see you. Larry, No, the okay. You know how they group us together, put us in a box by everything we say, whatever we put in chat, the algorithm, right? And
Boy,
so if I sound different, that's why. Or you may hear some weird word just
is that why Navy vet just went 67?
yeah.
OU 812 was a good album, Doc. 5150, OU 812. There's a couple of them.
Doritos.
I'm pretty sure the 6-7 thing doesn't even mean anything.
That's what I looked up. It doesn't. It's actually one of these things that it's like a placebo. It's a placebo trend.
Yeah.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
6'7", then. How about that?
How you like me now?
I am 6'7", so really, I started the trend. Maybe, you know.
Well, 1967 was a kick-ass year for me.
There you go.
There you go. Allegedly, it was.
So was 1976. If we want to turn this shit all around.
1776.
Oh.
Oh, take that.
She just subtracted 100 years.
Mhm.
Is this the
So-
game that you wanting to play? By is that this? We're gonna do one of these games.
I gotta show y'all this sign that my son-in-law bought me. I knew I should just share the picture, but oh well, whatever.
Me too, Al Bundy. Me too. I like the first ones better too, but I
Can you
still
see?
like Van Hagar. I
See, I
Oh, yeah.
am 7. Sure.
look up a song called "Paper Money," Al, by Montrose, Sammy Hagar's first band. That song really means something today.
He said, I saw that and it was screaming your name. I was like, oh.
Oh, Al Bundy's hot for teacher.
They actually used, I heard, 3 different chicks in that video. You were deceived, Al. It wasn't one teacher.
Hmm.
I loved Montrose, that first album, Bad Motor Scooter and all that. Rock Candy.
Me. Good to see you.
Sucker want money talks, but it can't touch my 3-lock box. That was the 80s, man. The 80s Hagar was a little different.
Huh.
Huh.
Chastity belt. Can't touch my 3-lock box. Isn't that something?
Knock dick in the dirt. He said it didn't hurt one bit. You never heard that one about Sammy Hagar, Dick in the Dirt. It's a great song.
Dude.
Macaroni and cheese.
Yeah. That's funny, Bonnie.
Being sewed. up. Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody else could sing that song. Maybe Jackal. Maybe they could redo that song.
Pineapple.
Are these your safe words, girls? Are these your safe words?
We all have Tourette's now.
Oh, I see. So,
Dang it.
eat bite pokes over the chew dibble with hair pie, finger pokes, screw, some cat poke, red tape, tit, cheek, puts, can't crack, pig in mind, shit. We can't do that anymore.
Why
Now you
can't
guys
you
got to
do
come.
that?
Well, I don't know, but you're gonna have to come up with a lot of food now.
Well, it doesn't just have to be food. I mean, it can be whatever.
Somebody was trying. Oh, Kiss Off was trying to get me to say that a few days ago. Wasn't in the mood. Guess I was in the mood now. I don't know. I had some pretty hot teachers when I was growing up. I had an art teacher that made Dolly Parton look kind of weak. All right. And this gal was all about draw it, Carl, do it. And I remember, and we're talking, grade school. I did this, they did this big art project where every art class made a train car. They made a big train set all out of clay. They put it in the kiln and fired it all up and made this ceramic train set. And she let me make all the human figures. All right. And I could, I made some well built women and placed them around the train depot and, in the train cars and stuff. And I got an art award for that. I literally got an art award for making clay women, busty clay women on top of that. And she endorsed all that behavior. She was a good teacher. It's the only thing in life I ever did really get awards for was art class. I got a few of them.
We're going to have to get Virginia a new computer. It's got to be the computer.
I'd sure like to get my computer up and running. I've been on this phone now for like 3 years on a phone. I used to be dangerous here on YouTube, man. When I was like modding back when I had a computer, I could drop links like lightning. I'd have 25 tabs opened up and ready to share anything. You're useless with just a cell phone. You can't do all that shit. It's not near as easy.
Yeah. And Josh, what'd Josh say? I was going to say something.
Maybe someday I'll do something on that, Cheryl. I've literally got thousands. I've got thousands and thousands of sketches.
Oh, yes. One of the better covers of, there's this little girl that does these eyes. I listen to her all the time. She does it so good.
You mean drawing eyes?
No, he was saying that some of the covers are better than the originals, and he does a really good job of these eyes.
Oh,
That's
I see. Yeah.
These eyes.
I've seen a lot of things, but I've never seen it. One
Yeah.
of that song.
Yes. And I love it.
Yeah. These eyes. These eyes have seen a lot. I know some of that song. Well, that's early 70s, I think, man. That's like 73 or 74, isn't it?
I don't know.
You 72.
Shine down, simple man. Your favorite classic rock band?
That'd be a hard call, man.
Steppenwolf.
You like Steppenwolf? You ever heard a song called "For Ladies Only"?
No, I was just talking about Al because he's got a lot of the same taste as you.
But Guess Who is? You got tricked. The name of the band is the Guess Who. He's not telling you to guess who his band is. He's stating that the band, the Guess Who, the one that sang "Those Eyes" and "American Woman," and
Okay.
you got tricked.
Yep, I got tricked. Thunder Kiss and Cash mashup done right. I love mashups too. Huckleberry, why did you quit doing mashups?
See, I think Al's saying it's not the first time something flew right over your head, Bonnie.
Lasagna.
Yeah, I understand that game now. It's funny. Al, who did that skit where it was like Bob Dylan going through a McDonald's? I'll have a Big Mac and an order of fries to go. Who did that? I can't find it. I can't remember who did that.
That Navy vet knows.
I got some pictures, Cheryl. Nothing new yet. We're just waiting out some shit. Just patience.
See Doc P's in on it.
Corn, Coke.
They're never gonna figure out this one.
That was one of those things they made you draw in art class, a cornucopia.
Yeah.
It's also a Black Sabbath thing.
Imagine Dylan at a Beach Rose.
Is that Black Watch? Is it? We're getting ready to hear his microwave.
No. Just got a drink, that's all.
Okay.
Well, I kind of missed the microwave. Can you at least push one button for me, man?
I can't. Sorry, we don't do that.
You did that a while ago.
There's a song out now, Josh, that I think could just the way it is, it could be a James Bond theme song. It's this chick sings it. It's about dying, but it reminds me just the way it is, a new song, and just the way it is, it reminds me of a Bond song. Something about I'm not afraid to die. That's what it's called. I'm not afraid to die, and it sounds to me like you could just insert that into the beginning of James Bond movie. Done. I'm not afraid to die. Yeah, like that, Doc. There's a new song, this chick. She can belt too. It's called I'm Not Afraid to Die. I think it's pretty sure his name is. Heard rumors they're talking about a new Bond film. Those are fantastic films for the 60s, man. I mean, when you saw Goldfinger or something, it made your mind go. Back in the day, there wasn't a lot of movies like that. I didn't listen to any music today. Maybe that's what's wrong with me.
That's gotta be it. I'm surprised you're awake.
I took a nap. I should have never done that.
Uh-oh. All night.
It might actually help me cycle back to normal hours, whereas I may just stay up until tomorrow night and it'll kind of be on track for a while. Because as I've told you, and you also suffer from, you have to keep yourself on a daytime schedule. Because it's too, especially in the winter, it's just too damn easy to slide into a nocturnal theme.
I know. That's last night I was sitting here trying to decide how I want to do this read. And all of a sudden I was like, I think I just nodded off. What? And it was only like 11:30. And I knew if I went to bed, I'd be up at 5 and no.
Well, I didn't say that, Cheryl. I don't even really have any hours. I don't think I got many hours left till next month. Well, actually, till this month, but at least 20 days before I re-up on StreamYard or something. And I had to get my batteries ready just to do this. When I took a nap, I charged up some shit. So
That's good. Yeah, mine's all charged. Except I forgot to plug my computer in, and it started to go pretty quick after. You know what? That might be why I couldn't share. I've noticed that too, that if I let the battery go down too low, it won't. It runs real slow. Well, that would make sense, Bonnie. Ding ding.
well, I don't know, but I know that when you're on a panel or you're doing a live, your phone sucks. 3 times the normal amount of power. If
Oh
I
yeah.
don't keep plugged in when I'm doing the live or on a panel, it'll suck my phone dry in an hour. You know.
Yep. Virginia's gotta go all out. Chocolate covered. Not just strawberries.
No, I tell you what, Yankee, I used to really want one of those hats. Odd Job, the villain in the James Bond movie, had this hat with a razor sharp brim. You know, in one of the scenes, he actually stuck it in metal bars or something. It was a wicked hat. It was like throwing a razor blade frisbee or something.
Double dip. Mm. I don't know.
What's up,
I
boy?
used to eat strawberries with Cool Whip.
Rutabaga. Yeah.
When your battery runs down, the processor starts rerouting power, and it goes into a different state. That's what does it.
Yep. I just figured that out. All by myself. Aren't you proud of me?
She had an epiphany. I love epiphany. Epiphanies are wonderful.
So, vision preparedness is making me get things that I needed because I didn't know I needed them or I forgot. And some of that stuff came in, and I'm all excited.
I was there when you saw Vision.
Yep.
Do you remember that?
When what?
The very first time you saw Vision Preparedness, I was there.
Was it at Shad's?
I don't know, but it went something like this. You were like, well, who is that fine looking man or something similar? And before you even knew he was married, you were like, whoa, look at this guy. I remember you said that in chat, Bonnie.
Not me.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Challenge me and I'll go back in time and find it.
Shad's back.
Everything gets seen that you do on the internet,
I know. That's okay.
Yeah, right, Cheryl. Good save, Cheryl.
Cole. Oh my gosh, he is beautiful.
It's all right. I'm no better. I've seen chicks on panels and went, wow, she's easy to look at. I mean, I'm not lying. Second cup of coffee incoming.
Oh gosh, tonight you could see the love for Koo.
Oh, for Cole, his dog?
No, Koo, his wife. Koo.
I guess that Shad and Cole have a real good relationship together. They can't wait to fight with each other. I kind of picture him like rolling around on the ground with Cole. I kind of picture that from what I've heard.
Mm-hmm. I bet they have an amazing meetup in Ohio. What it sounds like.
You know, the real beef, Virginia, is at the farm. All right, there's you got to go to a country market. Get out in the country. You want real beef? Go out there. Don't buy that Walmart pink slime shit. Well, yeah, go ahead and buy that, and then buy the country stuff and cook them side by side and look at the differences. Smell the differences.
I have a video about that too. Actually, it's talking about going back to the old ways where you cured it with salt, take out all the moisture out of it, and then put it in a smokehouse. And it could last for, I think they said up to 3 years or something like that. It kills all the bacteria.
And salted beef, they used to just carry it in a pouch full of salt with it, and then pemmican. I was thinking just the other day, I wonder if you could like infuse pemmican with weed. I wonder if they could make weed infused pemmican. Because I haven't heard that been done yet. Imagine a survival biscuit that was infused. I think that'd be a seller. I'd buy it.
Yep.
I seen that, Navy. I also just seen a picture. Ooh, you want me to send it to you, Bonnie? I can send this to you. It's a recent picture. They say is Epstein. He's got a beard and sunglasses on. He's being escorted by a couple of agents, and it really does look like it.
And you're going to share it down at the bottom?
No, I'm going to have to probably minimize out of here, go over to my pictures and send it to you in another way, and then you can show it.
Do you have my email?
Well, I got other ways of contacting you. I don't have it,
I can't get on Facebook on my computer.
Okay, well, trust me, it's out there. I'll send it to you later. And I don't know what to believe, Yankee. I don't believe anything. All right. I mean, unless I see it myself, I only know what they tell us. But I kind of get a kick out of sharing the latest revelations of what's going on. Did you see?
Well, you should have seen the picture we shared a while ago of, what was it, Economist cover? Yeah, the cover of The Economist for the World Ahead 2026. Looks like a battlefield. Pills and syringes all over the place. Cannons, not cannons. What's it called? Military
Artillery? All right, Yankee.
tanks. That's what it is. The tanks.
Armored divisions.
Mm-hmm.
Texas has got one. Third Army. They train in Texas right down there by.
Yeah. I've seen several people say, someone saying something about they didn't do something since Wilford Hall, and I was like, I've been to Wilford Hall. I know what that is.
Third Armored Division was one of Storm and Norman's main, battle group, the first on the ground in Iraq. They had all the Bradleys and the M1 Abrams tanks and all that. They kicked some butt.
good clean steak.
Yeah, there's pictures out showing Jeffrey Epstein with swollen lips. Somebody said that they were made out with him and immediately thought they had herpes and went to the doctors to find out they had Kuru. You know what Kuru is, Bonnie?
No?
It's a disease you get from cannibalism.
Oh my God. Yeah, my daughter was like, botulism is that, no, bubonic plague, that one. And I said, what?
I don't know, but evil is real, so I really can't doubt or disregard all of that, you know?
I know. Shaking like a Polaroid bitch.
What are you snickering about, Bonnie?
Virginia, I'm singing the song. You probably never heard it, Carl.
Shaking all over. Oh, that's the only one I can.
No.
Or, Mama, don't take my Kodachrome. Mama, don't take my Kodachrome away. That.
And what is that? Kodachrome.
That was the name of a Polaroid camera. That one of the first ones that came out. Kodak made. It's a combination of the company name Kodak and the film that they used.
Oh. Right, maybe that would be cool. Mike Mancho. Mancho. What did that just remind me? Yeah, there was a Texas video that I really wanted to share tonight. So I was trying
Wow.
to.
You see, Cheryl's got a wild past.
Oh, I know. Cheryl's been a big surprise. Where's Rochester?
Rochester, New York, Rochester, Michigan. I think there's a Rochester somewhere in England even. I think there's a few Rochesters.
I don't know if he ever told me what state he was in. I think right after I said is when I had to take her out. I don't know.
Oh, I don't know why. That might
Whoa.
be a good way to make friends.
Clackers. He is in New York. Whoa. Is as bad as they say it is, Josh? Just curious what you think.
Oh, now Cheryl's trying to back out of that shit now.
Madam Cheryl.
The internet never forgets, Cheryl. The internet never forgets.
Whoa. Al's grandparents were swingers.
I mean, you know, there was an era that was like nearly accepted. I wouldn't say 100% accepted, but it was a common thing. And it lasted for a while. And I believe that it even existed before it was a common thing, more on the quiet side, you know, don't ask, don't tell shit or something. Yeah, Bonnie, the world is a weird place. That's why I keep saying. That's why the aliens don't stay. They won't land here, man. They've seen the mating rituals. That shit's too crazy. Would you stay? Something's gonna try to jump you, man, on this planet.
Josh, bad in like, I guess politically, I don't know.
Now that word tiddlywinks, right there, that one demands examination. What do you mean by tiddlywinks?
It wasn't that a game?
I mean, it sounds like it could be to me.
I'm serious. I'm looking.
What's up, Kim? I don't know. You guys ever played Naked Twister? I have.
It is.
Oh.
It's a game in which small plastic counters are flicked into a central receptacle by being pressed on the edge with a larger counter. And it seems like it was hippos or elephants or I don't know. Anyway, it's a game.
You never know, Navy. But like I've told people, you know, some of them rooms, grandmother's rooms, it feel like you're about ready to get hit by the mafia or something. You walk in their rooms, they got plastic all over everything, like they're going to try to hide the blood splatter. You know, makes you wonder. Maybe your grandparents were just hitmen. You know, had to keep the blood off the furniture. Yeah, if you ever walk into a room, Bonnie, and it's like laid out plastic on the floor, get the fuck out of there.
I think I told you, my neighbor, she had plastic on the couch. She had plastic on the floor. We couldn't, I hated going over there. My grandmother would send me over there well, they were trying to get me to date her son, and that wasn't happening. And even made us go to the movies together. So here we are, like 12 years old. Guess what movie they sent us to?
She probably doesn't even know what that is, Navy. Don't ask, Bonnie.
Willard. Willard, of all movies, just what I wanted to see, not.
Yeah, about the rats and the boy that you didn't want to fuck with because he'd sick his rats on you and they'd kill you.
Yes. Was that is that where the Ben song came from?
There was two movies. The first one I believe was called Willard, and the second one was called Ben, with Michael Jackson doing the soundtrack.
Oh.
Those were mid to early 70s. You know, it feels like those ones were quite a while ago.
Well, told you I'm old.
You ever heard of Universe 25, Bonnie?
Universe 25?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Well, if you got your Google figures ready, do a little Google. This will fascinate you if you don't know what it is.
Would you say Google it? Universe
Yeah.
20?
Yeah,
Okay.
because it's way more than I could just. I mean, I could give you a brief summary, but that doesn't do it justice.
This isn't one of those Huckleberry things that I shouldn't be looking. Okay.
No, this is a legitimate experiment that was used rats or mice. But it's
John B. Calhoun.
I'm surprised Virginia isn't speaking up because I know Virginia's got to know about it.
It tested the effects of overpopulation on mice in a rodent utopia. Despite abundant food, water, and safety, the population collapsed due to extreme social dysfunction, including violence, cannibalism, and withdrawal from reproduction, leading to the extinction of the colony after peaking at 2,200 mice. Interesting.
And it goes way more in depth, the actual experiment, to where they gave them a utopia, everything they could possibly need, all the food, water, and shelter you would need. And the populace became lazy, and there became gang leaders. And the males literally would bite the balls off the other males and make them subservient. And they took over, and the parents stopped caring for their young, and all this social degrading that happened within that colony. Well, I know, and humans aren't rats or mice or whatever, but it is an instinctual thing that may exist on some level within even us.
Yep. Wasn't there a plane crash in somewhere frozen like crazy?
And people ate each other to survive. That happened, like
Yes.
Donner Pass. Yeah, that happened. They made a movie of that, Flight 300 or something like that. Crashed in the mountains.
I can't imagine. Well, I'd be one of them that was eaten because I wouldn't. Alive.
There it is. Yep. I remember that, where they were eating right from the ass. The gluteus maximus felt like the best part to eat to them. What the fuck?
No. There is no best part. I can't imagine. No, I would starve.
Yes, Navy. Yep, you just read that. Are you lagging behind, Navy? Catch up.
And I could starve. I couldn't go without eating and be fine. I mean, for a while.
I mean, probably a lot of us here have gone without food for long periods of time. I know I have, and I don't think many people could handle that as well, Bonnie. I think that could be rich folks' nightmare. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, I know that there's people who could. I truly believe that. But
I've been without food for days. I know what it's like to be hungry, man.
yeah.
I'll tell you about the worst meal I've ever eaten. You want to hear about that, Bonnie? I'll bet you do.
Ad. I don't know what all the rest of that is. Just gonna call you Ad.
I've seen 20 AD, 33 AD to 2033, which also implies, at the death age of Jesus. That's 2,000 years after the death of Jesus, correct? AD 33, AD 2033? Am I assuming correctly?
But why 2033?
2033. That would be 2,000 years after Jesus' death. He was 33 when he died. It's giving
Yeah,
me
I
a
knew.
thumbs up. That's what it means. He
Okay.
or she, or which is cool. I don't need to know what people's sex was. I was just talking about that. For years, I've known a lot of people in these chats. Well, I don't know them, but I talk to them. They say hello. I tell them things. They tell me things. They say, and I've never known if they were a guy or a girl. I don't even think about it. And it's kind of a weird thing about YouTube. It's like, sometimes
Yeah,
knowing is not even necessary. I'm still glad to see them.
from his ascension off the Mount of Olives. Cool.
From his ascension off the Mount of Olives. See, that's kind of where I was thinking. I like handles that make you think. I'll admit that too. Because I do like analyze people's handles. Sometimes I get it completely wrong, like, I don't know, but I find it interesting.
Oh, sorry, YouTube deleted it.
I'm not even that surprised, though.
I know it. Anything good?
You know a song called God Bless the Children by Blood, Sweat, and Tears by?
Surely I do.
You probably would if you heard it.
Yes.
God bless the child.
See, and I can eat the same food every day for years. That doesn't bother me either.
As long as it's venison burger, I'm in.
I've done it. I do it. I mean, as long as I have beef, I'm okay. The protein, that would be my problem. And so that's why I'm like trying to figure out where I'm going to put a smokehouse, how to do the smokehouse. We always had a smokehouse, but it was like shed type thing.
When I walked back to Michigan from down south in 1987, I think it was, and I had not eaten for about 3 days, and I was carrying a big heavy pack, and it was mostly walking. I did get a ride from down by Detroit up to a place called Romeo, Michigan, and I was dropped off. And I walked the rest of the way back to my hometown, which was, miles and miles. In the middle of the night, I finally get to my hometown area. And instead of going into town, I know everything's closed. I went straight out to the gravel pits to an old camp. And I figured, well, I'm going to spend the first night out here. I'll just go fishing and get me something to eat because I was fucking starving. All right. And it started raining so hard. There was this area, anything that's burnable gets burned up because it's like a party spot on one side of this canal. So, it was hard to find something to burn in the first place. And I caught me a few bluegill and cleaned them up, and it was just raining harder and harder. And I could not get, I mean, I could get a little flame going on the fire, but I couldn't get it to go any farther. And as hungry as I was, I mean, I sat there, I warmed up the fish, but I sat there that night and ate a bunch of bluegill pretty much raw, right off a stick, because I was fucking hungry. And it was horrible. All right. Raw bluegill is a horrible meal, but I'll be damned. Within like, a half an hour, I felt the energy coming back to me, man. I felt that something in my stomach is, something to run on, but it was probably the worst meal I've ever ate.
Dang.
Yeah. Michigan sushi. Pretty much, yeah. I never thought of it that way.
Wow.
When you're that hungry, drinking water kind of helps too. When there's, you can drink a pint of water or something, it'll make you feel better.
Well, that's why I look at all the ways to preserve meat, because that's, as long as I have meat, okay.
Right. I do keep survival tins. I got kippers. I got stuff like that. But I also keep oats and rice and shit to where if it really got bad, and I eat some oats every now and then because it's good for you. But if, it's nice to have something that you really don't want to eat, but it's there if you have to. Because if it's something you want to eat, it's not going to last. You're going to eat it, I don't know how long I'd survive without coffee, Al. That would be a bad situation. I was even thinking about adding coffee to pemmican or something. Because I remember a buddy of mine got out of the first Desert Storm. We were out camping. This is right out of the military. He got right after Desert Storm, and he had all these MREs with him. And I watched that guy sit down and eat instant coffee in the morning. He got up and he made a Wonder Bread coffee sandwich and ate that thing in a couple of bites. And I'm like, "What? Did you just eat coffee?" He said, "Oh yeah, that's the quickest way to get it in you." I'm like, "You're kidding me." "Oh yeah, it tastes like shit, but it worked." I'm like, "Whatever, you know." But if you could like add coffee, instant coffee to pemmican or something as a survival bar, that'd be a good thing.
Josh, that's cool. Good to hear. Yeah, I need to go visit my son at the processing
I
plant.
realized that, girl. I don't got no butt worms for one, and that was like fucking 40 something years ago. So I'm okay. I survived it. I used to eat raw eggs and raw burger, all kinds of shit like that. I survived it. They used to just crack an egg on my teeth, and I'd eat like 5, 6 of those suckers before I went out the door. I didn't, back in the day, raw cookie dough. So what? I mean, today is different.
See? Why you live so far north, Al? We could get along just fine. Coffee, tobacco, and weed. There you go.
Yeah.
I like the smell of coffee. I don't drink coffee, but I love the smell when it's brewing.
I don't know. I almost wrote an ode to coffee because I feel like I owe at least part of my existence and accomplishments to coffee. You know what I mean? It still might happen.
Galna.
They're just throwing all kinds of shit in there now. I'd be dead, man. I mean, I've lived pretty fucking primitive, people, and I've survived it. I'd make Howie Mandel cry. All right.
Excuse me. That cedar kicked my butt today.
Whatever happened to like pleurisy? You guys know what pleurisy is? What happened to that dude?
We have vitamin C.
No, you're thinking that's not pleurisy. That's scurvy.
Oh, that's scurvy. What's pleurisy?
Well, it was a bronchial ailment where they would have a lot of phlegm in their lungs, bronchial tubes, sinuses. They used to treat people at hospitals by letting them sleep outdoors, all bundled up, but their face breathing the cold weather and stuff. It was a major ailment that a lot of people had 100 years ago, kind of like tuberculosis.
Oh. Caused by infections.
Well, the symptoms would be very similar to COVID.
Yeah, I bet they didn't. There wasn't any flu.
Josh, some people say that cigarettes helped prevent certain ailments like COVID. That less people were affected by things that smoked cigarettes and weed. And I'm not a doctor, although I may have played one a couple times in the bedroom. I'm not qualified to give any kind of medical advice.
Yeah. I can't quit my cigarettes. Nope.
Tell St. Peter the Golden Gate, you just hate to make 'em wait, but you just gotta have another cigarette. Smoke, smoke, smoke that cigarette. Puff, 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 till you smoke yourself to death. You know that one.
Yes. Smoke yourself to death.
You know, I don't know. People today, especially the young folks like Watt, would never know what it's like to watch the Flintstones and see Winston cigarette commercials with Barney and Fred smoking the cigarettes, you know. It was a different world. We grew up in a world where smoking was accepted. It was on TV shows. There were commercials. There was ads in the newspaper, in the newspapers, and in the magazines everywhere for cigarettes. You know,
You could smoke everywhere.
in the
Hospital,
bar.
wherever.
Yep. Even in the schools, there were smoking lounges in some schools, not just for the teachers, mind you, but any children that was of age. It was a different time.
Right, Josh?
It kind of was, Cheryl. You know, a sharp dressed man or a pretty woman selling you cigarettes and whiskey. Remember the black velvet whiskey ad? All the blondes that had in those ads. Come and get some black velvet. You'll love it. You know. All right, I'm in. I saw a cartoon once, Al Bundy. It said,
Marlboro.
"Now you're now leaving Marlboro country," and it was a horse pulling a guy in an iron lung. And I don't know why, but that image is stuck in my head for decades.
Yeah, I know. But you know what? Nowadays, people have
It's
so many different kinds of pulmonary stuff. It could be asthma. It could be, oh gosh, what's that other one that one of my
I don't
friends
know,
had?
but there's
She,
another element that now we're there, we got to discuss it because it's real too. And I'm not an advocate. I would never suggest. Only a fool would be an adult and decide I'm going to start smoking. No, that's stupid. I started smoking before I was 10 years old. I was like 7 or 8 years old when I had my first cigarette, and I regret it, and I wish I would have never done it. But all right, here's the thing. Today, cigarette and tobacco are not the same. They like a pack of Marlboros. They admittedly say there's over 100 chemicals added to the tobacco in Marlboro cigarettes. And I watched the change. I experienced the change to where, like Winston cigarettes, their gimmick was 100% natural. That was what they sold their shit on, and it was real, and they were wonderful. But then they had to, they had to go by the law and add this slow burn chemical. So if you set your cigarette down, it goes out. Well, who cares what it fucking does to your lungs? I don't use store bought cigarettes. I cannot smoke a Winston Marlboro. I don't care what it is. If it's a store bought, rolled pre made cigarette, I don't want it. It tastes like a chemical stick to me. I smoke 100% tobacco. That's all it is. It's just pure tobacco. No additives, no chemicals. It's different. And those store bought cigarettes taste like crap to me. And if I smoked them, I would get a sore throat from them. So the tobacco we grew up with was probably a lot fucking cleaner than what they're giving them now, is all I want to say. Oh, I did. I ran it, didn't I? I'm sorry, Bonnie. I fucking went off on a rant.
yeah, you did. Well, mine are high dollar. They're the lowest in tar, I guess. Whatever it is.
Yeah, I mean, that shit matters. And some of the Indian reservation tobacco is good. Back when America's Spirit came out, that's back, and it was probably 95 when I started rolling my own tobacco. And there were a couple years there that I could go meet a guy behind a store and buy tobacco right out of 5-gallon buckets. They had gigs like that where you could buy a poundage of tobacco, and it's different. It really is. It doesn't have the chemicals and shit in it. And if what I smoke today all of a sudden started adding shit to it, I'm done. I'm not gonna do it. I would start growing my own tobacco if I had to, because I've smoked tobacco right out of the fields too. Living down south in Virginia, there's tobacco all over the place. North Carolina's full of tobacco fields. It's different before they do everything to it. I went on a tour of the Winston-Salem R.J. Reynolds cigarette factory right in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, back in the 80s, like 85, 84, 85, something like that. I went on a tour, and it's a free tour, and you watch in the mornings. All the local farmers will pull up with wagon loads just full of tobacco, and this was Class A tobacco, so they'd be really picky, and they would pick only the best tobacco, and the rest of the wagons would go down to the next place
the Class B tobacco on down the line. All right. And some of it was rejected altogether, whether it be moldy or something wrong with it. But
And that's what they use for the generics. Yeah.
yes, that's where Basic cigarettes, all those other brands, Kent, remember those? Those are all those other. Philip Morris also used Class A cigarette tobacco,
I was
but
going to
those were
say, my
competitive.
friend
And,
said Philip Morris
right.
was first pick.
Yeah,
And
that's Marlboro, you know. But
mine are Philip Morris.
the tours, see, they gave these free tours, Bonnie, and I got to see how the cigarettes were made. And,
Yeah.
there's a process in the rolling where they actually heat the tobacco up and then it dries. Then they package it. So, it got me thinking later on, I started drying my cigarettes. And I noticed right away that when I smoked a cigarette that had been dried, I don't cough. I don't feel any kind of, it's different. It's like I'm not inhaling a moisture. And it seems healthier. You hear I don't cough, but I'm pretty good about all that. But there's something about it. I have to dry my tobacco after I roll it. It feels healthier. It tastes better to me. Blah blah blah. But in that tour, you got to see all this process of like 100,000 cigarettes made in 10 seconds. It was crazy how fast they could make these cigarettes. But also, I walked out of there with paper grocery bags filled with stuff. I'm talking, pipe tobacco, pipes, pipe cleaners, ashtrays, rolling papers, cigarettes, lighters, anything you could think of for free that they just give you this shit. All right. And then every birthday and Christmas, I would get these crazy good coupons in the mail, like free cartons of Winston cigarettes, no strings attached. This fucking, 3 coupons for 3 cartons of, and back in the 80s and stuff, whatever, that was like, oh hell yeah, they really, they kind of honored their customers in a way.
Yeah.
You don't get none of that no more. I'll bet you all that's gone.
It
Even
is.
the process of picking the tobacco is probably different.
Probably.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're right. I sent back 2 garbage bags full of finely trimmed Marlboro Miles once. I'm talking, I had UPS truck filled deliveries, the whole truck filled with Marlboro shit. Tents and sleeping bags and radios and shoulder bags and knives and flashlights and sunglasses. I was after the sunglasses. They ran out of sunglasses. But yeah, boy, when I worked at the bar in the party store, actually worked at both for a while, so people were just leaving them behind, and then people found out I was collecting the miles. I didn't even smoke Marlboro, but one person came in and gave me like half of a garbage bag full of miles. I'm not even gonna need these. Here, you have them since you're keeping them. I really took advantage of that shit.
Yep.
The only thing I got left is a pair of binoculars because I really didn't like any of the gear. But my friends did. I give a lot of that shit away. Dome tents and all kinds of shit. Those were pretty cool. Green ones.
I have tobacco seeds. What Kim said a while ago, she'd smoke a tree bark if she got desperate. I totally understand that. Once you're hooked, you're hooked.
Yeah, the Camel Bucks or something. I remember those too. I only ever had like a lighter, a Camel lighter or something. I didn't get a whole lot of that stuff. Joe Cool. Yeah. They had mugs with the camel face. I remember that now. That stuff, I bet, is probably collectible.
And my grandma smoked all her life, and I think she was 86 when she passed.
That was my grandpa too. I told you right there in Amarillo. I remember playing in his shrubs by his porch where he sat in his rocker and smoked his pipe. And, I would say there's 8, 10 shrubs in front of his house. You know what I mean? And what most people would have mulch under the shrubbery with like a little, railroad ties or something keeping the mulch in place. You know what I'm saying? Like they make like a flower bed below the shrubbery. That's where I like to play, but it
Hmm.
wasn't mulch. It was wooden matches. I'm not kidding. And he didn't need mulch because he had been throwing matches in that shrubbery for so long that it was like a top fresh layer of wooden matches. And then as you dug into it, it would be like just deteriorated matches till they turned to dirt. I'll never forget that.
Probably good for the plant.
I don't know, but he mulched with wooden matches. In his house, he had racks. They had like wall racks and table racks to displayed pipes. You know what I'm talking about? They're like, and they were just full of some of the coolest pipes. There'd be like skull pipes and cobra pipes. I've got one of them. It's an eagle claw. It's called Merchesium. It's a white, almost like a rock that they carved into it, and it's an eagle claw holding an egg, which is the bowl, and it comes in a velvet case and stuff. It's a pretty fan. Echo seen that, was like, I want that pipe, but it's like 100 years old. But his house is just full of pipes, guns, and knives, man.
I always wanted a pipe just because I think they're cool looking. Not sure that I'd use it unless I find something growing in my garden that I didn't know was there. Wink,
I'll
wink.
still use mine. If I ran out of cigarette tubes or something, I'll smoke that pipe. I've never put weed in it because it's not good. It's not a good mix. It fucks one or the other up. So I've never put weed in it. You ever have a real Cuban cigar, Bon?
I don't know what kind of cigar it was. So, when we were little, we were made to smoke a cigar thinking that it would
Caught smoking. You got caught smoking, and the punishment was to smoke more. Is that what happened?
No. The idea was that if we smoked a cigar, that we would never start smoking. Well, didn't work with me. Puked my guts
no.
up. Still started smoking when I got older.
Yeah. See, I knew a guy that his parents caught him smoking, and they said, "Okay, motherfucker, we're gonna make you smoke this whole pack of cigarettes we found. You're gonna sit here and smoke them all right now in front of us." And normally that would turn a kid green, and he probably wouldn't want to smoke for at least a month. But knowing my friend like I do, he sat there and smoked all those cigarettes, and said his dad got so mad because he didn't get sick from it. And his dad's like, "Oh, he's been doing this all along," you know.
Same thing with my daughter. She would steal my cigarettes, or she would go to work with me when I was working at a convenience store during the summer, and come to find out she was stealing them from there too. And so I bought the cheapest, nastiest cigarettes I could find. And I said, all right, light one up. She sat there and smoked it. I said, light another one. And I just, like 3 or 4 in a row, and nothing was happening. And I was like, ah.
Dang it. Yeah.
And so I started keeping them under my pillow when I'd sleep at night. And I would hear this and open my eyes, and she'd be standing there. And I said, really? And her hand would stop, and she'd just stand there like I was fixing to fall back asleep real quick. No.
Yeah, right. What's up, Garrett?
Get out of my room.
Man, I'll tell you,
when I was real young, me and a couple of buddies of mine walked to a whole nother town. I remember, it took us all day to get there and back, kind of deal. And we walked way out of our normal area and we went to this store and I stole a can of Skoal. All right. I've never had chewing tobacco. I was young. I ain't never messed with that shit and I didn't know any better. But boy, did I pay a price for swiping that shit. Because on the way back, I'm like, hey, I got this. Like they took a big old chaw of it and I did too. What I didn't know is that you were supposed to spit the stuff out. I didn't.
No.
I didn't spit once. All right. And when I thought I was done with it, I swallowed the rest of it. And I
Oh,
remember walking, and it was like I could just feel my stomach going, "Oh, fuck you!" All right, and the farther I went, it was like, "Oh, this ain't right," And they're like, they looked at me, go, "What's going on?" I'm like, "Oh, nothing." That was great here, trying to blow it off and shit,
I thought.
But I'm sure I was turning green. I was turning green as that nasty menthol shit, whatever. And then finally, I puked it all out and all that, and they laugh at me, shit. They're actually older than me, but I have never chewed tobacco since. I have no desire for that shit at all.
So around here, it's enough. And on the school bus, the trash can had holes in it. That's where they'd spit. And it would just run down the aisles every time the bus would stop or go. And I was like, I am just going to puke. And they're like, if you try some, you won't get sick. Okay. Yeah, whatever. Never putting worm dirt in my mouth again.
Yeah, no, yeah. Yes, it is, Eric. It is disgusting. Don't ever swallow that stuff. That'll fuck your stomach up, man. I was young and tough then. I imagine my stomach at this age would be like, oh shit, I just give up. My stomach would probably just revolt on me. What's up, Pilgrim?
Hey, Pilgrim. Rolling up your brick.
Man, Pilgrim, I just saw you in the middle of a chat with hundreds of people there. Not one of those places I wouldn't normally see somebody from this community. And I was like, wow, there's Pilgrim. I almost said something, but I was too busy. I don't even remember what it was, but it was a big chat. Isn't that funny? You go to a chat, there's like 5,000 people there. You're not even really paying attention to it. And you look down the chat and you see somebody you know. That's happened to me countless times.
Same. And I'll say something. They don't say something back. And I'm like, yeah, they're trying to be incognito, I think.
Well, and I've done that where I've seen 2 or 3 people in one of those chats, and I sit there and I wait for them to comment, and I say their name, and sometimes they do see you.
Yeah.
I have. And then once one person sees you, the other 2 might see you. Yeah.
Oh, Josh. Hopefully cheer you up.
Well,
Good song.
Yeah. Hot tub. Oh. Hot tub. It was Eddie Murphy doing this skit. He posted on his page. It's pretty damn funny.
I have never heard of it.
He's pretending to be like,
Try that
Gonna
again.
get in the tub. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the trap, Al. That's the trap, man. It's the fucking trap, Al. We're talking about this not long ago. I didn't come on here to make friends and family. That wasn't what I was doing. I was trying to find reality. All right. I was trying to put my 2 cents in to help somebody. I was trying to find information, all the shit.
Look what happened. Now
Yeah.
no matter what happens, I can't leave this platform. You know, I have to, in some form, stay here because it has become family. Even though there's ass wipes in the world and stuff, but there's way more good people here. So you
Yeah.
can't. You're stuck. You're trapped now. You're trapped. You can't leave. You're not excused.
Well, you keep coming around, you'll get to know everybody, Josh. That's how it works. It's been, how long ago was that, Carl? Our neck of the woods.
5 years.
So was that the first? I think that's how I met.
Robert and Gigi was there.
Yeah.
And shortly after, Pappy and everybody was there. Shane started coming around, but even before that, there was this other little crowd that happened first, and then it kind of thinned out, and other people showed up. It's a strange thing. It's been a strange ride on YouTube.
Yeah, it has. That's people come and go, and you hate to see them go, but I still remember them, all of them. The first person that I knew of to pass was Rich Wells. I think that was,
when Rich passed.
and it was so sad because he was young. He was like 35. So happy up there in Alaska doing the stuff. He had the garden.
His channel's still there. His channel's still there. I was there not long ago.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I think he got the flu or something. I don't know. I just remember his friend finding him, and somehow we found out. And I think that was one of my first community posts. And then just, there used to be a handle in the chat. It's Nobody G. Remember that?
Yeah, we always called him somebody. I seen him about 6 months ago.
I think I did too somewhere.
I did. And I still call him the same. Hey, what's up, somebody?
Did he let you?
Mm-hmm. And I think it was at Rescue.
Oh, okay, because that's what I said when I first saw him. I was like, everybody's somebody here. So I'm not
saying that. That's why I always tease him about it, because of what you said.
But one time I saw him in a chat somewhere else, and they called him somebody, and he said, no, only Miss Bonnie can call me that. And I was like, aw.
I got away with it.
Yep. I guess he realized it was going to happen. Oh, well.
Recently I've been thinking about it because, this is the thing. My mind likes to think like this. Like when it comes to the comic books, the reason that I like the X-Men, all right, the comic books, the X-Men, is because there's literally like 5,000 characters, all right, and I think I know them all right, but even when I used to collect things, there'd be a few thousand of something, and I would know each one of them. Well, I can sit here on the top of my mind, just sit here and name people off in my mind. I'm probably going to do it. I'm going to one day sit down with a notebook and just list everybody I can think of that I've met here on this platform. Maybe make a separate page for those that are not here anymore. But, I could list hundreds and hundreds of people just off the top of my head, and I think if I sat down and really tried to figure out how many people I have talked to on this platform, I'm thinking it's going to get into the couple thousand. You know, I do. I think it would get there.
I do too. It's a lot. And it's still, Josh, if you're still here, it's not an accident. We've all come together like this. I really think that there's a reason for it. So what does this mean? Maybe that. We need to discuss World War III, the investment. Still planning February 8th, 2026.
There's a bunch of weird stuff coming out in that, but how much can we really believe is real? Especially if the Democrats have had their hands on this shit all this time, or not even just Democrats, just bad people will just say that. You know, so I've heard Trump allude to the fact that it's all fake. You know, like maybe it was all a psyop. Maybe there's some truth in it. Like a good liar always adds an element of truth. But, you know, if there's these crimes and evil things that have been going on, just fucking arrest them already. Don't tell the world about it for years and then do nothing. So if there's, you know, and who cares about a list? You should care about who those videos are of them honey traps. Which, you know, if there's people in big shoes that have been videotaped doing evil deeds, that they just need to be arrested. You know, that shit needs to be shown in a court of law, not to the public. Get after it, you know.
Those girls willing to testify, well, they already have.
Mm-hmm.
They're the ones who have suffered through that. I don't care what anybody says. They were victims.
Right. Well, yeah.
They did what they had to do to survive.
I'm just at the point after everything I've seen over the last, really, especially over the last 9 years, I really can't put any trust into anything I see. You've got too many, even before AI, there was photo housing and naked fake shit, videos, all this stuff. It's a fucking Hollywood production. Everybody knows all that. But on top of that, it's like there's clearly narratives being pushed that, let's say something like a shooting happens. And the first day they say, oh, he's this guy. The next day they say he's that guy. The day after that, they say it's two guys. 3 days later, they're saying it was just the one guy again. You know, 4 days in, somebody comes forward and confesses, but he wasn't the guy. All right. So the fucking story mutates, usually at least 2 weeks before it lands on what I just going to call it a narrative because I don't know if it's real or false. So it's like it goes through all these different steps before it lands on some lie. So what can you fucking believe?
Right. Where'd you get these dates? Maybe that.
Look what Josh says. He appreciates the relaxed pace here. You're going to put him to sleep, Bonnie. Yeah. She's heard that before, Josh.
Yep.
Howdy, Donnie.
Hey, Donnie. Good to see you.
That's true, Kim.
Yep. I know. I'll go and I'll try to lurk. And I just can't do it.
If I'm working, sometimes I don't even listen to the panel. I'm just watching the chat, especially if I'm a mod. I'm lurking because I'm busy. It's not because, you know, but I know what you're saying. Usually I want to chime in and say hello, especially if somebody you haven't seen for a while or something. You're like, holy shit, you know. But yeah, it's not always easy to lurk, but sometimes it's necessary.
Well, something will be said, and I just have to
Bonnie,
What?
Tuesday night. Tuesday. That's it. I'm going to put it out there, but it's late. Little mixture of good and bad, right? And the bad one, so whatever.
See, Zed was working. We made Zed come out of working, just talking about lurking. We
He
exposed him.
was at the very beginning, and I was like, "Do you
He
mind if
was
I call you?"
commenting before the show even started.
Yes. I said, "Do you mind if I call you D2 because I don't know how to say all that other stuff?" And he said, "It's Zed, silly." And I said, "Oh, well."
You just got to read between the lines, Bonnie.
Why are you incognito?
You just got to read between the lines.
Mm-hmm.
You need some camouflage, Garrett.
Excuse me. Well,
That was a kind of telling what's coming next.
I know. I could leave y'all to continue and then go to bed.
Take a nap while I keep
Didn't be the
talking to you.
first time.
Only trouble with that, though, is I couldn't let anybody else on the panel if they wanted to come up, you know? So
True.
once the host is gone, it becomes a different show. And I don't know, I ain't heard a peep out of Watt. I know Blackwatch is still there.
Well, I'm here.
Good to see you. Welcome in.
What I remember, it was Overly or something. We used to ride our bikes. And you ever seen where you go through an opening and all of a sudden it's Jurassic Park with the dinosaurs, and it went wherever. Right in the middle of the city.
Dinosaur? Wait, say that all over, Blackwatch. You really lost me. Did anybody follow that?
It was called Sierra Gundy Park. Sierra UNDI. And you went through a little thing, relatively small. And it was another world within the city.
You mean like a tourist trap?
Kind of, if you could find it.
Michigan used to have an outdoor dinosaur park. It kind of still exists. YouTubers go to it. It's an abandoned destination, you know, where they had these giant dinosaurs made out of fiberglass and shit, and now it's all growed up and like, you know, an attraction. You're talking about like some kind of a city attraction displaying dinosaurs?
Really, there was very few people in there that I remember now. I guess we were about 10 or 11. You get lost in there.
That would have been my goal as a kid. I mean, to ditch the adults and find my own way. That was my goal most of the time. That's why they didn't want to take me on field trips.
Oh, I was, yeah. Field trips.
Do they even do those anymore? I remember going to the Henry Ford Museum and like GM, watched cars made at GM. Where else did we go? We went to Cedar Point once. We went places when I was in school. I remember field trips. Do they still do that?
Yes, they still do it.
I had a lot of them in high school when I think about it. The one I remember, we went to Don Mills, which was IBM, where they made key punch machines. And of course, you get the exact, you know what I mean, the tour guide.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They had the backs off of them, and they used maybe 16, 18 gauge wire. Everything was yellow. Hundreds of them. But they ran parallel. So I said, anybody's got a question? Nobody said anything. So I said to him, how do you prevent induced current? And he says, they're all CSA approved. You can't get a shock. I said to the teacher, I'm waiting in the bus. And I went back, waited in the bus. He's an idiot. You know what I'm saying, Carl? You run enough parallel.
Sometimes I do.
Magnetic current could even with the insulation, create a current into another one that was not intended. There were hundreds of yellow wiring.
All positive leads? Are you talking about a ground system?
No, positive.
Well, yeah, don't put your mouth on it.
Yeah. But apparently he thought CSA approved. It's got a ground wire. Yeah, right. Okay, bye. I was a smart kid sometimes.
I don't know. Electricity's weird, Black Watch. I've stood next to, the utility boxes on the side of the road. They're like gray or green or stand right next to the curb or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? Junction boxes.
Yeah.
I've stood on wet ground in a rainstorm and felt the current trickling through my leg.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You know, the one thing I remember, we went to see the opening of the movie Romeo and Juliet. And it wasn't Olivia DeBoo, it was another one. But I talked to somebody and she looked it up. She says, that was pulled for nudity. I thought, where did I fall asleep with the popcorn? Because there wasn't any. But I remember that it was a real good movie. Yeah. We had quite a few of them. When I think about it. Yeah.
That's another one of those things, Al. I like the early AC/DC, but not too early. They had 3 singers, but Bon Scott was my favorite. Oh, there's Craig Lucas.
Craig, there you are. I've been worried about you.
Yeah, Bonnie was worried she chased you off forever.
Yeah.
And I guess it's Golden Psy, as in Golden Psylocke or Psy-Op, or nice to meet you. Interesting name, Golden Psy.
Right.
I guess it's a play on Goldeneye.
Doing good, Craig. How are you doing?
Golden Psy.
Good day.
See, there I am. I'm analyzing handles again.
Yep. Oh, yeah, I could just lay back right here.
You just don't want to end it because I actually came up on the panel, huh? I know what's going on.
I know a lot of people have trouble sleeping, or I don't know.
Well, it's only 3:50 in the morning.
And have I been live this week at all?
Yeah.
Was I? Monday.
Live since 9 o'clock here. Oh,
No,
no, 9:30 or later.
Going on other panels counts too, Bonnie. It's just as tiring.
I know. That's true.
Well, Craig is at 8:50. He must be on the West Coast, I think. I'm in Michigan, Craig.
He's in the
Yeah, he's in the future. Okay, no, yeah, he's gonna be at the
AM.
West Coast. Oh,
He's,
AM. Yeah.
yes, he's in the UK.
Psychic. All right, golden psychic. Remember Johnny Carson used to put a turban on? What'd they call him when he was like the great something? And he would do the fortune telling.
Put a card to his head and say, "This is the
Yeah,
question."
yeah, that's him.
Ed McMahon on the sofa.
And I don't know if a lot of people are just waking up but keep getting more and more in chat.
It's interesting how that happens, by when I did those really long lives, like the 40-hour live and the 28-hour live, you would see like
Yes.
shifts of people. Morning comes, a whole new group of people that shows up. Afternoon, it's a whole different crowd, and so on. There would be like 5, 6 shifts of people coming in throughout a day.
And new ones. I like to see new names too.
And people you don't get to see very often. When I did those really long lives, people come out of the woodwork I hadn't seen in 2 years.
No, well, I can't do that anymore.
A Bonathon.
I'm getting old.
It has a better ring to it. The Bonathon. Sounds like the Bonneville race. Remember, they used to have a race called the Bonneville.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Look at that. D-Dog woke up. No, he's been... Good to see you, D-Dog.
What's going on, Double Dog? Karnak the Magnificent. That is him. He was great. I always liked that skit. Johnny Carson was entertaining.
Yeah.
I am not even near tired. What the hell? I'm gonna have to
take a nap.
Gonna have to do something productive.
I didn't take a nap.
Yet.
Those chainsaws started. Well, it's usually by 9 that he picks up the crew.
All of my best sleep-ins always come like right before it gets daylight. I'm not even kidding. If I go to bed at midnight, 8 p.m., wherever it is, I don't get my good sleep till early morning.
It's usually when REM occurs.
Mm-hmm.
Once I go out, I'm out. Unless some weird noise wakes me up. We talk about everything, Golden.
Yeah, what you got? We'll see if we've been there. After 5 years of doing this, it's hard to think of something we never talked about.
Yeah.
And heal, Al. That's, when you enter that deep sleep REM stage, that's when your body heals and you dream. Well, that's weird too, because if I was to fall asleep just for a couple hours at midnight and wake up at like 3 a.m., I'll remember dreams. So I think there's like two states of dream. You go into a deep dream in REM, maybe. And those can suck. You ever like dream you had just everything you needed, man? You had cash, you had weed, you had everything you need. Then you wake up and you're broke and nobody has any weed and no gas in the car, and it's just disappointing sometimes.
Yeah.
Dreams are awesome. They're free entertainment. I really look forward to them. I'm in full control. It's like I tell people, I'll never die in my dream because, like, if I fell off a cliff, I'll manifest a parachute or a hang glider or a big pillow down there. It's like I just enjoy them and I remember most of them, and it's like free cable TV or something. I dig it.
Yeah, I usually sleep 6 or 7 hours.
I'm sure it makes a damn loud noise. I've been in the woods completely by myself in the middle of nowhere and heard a tree fall. Wham! Shakes the ground kind of fall. So I'm sure whether somebody's there or not, it's going to make a noise. The critters are going to hear it.
I don't
And
know.
I've seen bears shit in the woods too. I have really witnessed that.
We heard them falling.
Oh, probably about 8 years ago, by 2 o'clock in the morning, it shook the house. I'm talking kaboom! Shook the fucking house. I go out in the front yard, and this gigantic tree, one of the biggest parts, just fucking fell off. And I mean, it brushed the house. But if that would have hit the house, boy, we'd have been toast. We got lucky.
Yeah.
Same house, middle of the night. I smell something wrong. All right. And I go downstairs. It's dark. I got a flashlight, but I see a light in the pantry that I've never seen before. I go in there to find the inside of the walls on fire. The power lines that went from the pole to the house melted to pieces. It melted the junctions of the wires to the house, heated all the wires through the meter into the house, cooked the fuse boxes, and started a fire inside the wall. And it was still on fire when I went outside. I could see the fire through the wall inside and outside the house. And I looked and could tell that there was no more power because it had already completely burned the wires away. So I went inside and threw buckets of water into the wall and put that fire out. But we almost died that night.
My goodness.
Mm-hmm. There's weird smells. You ever smell something? And it happened in the same house. It was an outlet. I smelled fish. All right. And it was in a bedroom that we didn't use. And I thought somebody had left something in there to rot. And I couldn't find it. I looked for it. And then one of the outlets went out where nothing in that room was working right. So I took the wall apart and found where this old wire, like cloth covered wire, had burned inside the wall and followed the line up like a long burning fuse or something. And it smelled like fucking sardines, man. It smelled like somebody was burning sardines. It was horrible.
Huh.
That was a very old house. It was a pain in the ass. The landlord didn't give a shit about it. I ended up getting suckered into all kinds of shit. The water main broke on this place once, and boy, I made him pay for it. I said, he's like, you know, well, I thought you could fix stuff like that. I said, dude, this isn't even the same dude that was living here before you talked to. This is a new guy. He goes, oh, I'm sorry. I said, well, I could probably fix this water main, but it's going to cost you. He's like, what do you mean? I said, well, dude, I get under this house, you're going to take $1,000 off the rent right off the top. And I had him. You know, I did get that much, but it was a pain in the ass. It was, but it was that old shit, man. That old cloth color stuff. And then, you know how they take, instead of doing it right, Pilgrim, they'll cut the cloth wire and just add new wire to it, not remove all the old shit, you know. That's how that house was rigged. Pilgrim, I was up in a 100-and-something-year-old house once, and you know how they used to run alternate current on 2 lines separated and run insulator to insulator, bare wires up in the attics and shit. They would have it running straight bare wire over your framework, and it would just be like a fence insulator to run it to the next lead. And I went up in the top of an attic once and saw this rat that had stepped the wrong way. He touched both of those wires walking across them, and he was nothing but a skeleton left. He had been there for so long, his skin, everything was gone, but his whole skeleton was there, like fused to those wiring, you know, like he made his last step, and that's where his skeleton remained intact. Fried his ass. Al lives a full money. See what happens when you stay on? People like full money. Knob and two boring.
Yep. Usually put it in the attic. Worst place for it.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Money. How are you doing?
Yeah, and them old buildings get awful crusty. I don't know what the other word is, Al, but some of them attics, they're just so fucking dry. Everything is like crunchy. It's a tinderbox. That's nutty.
No, sorry to hear that. Been sick. The entire place. Yeah, it's usually how it happens.
There's been a lot of prayers said for you, Monty. I hope they're working.
Yes. Getting more feeling back, Monty. Just curious. I miss
Well,
you
I've heard
too.
people say they miss you too, Monty. You know what I always say, Monty? If you miss somebody, you just got to aim better.
See what happens? I know you do.
That's something you might want to look up, Carl. Very few people know the size of the Don Valley through Toronto. It's huge and very, very deep.
What's it? The what valley?
Don. I don't know who it was named after. Don Valley. It was created by the glaciers.
Don Valley. Is it near a glacier or still or not?
It when you look at the Don River, it's nothing unless it floods a little bit over the Don Valley Parkway, which is a stupid road. But that park I'm talking about is all part of it. It's like a horseshoe around Toronto. It's huge.
I've been caught up in stuff like, you ever heard of the Lake of the Woods?
Yeah, I've been there.
That place fascinated me, man. I got like lost in Google Earth in that area. It's a place, Bonnie, that's between Canada and the United States above Minnesota, and it's this massive linked waterway that is just pebbled with thousands, and I mean thousands of islands. All right. I mean, the place is so mind-boggling. If you wanted to disappear, that's the fucking place to go. They'd never find you. You can just pick an island nobody ever goes to, and there's hundreds and thousands of them. It's like, it's just a lake full of islands. It's a trip.
Feeds into the Trent locks. There's actually locks up there, Bonnie, just like the Panama.
Yep, trade routes and stuff that were actually established a long time ago.
Yeah.
Old law.
Yeah.
I guess, old George Washington himself had a hand in a system of locks that used to connect, the Atlantic to the Great Lakes and stuff. And, the Ohio River or whatever it was just, there's still traces of them, abandoned lock systems throughout the country. Not just that one, but that's like one of the oldest.
Yeah.
Old waterways, mule-drawn barges, and all kinds of wild shit.
Mm. Yeah.
I looked into that, man. The Don Valley. It's massive, huh? I mean, Canada's massive on its own, but it's probably like massive, the size of one of our states massive.
Well, it's the depth of it, really. Like the Don Valley was created to connect the lakeshore to the 401. It opened in '61. It was a big engineering mistake, but while you're driving on it, the cliffs are about a mile high in places. It's huge. Toronto split by it without the viaduct. Prince Edward, I think Prince Edward Viaduct. They built it in 1918, I think, or 16. And it connects, while everyone thinks of downtown Toronto to the east side. They have a subway running underneath it and everything. But yeah, it's
one of my reoccurring weird dreams, Blackwatch, is, you've probably gone over the Ambassador Bridge and stuff, the one that goes from Detroit to Canada and stuff like that, and you've probably seen the way 75 comes in and all that. I had this dream I kept having where I was walking back from Canada, but the arch of that bridge was like miles in the air. It's like it was like walking a mile up. You know what I mean? In this dream, it was just in the middle of the clouds, man, at the top of a bridge. And I had that dream several times.
The
And I
high,
don't know, walking on a bridge with traffic and shit, that's a trip on its own.
the highest bridge is the Burlington Skyway. I've been on it. I always thought that was it's 288 feet high. The ships
Mhm.
like they're miniature. It's very.
Yeah, that's up there. I got a 300. There's a 300-foot tower right next to me here. That's the tallest dang thing around, dude. That's up there. 200 and what?
288, I believe.
That's
I thought
way.
that, but I looked it up. You know, it's disturbing. A lot of people in car can't do it. Don't look to the side.
You know, that's going over the Mackinac Bridge from Lower Michigan to the Upper Peninsula. I've gone over that with girls in the car before, and they'll clench your arm or your hand, and they don't like it at all, man. That freaks people out, especially girls. You can feel the bridge moving and shit, you know.
I remember I don't. No, we weren't. We were just dating. I took her and her grandmother. When I started down the top of it, it was both Highland Park. I was heading 100 miles an hour. Just buried the thing.
Apparently, only one death from the Mackinac. One lady went off in a little tiny car. I forget, something like a Yugo or something. It went off the bridge, and of course she perished because it's up there. You're gonna die when you land,
Yeah.
water or not.
But yeah.
They closed it when it got bad here a couple weeks ago. It was closed. Gets covered with ice and stuff. It's just too risky.
You want to bet we just lost somebody? I got a feeling.
Yeah. They're both taking a nap. I'm kind of used to it though, Blackwash. This has happened a lot.
I promised myself I wouldn't do 4 a.m. stuff, and here I am. But this could honestly be the last, so what the hell?
What is the time there right now? It's 4:14 here. What's the time where you're at?
Same thing.
Right now, I thought so.
Both Eastern. You know what I never knew until I talked to a guy, he's around Halifax. Remember, Hockey Night in Canada? Oscar Hewitt.
That's the only sport that I'm a little bit familiar with. Really, it's the only sport that I had the equipment. All right, I had the goalie shit even when I was a kid. So but I wasn't like big on it. But I know you guys like it.
Well, it used to start. I think in the 50s, I went with my dad. If somebody won ticket. Anyway, it was down, and then Foster Hewitt. Good evening, hockey fans from coast to coast. And he used to say at 8 o'clock, but he'd say 8:30 Newfoundland time. But there's an Atlantic time in between that. It's 2 hours ahead of us. No.
So have you ever gone to a fight and a hockey game broke out?
Yeah, really. When I went with my dad, like wherever he worked, people had season's ticket. And it could go from the Reds to the Grays, which was nosebleed. And now and again, he won. But the thing was, this is when there was 16. There was fights all the time.
Yep.
I remember Tim Horton. You know him. He
know a coffee place called Tim Hortons. Isn't there a coffee place called that?
That's him. There was a game in Buffalo when it expanded, wintertime. He missed it.
So Tim Horton was a hockey player? I did not know that. See, I learned something new today.
No, Tim Horton and Bobby Bond was the guy that'd be beside him, and that was Fight Central. They were the toughest defensemen in the league. Even Gordie Howe got bumped a few times.
Gordie Howe, that name sounds familiar too.
He's one of yours.
I thought so. Yeah, that name sounds familiar.
They called him Mr. Hockey.
Dude, I'm so not up on sports. All right?
Yeah.
I've never played a game of basketball, football, or baseball in my life. I really don't even know all the rules. I've never paid attention to it. I'm not cutting anybody who likes sports, but it just was never on my radar, man. I'd rather be fishing, camping, hunting, horseback riding, snowmobiling, motorcycles, whatever. I just wasn't into the sports thing. Plus, I had a bad knee that kept me out of that shit too. So, but I could ice skate, man. I could ice skate, and I got me a set of Bauer skates in the '70s when I lived on the lake, and I'd take the lawn tractor out there with the snow plow on it, and I'd plow out a skating rink in the middle of a bay next to our house, and every kid in the neighborhood would use it, and there was a lot of hockey freaks, and it's like I had the goalie gloves and face mask and all that shit somebody got me for Christmas or something. So I ended up playing some of those games. That's about the only sports game that I ever really remember playing, and I was always the goalie because I had the shit.
Yeah, somebody, when I was first married, I lived with my parents for a year till he moved, and then I rented it. And there was a taxi guy down the street, and he passed away. And we called her Aunt Lucky. And a couple rented upstairs from her. And I was walking up the street one time, and hi. And he says, "Would you want to play house league hockey?" I said, "It's been a few years." University of Toronto had an old arena, varsity arena, and I played goal a bit. But guess who they all were? Teamsters. That was an experience.
You play hockey with Jimmy Hoffa?
Yeah, could have been. I'll tell you. That was. I'm sorry I did it, Carl. I really am. That was just not worth. There's one guy on the other side. He played goal. He had $1,000 into it, more than that. But you know how you throw money in so somebody doesn't show up if you know.
That was never me. I never threw money in on that, and I never gambled. I gambled one time, walked away, never did it again.
No, but what it was is they marked the amount, so if somebody didn't show up, you covered the arena. But him and his brother took off with $2,000. They would have killed him. You should have heard it.
That's pretty much why I didn't ever want to gamble. I don't want to owe nobody nothing.
No. But that was, my uncle got me the gloves because he had a connection. So they said, "Would you play goal?" I thought, excuse me, what I'll play it one night. This guy,
dude, those gloves were awesome. You got to admit, those fucking goalie hockey gloves were awesome. They were like leather padded individual. I could punch brick walls with those gloves. Blackwatch. Those were badass.
But this one guy hit the blue line. He couldn't hardly stand up. He took a slap shot. I caught it in my palm. Way to go. Nice catch. I just about took my hand off. I gripped my teeth and I said, "I'm not playing goal anymore. That's it."
You know, I got to tell Pilgrim too. That's why I played hockey as a kid, because I could ice skate. I had ice skates as a kid growing up, and we had a bunch of swamps that when those froze up, it was fantasy land. All right, all the stumps and stuff. They were like, trees fall over in a swamp. They pull the roots up and everything. Sometimes they would do that and make little tunnels that when it was all iced up, you could literally ice skate through like under trees and shit. It was just badass. We'd make courses and stuff. But by the time I moved out there on that lake, I could skate pretty good. Well, I also could roller skate pretty good. And let me tell you, I can't now. I
No.
can't roller skate nothing like I went and tried that some years back, and no, this wasn't working the way I remember. I imagine ice skating is going to be a lot the same way. I'll probably put on a pair of skates and forget what the hell I was doing. I'm probably going to fall. You probably will too, Pilgrim.
You know,
It's
the
just not the same.
worst one I remember, John had, you know how you have kind of long hair, but they kind of throw it back? I don't know if he put stuff in it or not. But
Who?
the guy that asked me to play his name was John. And anyway, I don't think he wears shoulder pads. Anyway, we went behind our net, and this guy was a monster in front of me compared to me. He was huge. And I picked up my stick, you know, like you normally do. And I just touched his right knee behind his knee, and he went sliding out in the boards. Of course, you know what the guys did, razzed him. So later in the game, I came around the net and I started up to the right of the goalkeeper, towards the blue line. I happened to look up.
Yeah, but there's a muscle back there that if you just tap it, it's like closing a spring's hinge.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But he was on his side of his blue line charging me. And I thought, I'm going to take this one. So you know where the rink has the board? I started to climb it. And all of a sudden I saw a flash behind me to my left. It was John. Well, this guy didn't see him. He knocked him clean in the air, stood over and said, leave the fucking kid alone. Got it? He left me alone. John was not much to him, but God, he hit him. I forgot all about that.
We're way too old for that shit now, back lunch.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah.
I've been thinking a lot lately too. Why do they call it a pass a fist? Why is it called a pass a fist? Because that just sounds violent on its own.
A what? I didn't.
You know, a pacifist. What is this? You're passing a fist. That doesn't sound very.
Fist. Oh, that's ancient English. Pacifist, obviously, like you know, is one that just doesn't fight unless he has to. You know?
Right. Then he passes his fist on to the next guy.
Yeah, I mean, really, there's nothing gained by it, Carl. There's nothing when I look at it.
I have walked away from every fight I could. No shit. I don't like fights. I've been in way too many of them. There is a point where you have to defend yourself.
Oh, yeah, like I say, until you can't. You know, and then I remember my dad, of course, he was in the army, and in Belgium, he should have died. By all means, he should have died. 88 shell, melted the howitzer plate, the whole thing, apparently. But the underground got him out. And he used to say to me when this is how you fight. Well, you sweep the knees, right? Kick them in the nuts. He said, then you punch him in the throat. I said, Dad, I don't want to kill him. But Western always said, if you had more than two, like one-on-one, you're going to have to take it.
Well, you're not boxing your buddy. If you're in a street fight, you have to be prepared for anything because they're going to do any dirty trick they can do. Just that's.
But
there's no fair fighting. When it comes down to a fucking street brawl, you can't rely on the other guy having some kind of fucking morals about fighting. Don't hit me below the belt. You can't count on that.
But he said, one-on-one, if you can't get away, what are you going to do? But he said if there's like 4 or 6, there's always a leader, and you hit him with everything you got. And
it's absolutely valid what you just said. It's absolutely valid. I've used the tactic. I'll tell you the story, all right? Because this happened in front of half the town saw it. Black Watch. There's still people that know the story very well because there's this little fucker that tried to start shit with me every time he'd see me in a public place like the bowling alley bar or the bar or anywhere. He would start some shit with me, and he would never win. He was unqualified for that mountain climb. All right. And there's been times where I just had him removed or removed him myself. The police have come and got him, the whole 9 yards. Well, one time at a bar I worked at, he started this shit while I was on my shift. And I just took him outside and told him, this isn't going to happen here tonight. You just need to leave. And he wouldn't stop. And he kept coming at me, and I'd keep putting him down. And I'm like, Scott, I'm going to fucking call the cops on you again. You keep this shit up. Because he was just drunk and swinging at me. And, I got him to leave, right? And a little while longer, somebody comes in the bar and says, Carl, he's back. I go out there, and they're throwing full cans of beer at me. 3 guys in a car, all right? And I went over to the car, and the driver, I didn't know who he was or the guy in the back, but this guy Scott was in the passenger seat, and I opened the driver's door and tried to pull him out over the driver to get him the fuck out of that car. I'd had it. And I couldn't get him out of the car, and I took the car door and started bending it the wrong way open, slamming it open as far as it could go. It was something like a Camaro or something. And I was going to fuck that car up and get him out of there one way or another. The driver panicked, all right, and he drove directly into a couple cars in the parking lot, and then he left the scene. Now, those fuckers were all drunk, and I knew that they had just been in an accident they left the scene for. So I'm like, okay, they're fucked now. Somebody's going to get them. The car door won't close. And I was, went through the rest of the night on my shift, and I go to leave, and as I'm leaving with a buddy of mine in his truck, these guys show up in that car again, and they started lobbing shit at my buddy's truck, and he stopped at the light downtown. And I said, I'll be back. I jumped out of the truck and ran half the blocker over, and the car stopped, and all 3 of them get out. And I'm telling you, the one that jumped out first was big. All right. I remember looking up at this guy going, all right. Then his brother gets out, and then the guy I was going to fucking destroy. And just like what you were talking, the first thing that went through my mind, because I'd had a few drinks by then too, is I'm taking the big one first. So I leaped at the fucking big guy before they were even ready. And I grabbed him by the ears, and when I pulled him to the ground, nailing him every way I could, his brother came up behind me and ate my elbow. All right. And at this point, they were in panic. All right. Because I had broke his face. One of them ran to the police station. One of them ran to the church. And the other one, the big guy, just laid there and bled and cried. Okay. And the one that ran to the police station, I went right after him. And there's 2 entrances to the police station. He went around to the back, and I went in the front door before he even got in there. And the dispatcher was trained by my mother. All right. And I told her, I said, Laura, there's a guy coming in. He's the one that did the hit and run. This is the guy that they started it with me. And she's like, oh, and they arrested that guy. They went and found the other guy and arrested him. And then, I don't know, 2 weeks later, these guys come to my house, and I thought it was on. They were coming to get revenge. And they're like, nope, Carl, no, these 2 brothers, not the fucking asshole. They had it with him. All right. And they're like, Carl, we know who you are. You're friends of this guy, and we know, and we don't want anything else. We're sorry. And they made an apology to me and became friends of mine after all that.
There's some big men like that, what I call big men. Have you ever heard Zach Rushing, my first all-black cook? Have you ever heard the guy? He started with Facebook. He's got a huge channel, and all his stories are true. Obviously, he usually does it from his pick-em-up truck, right? And he has a Bassin Pro thing, but he's about 6'8", 3-something. And he says, everybody has this little friend, right? We all have them. This is how he did one. Zach Rushing's his name. And he says, I went to a bar with that guy, right? And he says, I didn't want to drink because he had cancer and things. Anyway, he says, so I sat there with my drink. I didn't have a beer. And there's big guy sitting in the stool at the bar. And this little guy goes up to him and says, you're sitting in my chair. Oh, no, the guy went to the washroom. He sat in the chair and the guy came back. What are you doing? You know what I mean? And so he starts to take this guy on, and he kind of looks at Zach like, he's with me. That's my enforcer. And Zach says the story. Have you ever looked over at somebody my size who's sitting there with, what did he eat? A pink lady or something? I don't know what he had with an umbrella in it. Can you picture that? That's my tough guy. But his point was, everybody's got this little guy that for some reason is your friend who always wins.
It's being the challenge, Blackwatch. That same bar, I worked there as a cook. That was my fucking job. I don't, what ended up was I was the cook and the door guy and the guy that talked to the cops and all this bullshit. All right. And it got so bad. What happened? This really happened. My boss told her son to get me, and he's like, my mom wants to talk to you, the owner of the bar. And I'm like, oh shit, I'm getting fired. He's like, no, come on, man. He just wants to talk to you. So I remember walking into the office with her son, and I'm like, okay, what'd I do, Red? And she's like, Carl, listen, and she pulls out a stack of police reports out of the file cabinet. She says, listen. I said, listen, I didn't start any of that shit. And she's like, Carl, everybody knows that. We know you didn't start it. We know that every one of these police reports said you either just held the guy there or you put him asleep. And everybody in the bar said he went after you first. So it's always them starting it. And this is the truth, man. Every time the police went, oh, okay. And I never got in trouble. All right. So what it was is she's like, we know it's not your fault, but we got to figure out why it's happening. Yeah. I'm like, at the time, I'm like, oh, please do. All right. Because I didn't understand why somebody out of the blue, I didn't even fucking know, some stranger, some fucker that I thought was my friend would start a fight with me in a public place. They, granted, they're usually drunk, but it got frustrating. And I didn't understand why people, I'm only 6'1". I'm pretty good build. I'm like 220 pounds, but I got a reputation. And what was going on at the time is I was a quiet in the corner watching everybody sober kind of guy. All right, I'm on the clock. I'm not drinking for one, and I don't drink much anyways. I did every now and then, but if you're not social, you stand in the corners, you watch everything. People start to see you as like a challenge when they get fucked up in their head or something. If they're going to fuck with somebody, they're going to pick this guy, the guy that's, different from everybody else, or the guy with the reputation. And what she taught me was open up, start talking to people. Carl, she tell me, say hello once in a while. When you're serving somebody, make a fucking conversation up. Just don't stand there like a fucking bouncer, And I did alter my attitude. I changed. I got more outgoing. I started talking. Hey, how you doing? Tried to be that guy. And I'll be damned, man. There was a lot less of that bullshit just because of the way I was acting.
But there was a guy, he didn't have a father, Danny Pamplin. I remember his mom, I should have bugged. But anyway, I found him in a detached house. He's living upstairs selling drugs. And he moved back home. But he built up a 49 knucklehead, and I used to go over and everything re-chromed, hand pinstripes and everything. But my dad wouldn't let me get a bike. He said, if I let you get a bike in 2 weeks, your mother will kill me, But I'd go out with him, you know what I mean? He'd say, he'd work a while, and then, I said, listen, I'm married. I can't even afford 10 cents a class. He said, I got my pokey check, right? Let's go out, which my wife, she trusted me. And one night we went out down the Danforth, and he had a friend had a blue, I think it was a Harley, Anyway, we went down Danforth Avenue, and the guy's bike stalled, right? He just wouldn't go. So down the way came this guy. Remember when they had to wear those white helmets when they passed the law? So they'd have these little white helmets. Anyways,
I don't know about them all being white, but there was helmet laws that came into effect.
yeah. Well, they were usually got the white ones. Anyway, he had the leather jacket and the whole thing. So he stops. He says,
Man, I grew up with mini bikes and motorcycles and all that, and I've had a lot of them. I dig it.
But anyway, he's coming this way, And one thing that struck me about him, like, are you a rub or what? Because his beard was immaculate. I mean, he was dressed like you wouldn't believe. So he said, can't get his bike started, right? He says, where do you live? Like, what are you going to do, But anyway, he went into a phone booth. It was on the back of his jacket. One big V, Paradise Riders. I thought, the guy's a patch. So up comes this pickup truck with two guys, grab the forks, and they drive off to take them home. So we're kind of standing there, and he says, what do you want to do? I was on the back of Danny's bike. So we went downtown. You ever hear the brass rail? Rompin' Ronnie Hawkins' Hawk Nest is upstairs. And there was a boulevard parking, you know what I mean? Where, because it was right across the street type of thing. So anyway, you walk in, they had a band, and the bar was like an oval, something like Cheers, something like that, all oak. So I sat there and, of course you take the helmet in, you're not going to leave it on the bike. And the other guy was across the street. We parked on this side. So we're sitting on one side of it, and there's two black girls. They were beautiful looking black girls. So they were taking peanuts and throwing them to these two guys to catch them. So I'm just whatever, listening to that. I'm married, right? So after a while, Danny comes to me and says, I want the helmet. You know what's going to happen. I said, fine, I'm going to stay and listen to the band and take the subway home. The subway was out there. So anyway, after a while, I finished whatever, and I walked outside. And the guys across the way on the boulevard, where the hell have you been? I said, listening to the band, what's it to you? You know what I mean? Like, what? So anyway, he says, he's in there looking for you for the last 40 minutes. So out comes Danny. He says, get on the back of the bike. I wasn't going to let it go. I said, Danny, what happened? Shut up. What happened, Danny? She got on the bike and said, hey, man, 20, I'm Jamaica, right? $20, have some fun. He said, I never paid for it in my life. I never let him live that down. You didn't know they were hookers. Really, oh, God, poor Dee. I wouldn't let him forget that night. But, it was obvious. But anyway, motorcycles.
I've never done that. It's way too much of a biohazard for me to fuck around with. Never gonna do that.
Oh, Danny his dad left or something or died. I don't know. He was his brother was far taller, but more or less, normal. Danny didn't give a shit about anything in his life. I don't think. I doubt very much if he lived long after that with the way what he got into.
Cheryl, you've never heard of a naked berserker? Look up naked berserker.
You know what he did to me one time when I think about it, Carl? One of these, not downtown, not across the viaduct, but towards the lakeshore. And, go out for the 10-cent glass, right? Well, it was a corner bar, neighborhood bar, right? And the door going in was a 45-degree. So when you walked in, you looked at the bar, and around the way was the band, you know what I mean? 3 guys or something. And that was the time of the black light, big thing with the black light. So, you know, what do you want? Have a beer, da, 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 da. And all of a sudden I heard, Danny. And I looked to the left, and here's a blonde and a brunette barmaid. Well, they come running up to him and gave him a big kiss. You know what those T-shirts look like in the light? I was just like my mouth open. It turned out it was his 2 married cousins that he claimed he slept with a threesome. That's Danny. That's Danny. He didn't care about anything. Never trusted him. But anyway, whatever.
I used your story as a cover for me to go change out my battery pack. I was listening.
Yeah, I think Bonnie's changed out hers too.
She's been asleep for a while now.
Yeah.
She gets really good sleep when she's on the panels like this.
I wish I did. I did 3 of these 4 a.m. in 1 week, and I said they're not going to do that again.
That might be a natural defense mechanism in if you scared the shit out of somebody, who wants to touch that, you know?
Yeah. I haven't done that in long. I only came up tonight because I don't know if I'll be doing this again, so what the hell? You know, but anyway, everything.
I take it you got a good look at that too, huh, Cheryl? This fucking internet is so fucking weird thing. All right, this is all.
That's one thing I can't complain about. I've had very, very few issues with it. Extremely few. I'd have to think hard to remember them.
Oh, I remember you saying that, Cheryl. I forgot that was you. So it was on your big screen. Joy. It's like kind of like being teabagged or something, huh, Cheryl? Fucking weirdos, man.
You know, something you reminded me, and I don't know if you'd hit it up or not. There's a channel called Motor City Maniac. He's literally 2 blocks he can walk to Detroit. And his dad left when he was 4. But he on the side managed a bar, just like you. And just like you, he had the odd.
No, I was only the cook. I was just the cook. I didn't manage shit. I was just the cook.
Well, he was part-time, you know what I mean? Like started as a bouncer, and then, but some of his stories, and he doesn't go on and on about it, but some of them, like, wow. And
you had to take it down, Cheryl. The idea for them doing that is so they can report you and get your channel taken down. I had to get rid of that fast. That's their objective.
Yeah, that was weird the other night. The sermon file says, "Hi, Black Watch," and then I hear you in the background saying, "I'll go be back." And I thought, I just got here. Where are you going? I didn't know that happened.
Yeah.
I figured it out, you know, but anyway.
Oh, they've been trying for a long time, but they imitated somebody else's avatar and name and came up, and I didn't vet them. And from now on, as I say, I have to see faces. Your avatar, no messages in the chat ain't gonna do it. I gotta see your face before I believe it now.
Yeah.
New rules are in effect.
So I kind of figured it because, like, there was no reason for it otherwise. You know, like, then you came back, and I'm thinking, okay, I know what happened. But not I was there when Jeff Riddle got hit that night.
Oh, you saw that too? That was a little more graphic, I guess you'd call it.
Yeah. But
like 87 people scarred for life. These poor innocent little old ladies that have never seen nothing like that before in their life.
Yeah. Well, he didn't do any lives after that. I could kind of before he went to Florida.
He did do a couple more, but not a lot.
No. I think then he went to Florida for a vacay or something. I don't know. I can't remember. It was years ago.
Oh, just since then, he's been all over the place. He gets around, man. He's got them travel miles or something.
Yeah.
I got a couple friends like that. You know, they just get around all over the world.
But if you ever want to see funny, Zach Rushing, my first all-black cookout, which his friends football, you know, and he had a lot of black friends. But it didn't go viral, but damn near did. Carl, it's true, but it's hilarious. There's reactions to it and everything else. The guy's a real card, but he's got a heart bigger than that, you know.
I appreciate that, Josh. I'm not too hard to find. It's Camo Carl. I'm out there. I got some content. You know, I'll do videos and whatever, but you know, I do live. It's been lives are something different here. You know, the first 3 lives I did years and years ago, the first 3 lives I did all got strikes and were taken down. I was never even allowed to see them again. You know, they didn't like me from the get-go. Ooh, I missed that one, Devil Dog, but I did hear about it. It happened to Dangerous Freedom, happened to Shane. Seems like it's happened to somebody else too. I just don't remember. Travis, I think it happened to Trainwreck Travis.
Oh, Travis got in. It was there 1:30 in the morning. This whole thing about Jeff D with Rhino and all bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
That turned out to be bullshit.
It's been a weird ride, man. It's been a lot of weird shit like that. What a long, strange trip it's been.
What got me is somebody that not 2 were in ICU fighting for their lives. That's what pissed me off. Playing a game when, anyway, that's over. She's okay, so whatever.
Remember the sex bots? Anybody remember that? When these sex bots would flood your chat with all kinds of links suddenly and ferociously with multiple accounts, and the mods would be like playing video games to delete them and block them fast enough. Whatever happened to that?
That's what I used to do with Shane and Bonnie. I'd go in 20 minutes ahead of time to knock because they'd come in beforehand. But they disappeared. I haven't seen any for a long time.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think it was at Travis's one time. It was like 100 trolls hit him at once with all those links. Just, it was pouring in. There was maybe 5 mods in there fighting it as hard as they could, man, but it just kept coming. It was the worst attack I'd ever seen.
Now he had
hundreds of posts.
Yeah. No, well, sign of the times, so it was. No.
Could very well have been, yeah, because that's probably right around the time they disappeared. Right around the shit. Man, I had to look. Man, he just might have nailed it, Amir, because the Ukrainian thing could have started right around that time they disappeared. I'd have to look back at that. What a thought.
You know what you remind me, and not to go too tech, when you talked about a virus thing, it wasn't until Windows 10, all you need is Windows Defender.
Right.
But
Yeah.
before
Well,
that,
they could have fixed it all along. It was just another way for them to make money. They could have fixed it all along. Because if you remember, Macintosh didn't have that trouble.
no, Apple was, different animal. But yeah, I mean, you know how I used to use Avast Free, and he's got 411,000 subs now. How much is active? But I remember one day he started his live, right, and he says, "I got a great Avast Free." They were tracking you, created a company called Junk Shop, and selling the stuff for millions. I thought it was free, I guess, but anyway, I dropped it because he said Defender's enough now, and it is. In my
Good
experience.
night, Ken.
But yeah, the evolution of Windows.
I do remember that Defender program. There was also a video game in like 81 called Defender. It eventually morphed into something called Stargate. They made a more detailed version called Stargate, but the video game itself was called Defender. And that was probably one of the only games back then that I really liked. I loved playing Defender.
So this is like
I wish
remember
I had some smart bombs. They had something called a smart bomb where you pushed the button and everything on the screen got terminated. I need some of those for real life.
yeah. I remember long before PCs, Carl. Long before.
Oh yeah. Well, see, that's I did have Pong, Atari, that stuff in the 70s. But my mom, being a dispatcher at the police station, she was using the telecommunication systems, where it was like a very primitive version of the internet. You would do internet links through the telephone systems with these telecommunications is all I can remember really. But I got to see where she was part of the lien system. Back in the 70s, it changed. You could have a warrant in one state and the other states wouldn't know about it.
Yeah.
But when they created the lien system, it was like the law enforcement, internet, something. And it linked. So now if you had a warrant in one state, all the states knew it. Right. She did a bunch of, I don't know if it was programming more than it was like management, I guess you would call it, where she would organize the programming and all that kind of stuff. So by the time the 80s and 90s came along, we already had computers in the house. And as soon as the internet was popular, she was on it. Right? And that's what led me to the internet, really, was her, early days of eBay and all that shit.
Not that it really matters. I ran mainframes that couldn't connect. But what came along was VTEM, Virtual Telecommunications Access Method. And that was more or less the birth of the backbone to the internet.
Did you ever hear about the Captain Crunch whistle?
I heard something about that.
Did it put off the right tone that you could actually fool it into dialing numbers and stuff because of the tone?
With dial-up.
Well, it was long before that, because that was the early 70s when that happened.
Yeah, I heard about it. Not at the time, because it wasn't as prevalent.
Right. But it's like, kids today especially, they don't realize, but when the phone systems that we had as kids, they were 4 wires, 3.5 volts of power, and those 4 wires made the connection, dialed the connection, had the microphone and the speaker all working in a series off of those 4 wires. And you could literally wire a speaker up to 2 wires All right. Because the speakers take 2 wires. You could wire that speaker up, and if you knew which wires to do it with, you could tap 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and you could dial numbers by tapping the wires together and sending a signal that a computer would react to. And that's really like a very primitive form of how the internet was working. So when you hear like the dial up, that was the same concept. It's
Yeah.
communicating with something in order to activate it.
Yeah, they were red, green, yellow, and black wires. Today, most are 2-wire. Your modems and that are
Mm-hmm.
hook up. You know, that's what they tell you. The upper one's your internet, the lower one's your telephone. You know, whatever. Which is going away with fiber. So, yeah.
Yes, it is. Pilgrim 01011100011100.
I remember when they light computers with the flashing lights, 360 model 40. You know, you trip them for internet. But that's about the last computer that had that. No more flashing light. But
I've got a stack. I was going through some of the stuff. I don't know why I kept them, but I got a whole stack of like AOL free trial discs. If anybody needs one, I got Comcast, I got AOL, I got what's the other one? There's a few of them, brand new in the wrapper, unused. Anybody need a free trial disc?
yeah, the largest bank in Canada chartered is a Royal. I went in there one day for something, and where you write your receipts had boxes and boxes of AOL discs, giving boxes and boxes and boxes. But those first computers have because when they gave me security, operation screwed up all the time. You know, my daughter would wake me up at 2 and 3 in the morning, and I charged them hard. It was an hour's drive, hour and a half almost. But they got me one of those with dial-up, right, where you dial into the mainframes, but I still had to get up. Still broke my sleep.
I probably was like 7, 8 years old when people used to give me, like even the cops used to give me their old equipment, old radio sets, old, flashing lights, anything that it was outdated. Sometimes they give me that shit. And somebody gave me a whole bunch of phone equipment and old TVs, broken TVs. I used to fuck with those all the time and fix them sometimes not. But I remember like 7, 8 years old, I took a phone apart, took the speakers, and I wired them up to a phone line, secretly ran a phone line up into my desk, and in the bottom drawer I had a fake panel to where when my sisters or anybody was on the telephone, I could turn this on and listen without any chance of them hearing any clicks or sounds. As long as you leave the microphone alone, you could have just a speaker going and listen to any phone conversation clear as a bell. And I had this a while, and it was my secret. All right, I tapped my own phone lines in the house. And I remember coming home from school, and my mom was already at work, but that speaker was sitting on the kitchen table, and I knew I was toast. She found the wiretap I put on the phone. I got in all kinds of trouble for that.
Yeah. Well, when I grew up, there's a hall table by the stairs, and that's where the phone was. Pick it up, and 2 old ladies are yakking. And the party line all over and on. But they knew you were listening. Quiet, Martha.
They didn't know for a long time, but yeah, they found out.
Yeah.
There was a guy I knew here in Detroit, and I knew I had his information like in the late 70s, all the way through the 80s. I could do this for $20. All right. You could go to his place and get them, or you could send it to him, and he was good for it. But for $20, I could buy this device that he made mass quantities of. And all it was this little tiny solid state board with a little tiny wire antenna, I mean, a flexible wire antenna, and a 9-volt battery connection lead. So it really didn't weigh anything. You just clipped it straight to a 9-volt battery, the little square one, and you could hide it anywhere in a house, in a vehicle, anywhere like where it wouldn't get water, as long as it was sheltered. And then once it's plugged into the battery and you hide it, you could go sit out in your car, tune into AM 420 on your radio, and sit there and listen to anything that happened inside that house. All right. It was a $20 eavesdropping device that was legal to make, and use, but today they've got way better. That's outdated tech in today's world. You know what I mean? I'll bet I still have that guy's number somewhere. I think it's a business card, and I never get rid of those. Got an ammo box full of business cards over my lifetime. I don't know. Gonna be getting daylight. I guess I'm gonna call it Blackwatch. She's gonna let this run now because she's sleeping. So even if we leave, this will stay up and running, and everybody can stay in chat until she wakes up, removes Watt, and then ends the live. So this will remain going, folks. I might even join the chat here for a minute, but I'm pretty much, unless you want to stay up here by yourself and have the show to yourself.
What, are you going?
I'm feeling it. Yep.
Give me a moment, Carl. Give me a...
The sun's coming up, and I've got a desire for this breakfast biscuit. All right. That's probably going to happen. It's kind of wild, Cheryl. Went from reel to reel, 78 records, 45 records, 33 records to, cassette tapes to CDs to flash drives to, I don't know what else they got, but, even with the VCRs, we had, Moxie, there was Beta, there was, DVDs. It has been a lot of changes in technology over our life, I guess.
Pretty cool there, I would imagine. You're further north.
I can't read what all that says because it's got that dang thing in the way, Cheryl. Carl, if she leaves us up, it'll automatically take it down right after so many, hours? Oh, I don't know. As long as they stay on that panel, Cheryl, I think it would just keep running. She has to end the live for it to end. I've seen people not even know how to end their lives, and it just kept running and running and running. Get kicked out of their own live and not be able to figure out how to get back to it. I've seen that happen.
Yeah.
No, I did not, Golden. I mean, really, if I can remember in the '60s, like Spock, everybody had the communicators and the laser guns, but Spock had something called a tricorder, a bigger box on a strap he wore. But this thing did everything. Whatever the plot called for, the tricorder could do it. Now we're all carrying devices in our pockets that does more than Spock's tricorder. All right, that's in the communicators. We've got it all. We've got freaking video camcorders and cameras that don't need develop that will hold thousands of pictures right in our pockets. It's a trip. No, I would have never dreamed, because me as a kid, I dreamt about things like Hot Wheels cars and Matchbox cars that I could really drive with motors in them. I never would have thought they had remote control ones. I thought maybe I could put a battery in one and point it in the direction it would go. I'd have been happy with that. Because when I was a kid, the simplest shit made my day. I remember getting a toy gun from the Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey Circus, and all it did was light up. It was a flashlight shaped like a gun. But man, that thing was like the coolest thing to me. Nowadays, a kid wouldn't even pay 2 seconds attention to that thing. So yeah, technology, toys, all that thing got way, way more than I thought it was going to be, I guess. But they did tell us, oh, we're going to be living the Jetsons life. So everybody will have flying cars and robot maids. Guess we're getting pretty fucking close to that. Yeah. Pilgrim, that sounds painful too. A hoverboard skateboard is probably not going to have much sympathy for us all. You know what I mean? Imagine crashing on one of those.
You ever heard of the Avro Arrow?
The Admiral what?
The Avro Arrow.
Oh, Admiral Arrow, yeah.
I worked with, there was a few guys that were there that day when the Army came in and cut them up. But there's old black and white videos, and I know the plant. And there's two guys in this saucer. Or like, the beginnings of the flying,
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's patents out there to build your own UFO.
Mm-hmm. The Avro, I worked at de Havilland. Avro headquarter building was on de Havilland.
Did you see their first test flights, how they had it tethered to the ground as if that made it safer?
What?
The Avro Arrow.
Yeah.
Their first test flights, they were chained to the ground, man.
Well, I know the history of it because, you know what I mean? Like, from the guys that were there.
What about the flying platform? Remember, you ever seen those where the guy's just on like a rocket platform?
They had
he hopes it goes level.
They had all kinds of stuff. There was 15,000 employees with 50,000 side contractor jobs. It was a huge project.
You're ringing some bells because I think it was a Canadian company that pioneered that shit for the U.S. government, wasn't it?
Yeah, when they canceled the Avro Arrow, there's some, I forget his name, and him and 25 others went to NASA. The Saturn, the Apollo, that was all their creation.
Mm.
All the, well, you've seen them where they blow up, the different rockets, but they got a job down there. I forget
a little bit of Operation Paperclip.
Yeah, my dad.
There was something called Operation Paperclip where they took all the German soldiers or German scientists from the war and kind of inducted them into our system.
Yeah, I told you my dad was home. He was wounded. They got him out before 45. But friends told him was, why did they wait for the Americans on the western gates of Berlin? It was Operation Paperclip, the B-2 rocket.
I do remember that, Josh. You had to hold the two rods and move them to get the ball to gain altitude. You know, like to get it to rise, you had to hold the rods in a way to where the ball would advance without letting it go. Is that what you're talking about? I haven't seen one of those in decades.
Yeah, technology's come a long way since when I started. Very long way.
Yeah, Blackwatch is even older than me.
Yeah. When I started, the 1401 went out. They got a 360-20 and 40. The 20 was a glorified printer. IBM cards loaded the operating system with the problem thing behind it was 7-track tapes that didn't have vacuum tubes. It was just a glorified printer. That's all it was.
There's an advance in technology I witnessed firsthand. You know, I worked as a commercial artist for a couple companies, but you would have to to assemble a piece of art for like a billboard or a sign. In order to do that, you'd have to go in to these books and file cabinets or make up your own letter type. And then you would have to, every sentence of that billboard or sign would have to be photo stat printed on strips, rubber cemented to the base. Any kind of illustration would either have to be picked from stock. You'd take a copy of it, you know, with a copy machine or a photostat machine, enlarge, reduce it, alter it, whatever you had to do to the logo or the illustration. And it would all be assembled using a stop bath fixer, you know, just like a photographer would do for in a dark room. Same concept. You'd work in a dark room, and you'd have to do everything manually with these monstrous machines. Some of these photostat machines would take up a whole room. The room would be just for that one machine. And, you know, there would be chemicals involved and safety procedures and all this shit. But everything that I was doing like that in the 1980s, by the 90s, you could do it all with a photo house program right off of your personal computer. It completely eliminated the need for all of that. Whole entire art departments were now obsolete. I shit you not.
No. There's a guy I know that's a friend with that Motor City Maniac. He's Citizen Z Animation. He worked for Disney and all this, and he's 79. And of course, with illustration, cartoons, you know what I mean, movies, you had to recreate each one. And of course, they came up with stencils, you know what I mean? So you only change a certain part. He knows all that. He knows all that.
Cells. They call them animation cells.
Yeah.
They actually sell them. Some of them from certain movies or certain scenes in movies are very valuable.
Yeah. But you call it overhead projection, transparency.
Yeah.
That's the idea what they used.
Right, overlays. You could use overlays, add things to it. You know, yeah.
He's a funny guy. I think you'd like him, Carl. Yeah,
but you know, I walked in like 85 or something to an art department. They had an ad in the newspaper, you know, wanted artists. I went up there, not even knowing what it was. I went in the front office, talked to the secretary, and she's like, "Well, hold on, I'll get the art director." The art director came in and interviewed me, and all I ever really drawn is women. And, you know, even then I had hundreds of drawings of women. And he opened up my book and he looked at me, he says, "You drew all these?" And I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Hold on a minute." And he took my portfolio and he disappeared with it. And he comes back, he says, "Come with me, Carl." And he takes me into the back art department, and there's like 6 artists working there. And he says, "Well, Carl, you're hired." And I went, "What? Just that quick?" He says, "Yeah, you're hired because I'm going to tell you right now, nobody here can draw women. Nobody wants to draw women.
Yeah.
Nobody can draw women. And we need somebody that can draw women." So that became my main focus, man. I had bikini babes all over this country on billboards across the country, man, in two different types. The ones that last for a year and the ones that last for 3 months. Suntan lotions, all kinds of stuff. And it was good money for me being so young. I was making pretty good cash because I worked hourly there, but I also did some contract work, man. They called it paint art, where I would get a side job and I'd go and work for the cash, man. I could make a few $100 in the night just staying over an hour or two. It was pretty gravy work. I loved it.
It was more or less the same with him. I challenged his story because I thought, this is just made up. One of those studios, he was literally sweeping the parking lot. And he put in like what you did. You know what I mean? This is good. He ended up being the head of, animation department. Yeah, he's done quick. His pension is so good. He gets $25 a month for SSI. So I guess he made good money too. But quite the care. He lost his wife last year. That was tragic. That was hard. Anyway.
I worked for cash too much in my life. I don't think I'd get much from Social Security. I hear it's a pain in the ass to get in the first place, and if they did give it to me, it wouldn't probably be much.
Yeah, well, I remember my dad came to me at 17, and he said, "One of these days you'll get married. No doubt you'll get married. I'm going to tell you right now, your primary job will not be enough to get by. Something on the side is what you're talking about, underground."
What goes up must come down. Spinning, got to go round. Drop all your troubles by the riverside. Ride a painted pony, let the spinning wheel ride.
Yeah.
Got no money.
Big deal.
Spinning wheel all alone.
You remember Gino Vanelli, The Wheels of Life? Wheels of life are turning so much faster now. Didn't
Is
have
he the dude that did the song about absolutely nothing that went viral like in the 70s?
No, they had a few of them.
No, I mean, it's famous for it. The song that meant nothing and it got such popularity. He just took a bunch of American words and mixed them all together.
Yeah.
And none of it made sense and everybody loved it.
Yeah.
There's a song like that. I'm not even kidding. That's what it reminded me of when you said the name. But
Remember, I think it was the first year of high school or the second, because I had to plunk to go to 4-year. And we had like an auditorium with the ramp, you know what I mean, in the stage. And they said, we got a certain number of kids can go. You want to go, of course, yeah. And it was released in 71. This was in the 60s. Signs everywhere, a sign breaking them, breaking my mind.
Breaking my mind. Do this, don't do that. Can't you read the sign?
5-man electrical band before they were released any records, but that's what they said.
And then Tesla brought it back, remember?
Yeah.
It's just like, most people, Quiet Riot. They had a couple hits that weren't even theirs, man. There was a band called Slade that did it in the 70s. Come On, Feel the Noise and Mama, We're All Crazy Now. That was Slade's song. Quiet Riot took it and made it even more famous.
Yeah. You ever hear of a band called the Stilettos?
I have, but they weren't in my musical range. That was 80s kind of punky rock, late 70s, early 80s, wasn't it?
Well, one of the band members is a few years older, went to the same high school. The Stilettos. I forget his name now. He used to walk past us house. They had a lot of bands back then, Carl, that didn't make it, almost made it, didn't make it.
Yeah, and some of them were like really all right. I remember all around Lower Michigan, it was like the late 70s. I started seeing this painted on signs and walls all over the place. You know, drive down the highway and I'd see this Devo. All right. I saw the band's name Devo painted all over Lower Michigan and Ohio before I even knew who they were. And when you first heard the name Devo and the era of the music, you know, where it was mostly rock and roll, I thought, wow, Devo, it's got to be something, you know. Then I found out it was a band, but then I heard them. And it was like one of those, what the fuck is that? Do, 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 do. You know, that was weird shit. For the time, that was weird shit.
Yeah.
Weird music for that era. Still weird music, but they were totally unique. And they had a marketing campaign where people took spray cans of paint and painted their name all over the place before they were even famous.
Yeah,
With
I
the
met
good.
a band also did You're Absolutely Right. You're absolutely right. You've been right all along. You're absolutely right, and I'm wrong. That was their two main songs that, you know, but they couldn't keep it together. They came out of Ottawa. They just,
What's up, Eric?
they,
Quite right. Bloody well right. You got the bloody right to say right.
I'm
Quite right.
not too sure of that. It was
Supertramp? You don't know the band Supertramp?
Supertramp, yeah.
Take the long way home. You know, all that.
Yeah.
Do it again.
Remember when I started playing guitar? There was Long and McQuaid, which is a big musical store. And this guy was an orchestral guitar.
Josh just came out with some Billy Joel. Yeah, I might be crazy.
But he said,
Josh, you must be right around our age range just to kick out a Billy Joel song like that. You might,
yeah,
I might be crazy. You may be right.
I didn't really care for only a couple of his songs. I didn't
Oh,
really.
yeah. Yeah, there's a couple songs I can't help but like. You know, there's some Billy Joel songs that take me back to the 70s.
Um, 5 o'clock on a Saturday, the regular crowd, or was it 9 o'clock?
Yeah, that piano man.
Yeah.
That's one of the ones they played a lot. I like the deep cuts a lot, you know. I do. It's the ones they didn't play the shit out of on the radio all the time.
I remember he said to me, "What do you want to do?" I said, "Play guitar." He said, "No, what do you really want to do?" I said, "Play like Jimi Hendrix." And he said, "Anybody can do that shit." 4 years later, I wasn't playing it, and I saw Hendrix.
There's a song by Hendrix that I look for on a regular basis because it comes and goes. Whenever somebody posts it on YouTube, it doesn't last. They take it down. It doesn't have a fighting fucking chance. But it's called Captain Coconut. And it's one of the hardest fucking songs to find on the internet, man. Go look for Jimi Hendrix Captain Coconut and see if you can find that.
I know I got, what was it, Are You Experienced, that album. And that was the first one.
You've seen the five, you know, the he did a couple like interviews where he did Little Wing and stuff like that. There's some that weren't on the albums now that have been released on video.
Where have all the flowers gone, Carl?
But you had to be a big shot, didn't you? You had to open up your mouth. I think I had 52nd Street, and I think I had 2 Billy Joel albums. One of them was 52nd Street. And they do remind me of girls in the 70s. You know, certain songs remind me of them girls. Come out, Virginia, don't make me wait. You Catholic girls stop much too late. But sooner or later it comes down to fate. I might as well be the one. Well, they showed you the statues, showed you a sign, built you a temple, and the stained glass curtains you're hiding behind, they never let in the sun. Only the good die young. That's what I said. You got a nice white dress and a party on your confirmation. Oh, you never cared for me. But did you ever say a prayer for me? Oh, oh, oh. Come on, come on. Good night, Eric. I was gonna leave a minute ago, and then I got caught up in chat, and look what happened. Just right about the time I'm gonna leave, that's probably when Bonnie's gonna go, you guys are still going? Yeah, it is, Cheryl. It's like time travel. There's several songs that do that to me. Jump by Van Halen. All right, they played that shit so much in '84. It takes me right back to '84. Your Time Is Gonna Come, Led Zeppelin, takes me right back to the summer of 1971. I heard that song over and over. I remember it well. You know, it takes me right back to that time. It's time travel. Music can be time travel.
It's like the Moody Blues, In Search of a Lost Chord, those albums. They're kind of...
Well, that's true too, Josh. I mean, the world today is such a wicked place. Fighting going on between the human race. You know, some of them Sabbath songs, the lyrics of those, they're just something else. They've been trying to tell us something all along, man.
I was surprised just how many songs Dylan wrote. Million Years at Adele. I thought she wrote it. No.
I had a surprise like that a couple years ago, Black Watch. I was scrolling through YouTube and saw this sign or this ad or, you know, for a movie that I never even knew existed from like 1971. And it's, Mama put these guns in the ground and I can't use them anymore. They wrote a whole fucking movie around that song.
Yeah.
Bob Dylan was in it. He was the knife thrower. But it was just weird because 50 years later, I find out that movie exists. I didn't even know. I knew about the song. I know about the Guns N' Roses doing it over, but I didn't know that movie existed.
Yeah. I mean, Dylan's more or less, you know, like, you used to compromise with a mystery tramp, but now you realize he was, you know, that's what comes to mind, not A Million Years. Those songs.
Right.
But he wrote that. She went to school, musical school, with Leona Lewis, and Leona rearranged Snow Patrol's Run to what you hear now. She was the first to rearrange it. Really cool the way she did it. She got out of the contract finally. She made about $20 million, got out from under Cowell's thumb, took off with her boyfriend to Spain. She had $25 million. Who needs you anymore? Leona Lewis.
I'm darn sure I wouldn't need any more than that.
Yeah. Yeah. Get out of the rat race, I guess. The English always loved Spain. That's a vacay, right? Not Blackpool, Spain. Oh.
Well, I've never been to Spain, but I've been to California.
And the women are insane there, and they really know how to use it. Don't abuse it. Never gonna lose it, but doesn't matter. Three Dog Night, they never had a down song. They didn't have a sad song. Everything was all upbeat. Yeah, they were.
Josh definitely showing his age now, talking about 50-pound VCRs and shit. Back when a thief really had to work to steal your TV because it was a console RCA, 8 foot long and 350 pounds.
Yeah. Yeah.
I remember the first remote we got in the 60s, and I guess it was a big deal, but all it did was turn the TV on and off. One button, one thing it did. Turned it on or turned it off. You still have to get up to change the channel and the volume and adjust the antenna, whatever. It only did one thing. Click, and it was loud. It clicked loud, and you could hear the TV click when it clicked.
Yeah. I think the television was pretty well on all the time. It's just that little switch, took it off its main power.
That's one thing I've never been able to do is sleep with the TV on. I don't do that. I like to hear what's going on. No radios, no TV, no fan. I want silence. That way, if something is happening, I'm going to hear it. Remember, the TVs used to go off the air, too. That's something else kids today just haven't experienced. 2 o'clock in the morning, your TV would go into the national anthem and then to Gray Fuzz.
Yeah.
Until 6 a.m. in the morning, it would start all over with the national anthem and enter into the first show of the morning, Yeah. TV used to shut down at night, folks.
Test pattern and snow.
Yeah. This has been a test of the emergency broadcast system. If this had been a real emergency, you would have been told to put your heads between your knees and kiss your ass goodbye.
This has been a test of the emergency broadcasting system. Had it been an actual emergency, you would have been instructed to turn to whatever radio station.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Join us next time on another exciting episode of Oh No Man, it's a continuation. I gotta wait till next fucking Monday night to find out if he lives.
Yeah.
Remember that shit?
Oh, yeah. You get right to the brink, then on next week's episode, what do you mean next week?
Oh yeah, and then there'd be like a national address or something, and you wouldn't get to watch that episode for 35 years when the internet came in.
All right. Remember the big brouhaha about All in the Family? Will Norman Lear convince the network to actually put this on air?
Yeah.
But that
was that SCTV that did that? Or somebody did do that. It was like on the next episode of Will He Get His Way or whatever. Who did, was that SCTV that did that?
I can't. I don't think so.
It was somebody.
Could have been. I mean, I watched it for a bit.
Oh man, I'm thinking of Soap. Do you remember a show called Soap? Da 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 da. That's the one. It had like Billy Crystal and the dude Bert used to like snap his fingers and he was invisible. Remember? He could hear. Does anybody here remember Soap?
We watched an awful lot of stupid programs when you think about it.
That was about the weirdest it was in that era, man. Soap was a strange show for the 70s, man.
I think there was one called The 70s Show. I think about it.
Yeah, there's that one called The 90s Show. It's like a sequel to it now, too.
I gotta admit, maybe it's getting old, but when somebody on a panel goes, back in the day, around 91, I'm going,
back in the 1900s, back in the late 1900s, we had no remote control.
But you got to be, how old are you? 40? Oh.
I like saying that. It's like my new favorite saying is back in the 1900s, back in the mid 1900s, back in the late 1900s. That's some good shit right there. You don't remember all the old timers talking about the 18? I remember that shit. People used to say that a lot. Back in the 1800s, they didn't even have cars. They drove wagons around. Now we get to say it. Back in the 1900s, we didn't even have the internet. We had a stick and a rock, and we liked it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I remember Mary Hartman, Cheryl, but that was not a show I could watch. I mean, it was like, turn the channel. Something else better got to be on.
Yeah.
UHF, VHF, rabbit ears, tinfoil, and coat hangers. Oh, man. Oh, boy. Those were the days. Yeah, you ever have one of them rotating antennas, one of them fancy fuckers that you turn the dial on your TV and your antenna on the roof would rotate? You knew you were upscale when you had one of those in the 70s.
Yeah. Those were the days, my friend, I thought they'd never end. We'd sing and dance forever and a day. Yeah. The 60s were, to me, the best decade. I thought it was so difficult. But looking back, it had everything when I look at it. Yeah.
I saw the first political correctness happen that I seen. I know there was others before it, but in 1968, I loved G.I. Joe, the first ones from the 60s. 1964 to 1968 was when I liked G.I. Joe, right? It was military themed. Everything was military. Army jeeps and cannons and machine guns and sandbags, and everything was military oriented, all right? 1968 comes along, and the Vietnam War is so controversial that they make a decision. Hasbro says, we're going to make it less military, and they started calling it Adventures of G.I. Joe. So 1969 came out with, a parachutist, an adventurer, and all these, they could be used as a military toy, but not so much. By 1970, another year later, it was the Adventure Team, G.I. Joe, the Adventure Team. And now it was not military themed. Everything was bright orange, yellow. It was hunting pygmy gorillas and the tiger hunt. And it changed, all right, to a place where I didn't like it, all right. And at the time, I didn't understand it. Suddenly, it was hard to find a fucking GI Joe gun. You could find a fucking net. You could find all this other shit, but it was noticeable immediately. And I didn't care for the bright colored GI Joe shit, all right. And it bummed me out. And later on, it took me years to realize what that was and why it happened. It was just a controversial thing, political correctness, too much killing, too much Vietnam, let's change the theme. And that's what they did. There was a change that you probably saw more of, Black Watch, that the 40s and the 50s, kids were stuck on things like cowboy toys. And the cowboy toys kind of evolved into a military thing. They had the Monkey Brigade and all these military toys for kids, guns and bazookas and helmets and all this fun stuff. But then the 60s roll in with the space program, and it literally changed the landscape of toys. It went from cowboys and Indians to military themed to spacemen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely, Josh. I sold those on eBay for over 25 years. I know people all over the world that collect GI Joes, and the first ones are the ones that are worth the most. You find a GI Joe that's stamped Hasbro on his back, with looks like a branding iron did it. Well, your GI Joe just went up $2,000. If he's got all brass rivets, he just went up another $2,000. He's got baby feet and raccoon eyes, he's worth even more. All right. There is a lot of value in those old toys if you know what you're looking at. But there's also remakes and fakers and all kinds of shit going on there. Counterfeit, it happens. But there's a massive market worldwide for G.I. Joe. And G.I. Joe was known as G.I. Joe here in the United States, but a company called Palitoy for the UK got rights to making it, and they called it Action Man. So in actuality, the military theme went on with Action Man in the UK. They kept the military theme all the way through the 70s. But it was a little different. Although licensed by Hasbro through Palitoy, it was, and other companies as well. Australia had their own, and yeah, there's a massive collector's market for the original, even the modern GI Joe, but also the 70s Adventure Team. There's some guys that collect that, and then there's guys that collect just the military and early ones and stuff like that. And some, like, if you were to get on eBay right now and look up vintage, go 1964 GI Joe, and find the most expensive item on there, I can tell you right now who it would be. He's a friend of mine in New York, and he's known to have the good stuff. He finds the good stuff, still in the box, old toy stocks from because he's in New York where you can find all that stuff. His name's Joe Zeta, and he's famous for selling GI Joes, very valuable ones. What's up, Tiny Duff?
I didn't get into that. I was too much into big block Chevy Ford cars.
Well, I fell out of the toys in the early 70s real quick. I discovered girls, and toys didn't mean shit. My mom put them all in trunks and kept them for well over a decade before I even got into them, She actually saved me quite a fortune in GI Joes. And Joe Zeta he was witness to it, because I've had some auctions. I sold my Joes off, and I got paid. All right. And I had some really rare shit. There were salesman samples even of GI Joes in the 60s, the very early ones. From 64 to 75, GI Joe had plastic belts. But the very first salesman samples were made out of cloth with little tiny grommets and sewn together. And just one of those belts is an easy $1,000. All right. The plastic one, you might get $10 for. But if it's an original cloth salesman sample, that's $1,000 right there. Same thing with like a cloth sailor hat. All of them were rubber through 64 to 75. But if you found a salesman sample, which I owned, I sold my salesman sample Navy, what you call them, a Dixie cup cap. There's a lot of names for those white caps. And my cloth, I sold it for almost $2,000 for my cloth GI Joe Navy hat, and I did have a whole lot of that rare shit. Just there are also people who remade those Navy hats and they fake them, and they, you have to really know what you're looking at. Well, Josh, you see, you might be sitting on something. Matchbox are pretty collectible, but what you want to look for is what's called Redline Hot Wheels. From 1967 through 1971. Redline, they got a red pinstripe around the tires. They're the first early Hot Wheels cars. And what you would want to be looking for is something like what they called antifreeze green. It looks like antifreeze, green, right? Really glossy, almost transparent looking color. Certain colors of Matchbox or Hot Wheels will increase the value greatly. The condition matters, and there's super rare things, all right? Like where the seats will be just a different color than the originals, and maybe 3 of them the known to exist. So a Hot Wheel car that would normally be worth $1,000 loose, if it had a rare like seat color or something, now you're talking it's a $10,000 Hot Wheel. And it's not uncommon for good condition Hot Wheels to sell for $2,000 to $4,000 a piece, because there's a market for it. So, always, this is what I recommend to everybody. If you ever find old toys, number one, if it's still in the package, do not open it. If you open a vintage toy, you could be spending thousands of dollars just by opening it. All right. Leave it sealed if it's sealed. Another thing is always research what you have thoroughly. Things like Matchbox and Hot Wheels, people get it confused because let's say that the original copy of that Corvette or whatever it was made in 1968. It'll say on the bottom 1968, but every one they make of that style to this day will still have the same mold date. So they'll continue making cars to this day that are still dated from the original mold 1968. Now you have to know the difference between a Hong Kong, Malaysia, or China made Hot Wheel. And it's a bunch of different details that can tell you what you got. There's experts, there's pages. I'm part of a bunch of these pages, but you can get on there. If you think you found a treasure, take a picture of it, put it on one of those groups and see what they say. They'll drool if you got something good.
That came off the Uniroy Tiger Paw 70 series, first red line tires.
No, the first red ones were in the 60s. And yeah, the flocked, what they call those tiny duff, the flocked GI Joes with kung fu grip and talking commando and all those were the ones with the hair from 1970 to 1976 in reality. Then they shrunk to something called Super Joe, down to an 8-inch figure in 1978. And then by 1982, they were 3 3/4 inch tall figures. So they went from a foot to 3 3/4 in just over a decade.
Was that Bonnie that made a noise later a while ago? Or was that you?
It could have been. It could have been, but if you notice, Watt left. So Watt woke up and left.
Oh.
And even some of them, if they're really rare, Josh, even the condition, there's people that restore those Matchbox and Hot Wheels. They completely restore them.
Yeah, high school kind of screwed you up with the girls, didn't it? Yeah.
No, it was before high school. I
No.
started pretty young. Girls are a wonderful distraction.
Yeah. There's one, and I don't know if it was the second. 2 weeks in, I wanted to change to 4-year course. They wouldn't let me, so I had. But Judy Zalay, Zalai, never forget her. Never.
Yvonne Craig, I would have to say, is one of the first gals to get on my radar. All right. Pretty young when I noticed her. I had a thing for Batgirl.
Yeah.
What's up, Blue? Yeah, I'm trying to get out of here, Blue. I'm just about ready to leave. Keep talking about it. Never seem to get there. Bonnie's been napping for a few hours now, and me and Blackwatch just been rambling on.
Yeah, rambling man. I was born to be a rambling man.
I ramble on. I'm gonna sing my song.
Yeah.
Go around the world. Gonna find my way on my way. I've been to. I'm gonna find the girl of all my dreams. And I tell you no lie.
But anyway.
Ain't nothing to you now. I guess I'll just ramble on.
Guess you never really cared for the Four Seasons.
I don't know. I appreciate some of their stuff. I just, what it was, man, when I was growing up, I didn't like sappy, soft stuff. Couldn't stand disco, still don't like disco. All right. But back when I was younger, I liked hard rock, man. Give me some rock and roll. Yeah, but I admit, in my elder years, I've grown to appreciate music I didn't appreciate as much when I was younger.
I mean, they did stay, and it was, why don't you walk like a man, talk like a man, walk like a man, my son. I think that's Four Seasons. Stay.
I know that song.
That's what it means. The late 50s dragged into the 60s in a lot of ways. So tied up.
You don't have to go. Oh, 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 oh. You don't have to go. I haven't heard Fool in the Rain in quite a while, actually, Josh. But I listen to Ramble On pretty regularly. When the Levee Breaks. That one I like. Probably my favorite Led Zeppelin song is called the Bon Voyage Stomp off Led Zeppelin 3. I don't know, not many people have heard it. It's the same album that had Gallows Pole and Thank You and Tangerine and all them, but and when people hear it, they don't even know what the song is about. But it's about a dog. It's about a dog. Blue-eyed Merle. Ah, caught you smiling at me. That the way it should be. Like a leaf is to a tree so fine. All the good times we had. I sung love songs so sad. Always smiling, never mad, so fine. In the wind with the inner dream when Mother Nature found you and me. Bum, 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 bum. It's like in Led Zeppelin 3, man, it was different. Those guys got into a cabin and wrote that album without, from what I understand, they did it without their normal electric instruments. So they used a lot of acoustic to come up with that album, and that's how it ended up so different. Oh yeah, Donnie, is that you? I remember Frog. I know he's still out there. I know he had like 50 channels or something.
I once had a girl, or should I say,
What I really think about Frog is even though he was a troll, I think he liked us so much that it was hard for him to stay away. That's what I really think.
Carl's been keeping me up, Bonnie. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, I'm used to being a scapegoat.
Have we lost her again? Wish I could fall asleep like that.
It's all good. It really doesn't matter. I am too tired for this, and I am gonna leave. I'm gonna call it a night, Black Watch.
Well, I'm a night. It's been all night, morning.
I can still call it a night because it was. But I love everybody, whether they like it or not, and I'll see y'all somewhere soon. You have a good night, Black Watch, and even though you can't hear me, Bonnie, thank you for having me up here, and I'll talk at you shortly.
Okay, good night, everybody. I guess you're going to end it. Thanks for having me up.
Well, I'm leaving, but I'm telling you, the stream will continue until, Bonnie ends it. So you can stay up here and keep talking. I'll talk to you later.
God, I should have, hours ago, I should have let it go. Anyway, everybody sleep well. Catch you later.